want fans. Sounds dangerous. It's a risk I'm prepared to take. If she's got an electrical problem, couldn't more electricity blow her whole system? Well, who's been watching Bill Nye, the Science Guy? Test is perfectly safe. We do it every day. You believe me? I shouldn't do the test? It's crazy dangerous. Just sign the damn form. I'm not crying. I can handle this. Blow your nose. Need DNA from somewhere. You're not running a paternity test. She's gonna stay around just long enough to get your bank account, credit card numbers, and she's
running down the sort of wing, trying to get in behind Rangers. But then what they can't do is they go and give 2 slack balls away there, one from Stuart Findlay, then it goes back to Magnuson and he gives it away, and the sort of momentum just changes again.
It's been a blow missing Halkett for this one. Obviously Harry Milne's out suspended, having picked up his 6th league booking of the season 2 weeks ago against Celtic. Little push by Miovski and Shvolov, who had gathered a long ball. It's played to Kent and out to the right-hand side for Steinvender. But there's a noticeable bonus for Hearts on their bench today in the return of Benny Beningame, who's been out since the 4-0 thrashing of Dundee here. As Kent rolls it out to Steinvender on the far side. Level the edge of the centre circle, right in front of Danny Rule, the Rangers manager. Played back to Kent, who squares it to Findlay. We are coming to put the pressure on, but it's a long ball from Stuart Findlay, which sails all the way through to Butland, the Rangers keeper.
Cagey, as I said, I don't think anybody wants to make a mistake. You can see Rangers even usually at least one of the wing backs will be high up, but they're set at 5 and you're saying they're not getting through as Hearts play the straight ball straight through the bottom, so it's nice and solid to start for Rangers, and Hearts, they're asking Hearts to go and try and break us down.
Steinvender's long clearance up the right-hand side, comes off the head of Fernandez towards the turning towards his own goal. Makoma can't control it. Hearts have it down the right. Braga, he's been beaten to it well by Dujon Sterling. His ball away is poor, but the linesman on the far side, Dan McFarlane, is frantically waving his flag. He saw a foul over there in front of the touchline. It's going to be a Rangers free kick.
I don't know about that. I think that's I mean, nowadays obviously they get given back. I don't really think that's a free kick, and again just sort of takes the impotence out the game for Hearts. Stirling does well to win the ball back, then has a slack pass, Hearts pick it up, and then the free kick's given. And obviously the fans letting them know, that the officials know that they don't agree with it.
Didn't look much in it on with the challenge by Braga, but anyway, it's Rangers who have it. Aarons down the right side for Moore. He's level with the Hearts 18-yard line, looking for an opportunity to cross. He finds Aarons. Aarons level with the Hearts penalty spot. Back to Raskan at the edge of the box, but Shanklin back doing a brilliant defensive job, and then Devlin's brought to the ground by Raskan, and that will be a Hearts free kick, which Devlin takes quickly low out to the left side for Kingsley. Braga loses it though to Aarons. He's back with Tavernier on the halfway line to Raskan, who feeds it out to Barron on the Rangers right. He's back to Tavernier, and now back to Sterling. How important is Sterling? You've worked with him, Billy, in this Rangers side now that he's back from injury.
Trust me, he's a top player. I didn't realise how good, quick, can play, aggressive, not even built like a big stature either, but just so underrated. And you can see with a couple of tackles he's made already, he's been rock solid at the start of the game.
Diamonde out to Makoma on the far side, back with Fernandez, who tried to turn away from Kizaridis, who makes the challenge, and it goes out off the Greek glass for a Rangers throw in over on the far side.
I think you can see from Hearts' point of view every time that it goes back to one of the Rangers sort of centre backs or the defensive players. They're just squeezing, they're trying to put pressure on them straight away, trying to win the ball back high up the park, not letting them any time in the ball. That would definitely probably something that Derek said to them before they went out, is can we be on the front foot, can we press, can we win it back, and then get balls in the box for Loms and try and get on the end of something.
Shvolov has it and plays it short outside his area for Kent, over on the right side, up the line for Steinvender. He moves it infield to McEntee. He's under pressure, he's lost it, but the loose ball breaks Kent's way. He squares it to Findlay. He's got space and time. He slips it back infield to Devlin, out to the right-hand side for Steinwender. Long ball from him. Braga's going to give chase here. Sterling's the covering player. It goes behind the byline, and it's going to be a goal kick and not the corner that Braga and the Hearts supporters were wanting there. There's three decisions have gone against Hearts here in the
do we not think that's a corner?
Stages.
From up here, I think
it's a hard one to call because the two of them arrive at the same time.
I think Sterling just gets there first, and then it gets, and again, this is these things as a player, or is it coming through? It's like goal kick. What do I know? Anyway, he'd be raging.
Just his pace again.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets himself a Rangers backline out of trouble. You can see the way Hearts are starting because Rangers with that 5 box wide areas for Hearts, and they're just getting the full-backs on it, clipping up the line, causing Rangers a few problems.
Mikey Moore on this near side, pinched off him there by Magnus, and he seems to be growing game by game. The Icelander, as Kingsley moves it back to Finlay. Now it's with Kent at the edge of his box, out to the right-hand side for Steinwender. It is goalless after 8 minutes.
I think, as Dodgy says as well, I think Hearts are at their best when they get the ball wide and they get crosses in the box. That hopefully that can play into their hands, the fact that they can get down the side of Rangers.
And already we're seeing that this midfield battle is going to be absolutely fascinating here.
That's the other side of it, where Hearts are going to have space in wide areas. Rangers are going to have the extra man in there. It's whether they can use them or not. But it's frantic in there with the numbers, Liam.
There's Fernandez at the edge of his box, taking it for a rod into the midfield. He's got an opportunity to roll it out to Mekhoma on the left, and that's where it's gone. He's up against Kizaridis here. Mekhoma is away from Kizaridis. He's managed to get the cross in. Did it take a deflection? Yes, it did. It will be a corner to Rangers, their first of the afternoon. And an opportunity to put the Hearts defence under pressure really for the first time.
Yeah, and a good play from Rangers there, getting down the sides, trying to get a cross in the box and getting a corner out of it. And again, from both teams now, first corner, can Rangers go and attack the ball, get a good ball? Obviously Tavernier, it's always usually a good ball into the box, and can Hearts defend it well?
They have been defending pretty well of late, the league leaders. Tavernier corner, then in swinger with the right foot from the main stand side as Rangers attack Gorgie Road in the first half. Swung in, a good one to the header, it's ended up in the net. Fernandez got the touch, and Rangers strike first in the opening 10 minutes at Tynecastle. Tavernier's corner, Fernandez's header ends up in the bottom right. There was another Rangers player on the line.
9 minutes in.
Fernandez is taking the credit, and it's Heart of Midlothian 0. Rangers 1.
Well, you know I love a set piece. I'll tell you, that is unbelievably well worked. The two that are, as Hearts are zonal, the two that are not getting picked up just run and block the front two, and Fernandez just gets a clean run.
It's a great header, but I think the boy on the line might have touched it in.
I think he's touched it in, yeah.
Yeah, Miovski, I think it was on the line.
I'll tell you something, what a stroke of luck this will be if this is offside, because there was too much space there for the Rangers player.
Miovski is offside, so this goal looks like it's going to be chalked off. Miovski's got a touch on it. It looked like he did get a touch.
I tell you something, see who is it that actually heads the ball? Fernandez.
Yeah.
You're raging if you're him. Raging,
it's
because
going in anyway.
It's going in, and it's a goal. Typical striker trying to take all the glory now, honestly.
But
it's the one thing I would say, right, it's offside. It's so well worked. I'm telling you, the two blockers, and then he just runs right through them and he flicks it and rides right. It's going in, you shouldn't touch it.
Well, it looks like this goal's going to be chalked off. Nick Walsh is talking to his VAR, Grant Irvin, who's watching the replays.
Sorry,
by all accounts, we don't have that ability. We don't have any monitors here
for me to
watch
truly
it back. But from what we're hearing, Miovski's offside on the line. So Nick Walsh continues to take advisement from the VAR, and the Rangers players, well, they've all gone back as if centre's about to be taken, but all eyes on Nick Walsh as he continues to make Tynecastle wait. And there you go, offside, no goal, it stays 0-0. Ruled out for an offside against Bojan Miovski, who's absolutely robbed Emmanuel Fernandez of a goal there. He's robbed Rangers of a goal with a touch on the goal line, although we are hearing perhaps it wasn't on target, so maybe Miovski had to go for it, but in any case, it's no goal, it stays 0-0, and Hearts breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, if Hearts ever needed a jolt or just a little bit of something to say, listen lads, we're in a proper game here against a proper team. That was it. Because without that bit of luck, they're 1-0 down and backs against the wall.
There goes Moore out to Aarons on this right side, looking to return it to Moore down the side of the box, but Magnussen's there again to get between the man and the ball and see it behind. He's been excellent, hasn't he, recently?
Yeah.
Derry McInnes, it took a little while. He wasn't necessarily getting games, certainly not starts early in the season. He's becoming a big player.
Yeah, again, it's taking your chance, isn't it? He's, with Benny been out injured, he's had that opportunity to come in. He's a young guy coming to a new country, trying to find his feet, and I think he's got better and better as every game that he's played in. He's got better, but this is how important this crowd is, because you can see that getting that slice of luck, it's just injected a bit more into the sort of crowd, transfer that onto the players, and hopefully the players can take that on board, that they need to be switched every, especially set pieces. You know, with Tavernier's delivery, every single set piece that Rangers get, Hearts cannot switch off. 13
minutes played, it remains 0-0 then. Here as the rain begins to tumble down.
Celebrated that like a goal in the Hearts crowd, didn't he?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Claudio Braga did as well. He was punching the air in delight there as Rangers got off, Hearts got off the hook. And clearance there by Aarons down this near side, and now it's with Findlay who's going to let it go out for a Hearts throw-in on this near side for Stephen Kingsley. A blow not having Halkett and Kent, who have both been excellent this season, but or Milne rather, who's suspended, but having Kent and Kingsley as the men to come in is decent. As Braga turns it infield from the right-hand side of the Rangers box, it's blocked and cleared, and now it's with Miovski, who's ransacked there by a combination of Kent and Devlin. Magnussen in the centre circle, out to Kingsley on the left, midway inside Rangers territory. Kingsley back to Magnussen, into the centre circle for Devlin. I'm sure he was the intended target, but he controls anyway, back to Kent and out to Kisaridis on the right. He touches it to Steinvender on the touchline and back into his own half for Frankie Kent. Now with Findlay to Kingsley and then back to Kent. Hearts looking to threaten Jack Butland for the first time. And Steinvender picks up on the halfway line on the far side. Infield to Kisaridis, back to McEntee. Brilliant turn by McEntee, and he's fouled by Raskan. And Hearts take a quick free kick through Kisaridis. It's ended up back with Findlay, who rolls it along the grass to Kingsley on this near side. Now Magnussen forward towards Braga, trying to hold off Tavernier. Back to Shanklin. His ball forwards cut out by Sterling. Nick knocks it into the centre circle for Miovski, who can't control. Kent's onto it, finds Steinvender, who goes back to Shvolov. The Hearts knocking it about with confidence and purpose, and patiently as well. And they'll have taken a real boost from the fact that that goal was ruled out. It was such a sloppy one for them to have conceded had it stood.
I think obviously, as the guys are saying that the header was going wide, but I think Hearts need to be aware Miovski is a goal scorer. I think that's what Rangers have lacked of late.
There's a chance for Cammy Devlin driving down the left for Hearts, down by the byline, down by the corner flag. Crosses in, takes a touch off the defender, who was Barron, and that breaks kindly for Butland, who gets onto it at his near post.
Yeah, he took too much time, didn't he? Like, I mean, he should have just got on it and whipped it across, especially with this greasy surface, as you're saying now. It's a furious pace. I mean, you're not getting a breath, and especially in that central area. You take a touch, you're nailed.
You can be quite nitpicky there, but Cammy's in a really good position there, and if you're one of the strikers busting to get into the box, you're just saying to him, Cammy, come on, these half chances, these wee sort of areas that we get into, especially playing against Rangers, the calibre of the team, we need to make these count.
Remains 0-0 here at Tynecastle. It is back with Butland, who swings it out to Tavernier on the near side. Tavernier controls well and finds Aarons. It's ball forward, cut out by Kingsley. Chipped forward there, though, as they get it back, and headed away by Kent on the halfway line. Magnussen helps it on its way. Shanklin heads it in field. Raskan gets onto it. It's all very scrappy down there all of a sudden. Diamondi picks up the loose ball and shifts it to Meghoma, who crosses the halfway line and turns it in field to Diamondi on the spin, but he gives it away, and it's Kent. And now Rangers could be caught out on that far side. It's Kisaridis driving forward, cutting in field to open up for Kisaridis, goes for goal and just fires it wide. with the left foot. Fabulous play by Alexandros Kizaridis, who had Tynecastle on its feet there, as his effort swings past the left-hand side of Jack Butland's goal, and it stays Hearts 0, Rangers 0. That's a real bit of powerful football by Kizaridis.
Yeah, great play there, coming inside off the touchline and then having his shot with his left foot. I was literally just about to say he's due a performance. He's been quiet the last couple of weeks. We know what he can give us when he comes in, obviously on the other side as well, when he loves to cut inside, and just showing us there, even on his weak foot on his left side, he's willing to have the shot. But great play again from Hearts. You could see Derek McInnes was chasing him up the touchline, just saying to him, on you go, on you go. And Hearts just need to take the confidence from that, keep trying to build into it.
So direct. I mean, it was a great pick out from Kent first time, one touch and he's at him and just curls wide. Great effort from Kizaridis.
Rangers down the left, Diamonde sliding in his Finn Leighton put it out for a throw into Rangers, which is level with the penalty spot on the far side. The visitors attack, not back there to Meg Homa. Then Diamonde on the touchline goes back to Fernandez. He finds Sterling on the halfway line. Shifts it to the right side of the centre circle for Tavernier. Forward to Barron. And Barron midway inside the Hearts half. Plays it to Aarons. Then infield to Tavernier. Out to Barron. Tavernier goes down. I think he was caught. He was. It's a Rangers free kick a few yards from the near side touchline. Almost level with the edge of the D of the Hearts penalty area.
Yeah, it's a silly one because Rangers get this new set piece coach and he looks as if he's done his homework with that opening corner that was headed by Fernandez, and then Braga, I think it was, giving away a cheap free kick. So they'll be asked a question if they can put in a good delivery.
Yeah, I think the Hearts' point of view there, I think it's Cammy Devlin. You don't want to be giving that away, do you? You just want to show him down the line there. Tavernier sort of running into loads of Hearts bodies there. Just show him into the bodies. You don't need to nip that. You don't need to try and win it there, because again, we know how good he is from dead ball situations. Hearts need to defend this one better.
James Tavernier over it. Right footed delivery. Hearts have everyone back. Tavernier bends. It's another brilliant ball and headed over the bar. Well, it's a huge opportunity there. As it was swung in towards Raskan, he got his head onto it, but he heads it well over in truth. And almost in 20 minutes, it stays Hearts 0, Rangers 0. Chances at both ends.
Yeah, on the money again from Tavernier. I think great ball in. I've seen it before. Raskan, for as small as he is, he attacks the ball really well. And I mean, if he just heads that down a yard or so down, it's straight in the back of the goal. So again, another warning from Hearts.
I think he should score. Yeah, it was. I mean, they start in an offside position and they run to the front, and I think he's just ducked early, and he might have just been flagged offside. But for me, even if he is offside, you've got to make sure he sticks that in the net. You're right, just head it down. I think he's got one eye on the goalkeeper, isn't he?
But again, even with that, it's just a warning for Hearts that they can't allow cheap corners, cheap free kicks round about the area, because, as I said, Tavernier's delivery 9 times out of 10 is on the money, so you can't give him that opportunity.
Frankie Kent has the ball under control, but he's back facing his own goal. He passes it back to Shvolov, who in fairness controlled it well and smashes it up the pitch. It's flicked on by McEntee. Drops to Fernandez though. Now Raskan in the centre circle, back to Tavernier. Barron on the halfway line, forward to Moore. He stabs it out to Aarons on this near side. Barron then goes back to Tavernier. Out to Fernandez, across the halfway line, chips it forward. It's made its way to Meg Homa, behind Kizaridis, who makes the challenge, but it's fallen kindly for Fernandez, who knocks it to Diamonde. Now it's with Raskan left of the centre circle in the Hearts half. To the right of it for Tavernier, and back to Nicholas Raskan. Dreadful ball. He's not started the game well. Raskan give it straight to Devlin. He can't hold on to possession. Raskan has it here again, and it's short to Barron. Infield for Diamonde, who goes back to Sterling. It remains goalless here at Tynecastle, approaching the end of the first quarter. Long ball from James Tavernier, high down this right hand side of the Hearts box now with Aarons, who controls. His cross is blocked by Kingsley. Aarons then infield to Tavernier. It's not a great touch from the Rangers captain, but he's managed to win it back. Stabs it back out to Aarons, and then he goes back to Raskan, who shifts it infield to Diamonde. Now with Raskan, and back to Sterling on the halfway line. Under pressure from Shankland. Raskan gets onto it a little bit fortuitously there. It kind of went behind him. And he barges into Devlin, no free kick. Rangers play on. Diamonde finds Moore, skips away from Magnuson up towards the edge of the box. He goes for goal. Schwolow dives to his right, makes the save. Breaks out to the far side. Makoma across. Takes a deflection and goes behind for a Rangers corner. It's excellent play from the visitors. It stays Hearts 0, Rangers 0 though. Rangers corner, 22.5 on the clock.
Yeah, they get a bit of fortune with the break where Raskin bump into Devlin, and then they find Mikey Moore, and he's slick, he's quick, he's at his men, and he's beaten them. He's hit the shot and he's taken a deflection. I'll tell you what a save from Swallow that is.
Yeah, it's that difficult position for Hearts to pick up when Mikey Moore drops into the sort of hole. One of the midfielders pick him up, or does a centre half come out of his area? I don't think we'd want the centre halves coming out, but he picks up a really good area, a really good shot, and a good save. But I think Hearts will need to be aware of that. It's really good play for Rangers, but can Hearts be aware of Mikey Moore dropping into that area? Because if he keeps doing it, he will affect the game, and we've seen it before.
Outswinger from James Tavernier, right hand side, in it comes. It's another Rangers head, it wins it again. It's Raskin, but it's timid, and it's gone closer to the corner flag than the goal, and it stays Hearts 0, Rangers 0. The teams are in at Celtic Park, 3 o'clock kick-off. Celtic against Aberdeen. The home side, Schmeichel is in goal. Ralston, Trusty, Tierney. It will be Yang and Maida, Engels, McGregor, Nygren, McCowan and Kenny. For Aberdeen, it's Mitov, Devlin, Milne, Canuster, Lobin and Jensen, Ausic, Armstrong, Keskinen, Carlson, Lazetic. Celtic Aberdeen kicks off at 3 o'clock. Here on BBC Radio Scotland with Sports Sound just now, it's Hearts 0, Rangers 0 at Tynecastle. It's Connor Barron midway inside his own half, easing it out to Aarons on this near side. Long ball forward there for the Rangers right wing back, headed away by Findlay. Breaks to Devlin, facing his own goal under pressure. Does brilliantly to turn and find Shanklin. He goes back to Magnus and he finds Braga. Now it's Shanklin, out to Kizaridis on the right hand side. Kizaridis in the box, stops the shoulder and shoots across the face of goal and wide. Goal kick, Hearts 0, Rangers 0. But they have just torn Rangers apart there with 5 or 6 passes, and Kizaridis not quite on point. He goes wide again, but Rangers are going to have to be so wary of the threat of Kizaridis cutting in field in those positions.
Yeah, I think everything up until the shot was absolutely bang on point. I think that Cammy Devlin picks the ball up, he's back to his own, facing his own goal, manages to get himself out of the position, play a good pass, a one-touch interchange between Braga and Lawrence Shanklin, superb. Lawrence then drags across the middle of the pitch, switches the play to Kizaridis, and again just that final bit, can he hit the target?
Shanklin's little header finds Magnuson. Braga was down the left of him. Challenge from Barron, but it's with Claudio Braga out towards this near side touchline. Comes off Barron, who does well to prevent the corner. There'll be a Hearts throw in down by the corner flag on this near side. It looks for all the money as though that was going for a corner. Braga's felt the full force of Connor Barron there and is down in apparent trouble.
Yeah, he got a free hit, Connor Barron, didn't he? Just try to shield it out. Braga comes right through the ball and takes a bit of Braga as well. Feels a sore one. I mean, it was brilliant play going back to the Hearts chance. I mean, just admiring it from up here. Yeah. Just the slick passing, the one-touch layoffs, the feed wide out to Kizaridis from Shanklin, and then if he's on his left, he fancies him, but he's right, he just drags it a little bit, and it's hit with a bit of pace so the forwards can't get there to bundle it in the net. Yeah,
brilliant play. Braga's back on his feet. It remains 0-0 after 26 minutes. Just about. The attendance here is 18,829, including that small pocket of Rangers supporters in the school end off to the right hand side of it. As Kingsley prepares to take the throw, and he's taking it level with the 6-yard line, finds Kizaridis. Braga's okay, he's continuing, limping slightly, comes back to Kizaridis, a long, high, deep ball into the Rangers box, which is flicked behind for the corner by Fernandez. Didn't know what was going on behind him, couldn't take any chances there, and it's ended up being an opportunity for Hearts to get this in on top of that Rangers box.
Yeah, it's one of the big looping balls. I think as a defender, you've just got to try and do your best and clear your lines with it. I think the worrying thing for Hearts here is Braga seems to be in some sort of discomfort because that tackle for Connor Barron, and hopefully he can shake that off.
Out swinging corner for the home team, the league leaders. Kizaridis flicked away by Mekhoma. Breaks back to Steinwender. Cushion header to his right for Devlin. Back out to Kizaridis on the far side. taking on McCormack, who's back off the Rangers defender last and out for a Hearts throw-in. Level with the Rangers penalty spot. Oisin McEntee goes out to take. And they got their second at Celtic Park a fortnight ago, which proved to be the winning goal. A seismic victory in terms of Hearts' title ambitions. If they win this, they would be exalted and some. And it comes, it's flicked behind for a goal kick this time. This is Nick Walsh again. The Hearts supporters disagree with him. I think Derry McInnes does too. But on the far side, Hearts 0, Rangers 0 here on Sportsound.
Yeah, I think he got that one right, to be fair. I think Hearts trying the long throw in, Frankie Kent just trying to get a sort of flick on it. Probably gets too much on it and puts out for a goal kick. But Hearts need to try and take the positives and keep doing what they're doing. Can they get more chances? Can they get more slick passing together? I think Rangers, to be fair, from a away point of view, away performance, have started reasonably well. Can they try and fashion another chance, whether it's from a set piece or... I think what Hearts need to watch out is Tavernier, when they do come down this right hand side, is Tavernier's actually leaving that sort of defensive role that he's got and breaking forward. Is Braga being switched on to that and matching him when he does go forward? There's a couple of times that he's got in.
Nice little turn by Mikey Moore, gets away from one, and it was Findlay driving up towards the edge of the box, rolls it wide right for Max Aarons. Low ball across is calmly dealt with there by Steinvender, but it breaks back to Aarons in the box. They give her space to cross it in, back to Tavernier on this right hand side. Poor ball in, cleared by Steinvender. It was good play by Rangers, and in particular by Mikey Moore, as Sterling fires it all the way back to Butland.
It was Steinvender put up a brilliant position though, and Tavernier eventually whipped it in, because he comes across from that right hand side away to this front post here from Rangers right hand side and gets it booted clear, because it was a good position for Rangers.
Devlin caught by Barron. Late challenge, he's getting a word of warning from Nick Walsh. It will be a free kick to Hearts, just inside the centre circle, inside their own half. Knocking on the half hour here in the capital, remains goalless. It's going to be a Hearts free kick, which Devlin takes with the right foot low out to Steinvender on the far side. And McEntee, first time looking for Shanklin. Fernandez, the covering defender, has tried to slice it behind for the corner, under all kinds of pressure from both Shanklin and then Braga. And it's drawn another corner for Hearts.
It's good play, that is basic play, just a ball down the side, your centre half. Lon Shanklin making him uncomfortable, chasing him down. As a defender, the last thing you want to do is be running back towards your own goal and managing to get the corner out of it.
Outswinger from Kizaridis in front of the Rangers supporters. And it comes, it's a low delivery. Braga tries to help it on its way, and it's cleared by Sterling. Devlin goes back to retrieve it and knocks it to Steinvender, who's the deepest outfield player for Hearts here in the wake of that corner. Out to Shanklin on the near side. Shanklin fires it forward with the right foot, goes over the head of McEntee, and all the way through it comes to Butland. Hearts 0, Rangers 0. Hearts haven't lost here since they were beaten by Dundee at the end of April. It was the result that cost Neil Critchley the manager's job here. And it's well documented, Rangers haven't lost an away game since Boxing Day last year. Almost a full 12-month period has elapsed without them losing a league game away from home, as Sterling turns away from Shanklin and finds Tavernier on this near side. Low ball looking for Barron, well read by Devlin again. Doesn't get as many headlines as the likes of Braga, Kizaridis, Shanklin, but my goodness, what a job he does for this Hearts team. He's won it back again off Moore. There's Magnuson out to Steinvender, rolls it down the right side there for Kizaridis. Poking it back to Steinvender on the touchline infield. It comes to Shanklin, first time looking for Kizaridis. Makoma is covering for Rangers and clears with the left foot. Header from McEntee, back into the box it goes. Away by Fernandez, and it drops kindly for Barron, who finds Aarons, who goes long to absolutely nobody, and it comes all the way through to Schwalov. And so again, the Hearts supporters trying to inject some more energy into their side. Best opening 17 games or so into a season since 2005 for the current league leaders. They were 2 points better off than they were that season, and what a season that was. All the headlines came from boardroom level, and George Burley's controversial departure to finish second eventually. It's Fernandez He's under pressure over on the far side. He's got it to Makoma. They're deep inside their own half. The back heel has paid off, and then there's a clumsy challenge there by Steinwender, who's furious with it. I don't think he can have too many complaints. Did Rangers hemmed in there? Yeah. 32 minutes played, Hearts 0, Rangers 0.
He get roped in though. Diamondi had it and then passed it. Got it back and don't get near him. He was cute enough not to get near him the first time, and he just runs close to him, and Diamondi throws himself and gets a free kick. It's a good I'm enjoying the tactical tussle. It's not been a brilliant game, but there's Rangers definitely doing well in midfield when they can get Mikey Moore on it and the extra man, and Hearts when they get down wide there, you see Kizaridis is causing them problems at times. They can get the ball out to him quickly.
Yeah, I think there's little duels, there's little kind of games going on within the game when you see, like as I was saying about Tavernier, when Rangers have safe possession, he busts forward, can Braga match that back? Barron and Cammy Devlin going against each other, or Mikey Devlin dropping into that hole, can somebody pick him up? It's been two good teams, to be fair. Two decent teams going at it. I think both managers will be reasonably happy. I think, as I said, from Hearts' point of view, they've had 2 or 3 really decent chances, and Rangers on the set pieces getting the goal chopped off. I think the manager as well will be sitting there saying, yeah, as an away performance, this has been okay so far.
Rangers win it in the midfield with Raskan, but wanted too long on it. Braga's pinched it back, and now it's with Magnusson, right of the centre circle, finds Shankland up against Barron, rolls it to McEntee on the far side. Steinwender now down the line for Kizaridis, back to McEntee, and Steinwender goes back to Kent. It's very tight, so they're happy to go back to square one to try and build again. Kent for Devlin, low ball, right-footed down the far side. Steinwender in field to Kizaridis, and now with McEntee, back to Steinwender, and then with Devlin, then with Kent. Fires it out to Stuart Findlay on this near side. Findlay just inside the Rangers half. Infield to Magnusson, who goes back to Kent. And out to Devlin, right of the centre circle. And it goes for Steinwender. Now Kizaridis, good possession from Hearts. What can they do in the final third? Kizaridis wins the throw-in off Fernandez.
That's the one they'll spread out their back 4.
So it's taken quickly. Braga inside the box, can only hit it behind for the goal kick. It is Hearts 0, Rangers 0.
Doddsy, do you not think from a Rangers point of view, if you're the manager, you're saying to Mikey Moore that he has to go and sit in Cammy Devlin at times defensively?
Out of possession, yeah. At times you maybe have to drop in. I'm just looking at though if they can spread out when they're in possession, and you see out to Steinwender or Vender, you can see Magomi's not sure where to go, and that leaves Kizaridis, and if one of the centre halves are not across to pick Kizaridis up, they're in trouble. So they're caught in between a rock and a hard place.
Barron wins it off McEntee in the midfield. It's now with Diamondi midway inside the Hearts half, going through the gears under pressure from McEntee. Diamondi turns, gets away from Devlin, goes down, no free kick this time. Raskan looks to switch it. It's a poor ball from Raskan, and then it goes for the throw into Hearts on this near side. Hearts fans unhappy.
Here we go.
There's a little bit of
Cammy Devlin obviously not happy.
Devlin and Diamondi, isn't it?
He thinks Diamondi's had a wee bit of a dive there. Fair play to Diamondi, just giving him a bit back as well. It's what you like to see, I think, as well. Not getting boiling overboard, but you want two players to sort of be in the game, have a go at each other.
Yeah, he's slight Diamondi, but he's like a piece of steel, let me tell you, and he's not having it from They're still at it, he'll not let it up, that's for sure. Devlin's he's moved up a level for me when I watch him now, just from where he was maybe a season or 2 ago to now. He knows he's a good player, it looks like it.
I think for Hearts in the main this year he's controlled games.
Magnusson's ball forward, bounces off Sterling, goes back to Butland. 2 huge games for Hearts these. The Rangers game today, it's 0-0, 9 minutes to play. The derby next Saturday, and then they've got a sequence of games that, well, the Hearts fans will be looking at that sequence of 4 matches and thinking that's 12 points before Celtic come back here. And that's going to go out for a Hearts corner off Raskan on this near side.
So poor from Butland. He likes to show that he's in control. He's not the best with feet. A really good goalkeeper, shot stopper should be, I know that, but he likes to take his time and then clip balls. But Devlin's all over it, reads it, and they get the corner because of it.
Kizaridis comes out to take. on the Hearts' left-hand side as they attack the goal to our left. And there's going to be an in-swinger this time from the Greek. There's a group of Hearts players at the back end of the penalty spot there. He's played it short to Braga, back to Kizaridis, the header's in! Stuart Findlay scores! And Tynecastle erupts here! Fabulous header, which Butland could do absolutely nothing with! And the dream goes on for these Hearts supporters! Stuart Findlay bullets the header into the top left corner! And it is Heart of Midlothian 1, Rangers 0. And if you weren't believing the Hearts have a chance of winning the league this season, you're going to have to start pretty soon, I would suggest.
What a goal. What a goal. I think this full Wheatfield stand, as soon as he played the short corner, all kind of gasped, thinking get it in the box, but Braga takes his touch as if he's going to cross it in, plays it back to Kizaridis. Shows you the quality of him. What an unbelievable ball in. We were talking before the show how big a sort of miss Halkett was going to be with the goals that him and Findlay have scored this year. What a Stuart Findlay, what a header right in the back across the goal into the opposite corner. Superb from Hearts, superb.
Nothing Butland could have done about it, but it was he who helped concede the corner in the first place.
Yeah, he's taking his time with the chip out, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot more to go after that. They could leave 2v1. I don't know if that's set piece coach. Yeah, it looks good offensively, but defensively, you want to leave 2v1 at a short corner. I think you'll be reviewing that situation, and then, I mean, it's a wicked ball in, it's got pace, and Findlay does ever so well, because for me, he's got to come back away a bit, Ryan, and get his neck round it.
Takes a step back.
I mean, it's a brilliant work goal from Hearts, but Rangers set up, I'm not sure of that.
The thing is, there's so much to look at on the sort of Rangers point of view. Butland, given it the experience he's got, shouldn't give it away like that at the start. And then obviously we say it all the time before we come out, set pieces, do you remember your jobs? And somebody's obviously forgot their job at the front bit.
Rangers have a free kick, my goodness, Tavernier slips as he takes it, but it's fortuitously arrived at Max Aarons, who goes down. That's going to be a goal kick to Hearts. Braga and Devlin combine. I mean, the feel-good factor around this place right now is astonishing. These supporters at Tynecastle, when you look at the last decade, perhaps even more than that now, the financial problems the club had, the points deductions, the 2 relegations, the one in the COVID season, which was extremely harsh on not just them, but on Partick Thistle and Stranraer as well. And you consider the roller coaster that these supporters here have been on, the ride they've been on in the last decade or more, to be sitting at the top, potentially 9 points clear before the game at Parkhead kicks off. It is quite astonishing.
They deserve it, I think.
And they've won it back here. Braga off Tavernier, he's in the box, couldn't quite find Shanklin though. Might have been a foul at the edge of the area as well there by Sterling. The referee doesn't think so, and it trickles behind for the goal kick. Rangers have to be careful here because they're up against a whirlwind. 5 minutes to the break, 1-0 Hearts.
Yeah, Tavernier gets caught a little bit, tries to be clever and come away with the ball, but the breaks for Hearts maybe should have done better, Braga, but my word, the recovery and the tenacity of Devlin's frightening. I mean, he was a little terrier in there, then I think it was Aaron's giving him a bit and he's just telling him, shut up, go on with it. And I tell you what, it's a good tussle that. He's been different class in the midfield.
He's relishing this, he's relishing the role in the team, relishing the fact that Hearts will be top of the league at Christmas. We knew that before today. First time a side's done that out with the 2 big Glasgow clubs since Aberdeen in '93. Devlin's been caught, the ref spotted it, he was trying to allow an advantage. And it's going to be a free kick now for Hearts. I think it was Barron again. I think the Hearts supporters feel he should have been booked by now, let alone at this point, but he's managed to avoid that.
I was like Ryan, Liam. I was a good away of performance from Rangers, getting plenty of ball, getting Moore on it, causing a problem. That's why you're saying about dropping in, and it's just if we can get Moore on it, like I'm talking like defensively, but offensively, if you can get him on it, it was a good away performance. They were causing problems, but Hearts have had 1 or 2 and they've taken the lead, so it's how Rangers bounce back.
Braga, lovely header, Shanklin, tight angle, scores! Doesn't matter about the tight angle.
2-0.
Roland Shankland, who has just doubled the Hearts lead in double quick time for the title challengers. An outstanding low rifle finish underneath Barnes into the bottom left corner. And Hearts have a 2-goal cushion now as they look to make it 4 from 4 against the two big Glasgow clubs this season, as they look to win the title for the first time since 1960 and to end the stranglehold from the West that has manifested itself for 4 decades now. It's wonderful from Shankland. It's 12 for the season, and it's Heart of Midlothian 2, Rangers 0 before the break.
Lads, what is going on here? I mean, I was literally just about to say, Hearts have been absolutely brilliant. Can they get to half-time 1-0 up? Well, on the Hearts front, as soon as it falls to Lawrence, you know he's going to hit it there, but I tell you what, Dodgy, you'll probably clarify this here. Jack Butland's been at fault for both their goals. He started the first one with that slack pass out, trying to be too cute, and he has to save that. He cannot be beat from that angle at his near post, through his legs. And again, you go back to it in Rangers, this is where their big players have to stand up. Their experience. He's one of the most experienced players, and he comes out and you see him when he does his press conferences and all that, giving it all the big ones. This game matters. This is, if I'm a Rangers player, I'm absolutely fuming at him. Fuming at half-time.
Yeah, a wee bit before it, yes, when the header was won far too easily and flicked on, but Shankland, we think he's going to get a better angle, but the ball seems to be going away from him. He's only 2 yards from the touchline, and the angle's right against him, and he catches it sweet as a nut. But Butland's had a shocker, let's be honest. It's getting right through him, but take nothing away from Shankland. What a strike it was.
The dream is on. These Hearts supporters, 100% it's on, and Taverniers misjudged it. Shankland in the box, wins the corner, though the Hearts fans want a penalty for handball against Sterling. They do have a corner though. Final minute of the 45, we're hearing 3 are going to be added on at the end of it. In fact, 2 it is, so 3 to play.
There's Rangers' problems right there, just empty it down a channel, and they're in all sorts of trouble.
Hearts looking for a 3rd goal here, and we're not even at half-time. Kingsley will take, outswinger with the left foot. Into the box it comes. It's headed well wide in the end there by Findlay. Man who got the first goal to take his tally to 5. His first season on loan from Oxford United here at Tynecastle. So used to seeing him pop up at Kilmarnock where he worked with Derry McInnes last term. And he's weighed in. We know Halkett's weighed in with plenty as well. Findlay with the header with the opener. Shankland with the second. The fabulous finish. 2 minutes confirmed, added on at the end. We're into the first of them. Hearts 2, Rangers 0. Bouncing ball, Fernandes heads out for a throw-in. Rangers are bang up against the ropes here.
Yeah, they just need half-time now. And I mean, it's a big half-time for Danny Rowe. What does he say to them? How does he galvanise them? How do they try and get themselves back into the game? I mean, it's right now I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, I don't particularly know what they're going to do here to get back into the game. Half-time's coming at the right time for them.
Not for Hearts, who continue to rampage forward. Shankland tried to find Braga. Rangers have dug themselves out, and it's Barron rolling it to Raskan on the far side. And he wins the throw-in after the challenge from Steinvender. They got away with one early on, Hearts. Miofsky tapping home, but he was offside. They were let off the hook, and they've taken full advantage of that. As we go into the second of the 2 minutes added on at the end of the first half. Kent with a big up and under into the Rangers half. Braga's forced it back to Shankland. Challenge from Diamonde, who then goes in on McEntee. Free kick, Hearts. No further punishment at the moment. I don't think. Nick Walsh having a little think about it. And he summoned Diamonde, who slid into the challenge. The one thing I would say is that the challenge, if you're on the other side of it, Nick Walsh would have had a better view just how nasty it was from Diamonde, but he's lunged in there. It's always a dangerous game.
Yeah, I don't think he's caught him as much as McAtee's making out, but there was one in Europe he did the same, and then they reviewed it, and you can't see it from here. Nick Walsh wasn't in a great position, he was behind him as well, but McAtee goes down, foul, nothing given, so couldn't have been that bad. Sorry, what I'm saying with that is VAR would have had a look if he was over the top.
Yeah, it seems as though play is about to resume. Not for much longer, right enough. The 2 minutes have come and gone. There'll be a little bit on top of that because of that incident. Kizaridis with the Hearts free kick, drifts it to the left-hand side of the box, headed back towards the 18-yard line where Sterling manages to thump it up into the air. There's the half-time whistle. There's the standing ovation from the home supporters. And little wonder. We're in absolute dreamland down Gorgie Road these days. And they've got a 2-0 lead against Rangers, who, had the Ibrox side come here and won, would have considered themselves title challengers. Not in this showing right now because they're up against the ropes in the capital. Stuart Findlay's header after Miovski's goal was ruled out for offside gave Hearts the lead, and within 5 minutes it was 2. Shanklin smashing home from the tight angle, right hand side of the box, under Butland into the bottom left corner. As the maroon and white half of Edinburgh eye up a 9-point lead once again at the top of the top flight, albeit we would have played 2 more matches than Celtic, who will play one of those games this afternoon. That one kicks off against Aberdeen at 3. But for now, at the break at Tynecastle Park, there's no sign that this Hearts team's going to wilt. It is Heart of Midlothian 2, Rangers 0.
Every goal.
Brilliant goal! My goodness me!
Every game.
It is absolutely bedlam in the away end!
Every kick of the ball.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing here!
This is Sports Sound
Sports Sound.
from BBC Radio Scotland.
2 Doors
I've
Down
never
returns
been
to
to a match
BBC
in
One
this
Scotland with a brand new Christmas special on
That
Christmas
and-
Eve. So in the spirit of goodwill to all colleagues, I'm inviting our BBC neighbours from 2 floors down to join me up in the Radio Scotland studio.
Have you got any mince pies?
Ones with all the cream on the top.
You got the ones with the brandy in them? Oh, I like the sound of it. I haven't got any mince pies.
The 2 Doors Down Christmas Takeover with Brian Burnett. Christmas Eve from 1:30 on BBC Radio Scotland and Sounds. And don't miss 2 Doors Down Christmas Special. Christmas Eve at 10 on BBC One Scotland and iPlayer.
You'll have to bring your own mince pies.
This is Sports Sound. We're live here on BBC Radio Scotland with me, Richard Gordon. Stuart Findlay's 5th of the season. He joins Craig Halkett on that number, so the 2 big central defenders weighing in 10 goals between them. Lawrence Shanklin has 12 on his own because he smashed in the second just a few minutes later. And right now it is the league leaders who are very much in control of this one. They're unbeaten at home since the 26th of April in the league. Rangers hadn't lost away from home since Boxing Day last year. They're going to have to pull off one heck of a comeback in the second half if they are to maintain not just that, but their current run of 11 without defeat. It has been all action, perhaps at times not the best football you've ever seen, but you could never question the desire and the determination, I mean, from both sets of players for part of the game at least. But wow, Hearts have absolutely taken control, certainly since about the quarter mark of the game. They've got those 2 goals. Ryan Stevenson, we talked about self-belief beforehand. They must be absolutely full of it right now in the way that they've turned things around.
Oh, I mean, I don't really know what to say. I mean, listen, did they get a big slice of luck with the offside goal? And it just shows you how games can change, because Rangers started well. We know how good Tavernier is from dead ball situations, and Hearts got a bit of luck. And I said as soon as the goal was chopped off, you could just hear the fans sort of, and again, this is because everything's going well and they're engaging with the players and they're engaging with the manager, and the fans just sort of lifted the players. It was as if Hearts had scored a goal, and ever since that moment, Hearts just sort of grew into the game. They had really good chances. They had a couple of sort of phases of slick play where they get Kizaridis in, and a couple of good chances. But then, if any team is going to go and do well in a season and go and compete for a league or be up the top of the league, you need your centre half to score goals. And Findlay, I was, as soon as they took the short corner, I thought I just put it in, and it was a great bit of play. Rangers probably should have defended it better, but a great header from Findlay. And I mean, then obviously they get the goal, the second goal quickly after that from Lawrence. Lawrence doing what he does, good striker play. If you don't shoot, you don't score. I mean, it's an acute angle, and Jack Butland, when I think the Rangers' point of view, will be looking at it, and he'll be at fault probably for both of the goals when you dissect it back. But I mean, from a Hearts point of view, half time, 2-0 up, it's unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable.
The early goal for Rangers, it was Tavernier whipped it in, Billy. It was Fernandez with a header. It might just have sneaked in, maybe more likely to have hit the post or gone inches wide. Miovski does tap it in. When you see the first replays, you actually think it does look as if Stuart Findlay's back foot might just be playing him onside, but they drew the lines. And Miovski, of course, is leading forward. He's got the momentum, and it just his back. It's marginal. It's as tight as it could possibly be. But that was the call made by the officials. Rangers did have another opportunity or two after that. Raskin with a free header, and Moore with a low shot, which Shvolov made a great save from. But from that point onwards, it's been all about Hearts, hasn't it?
It has. I mean, as you said, I thought I was enjoying the tactical tussle, if you want to call it that, and there wasn't much in the game. Both sides had a couple of chances each. Kizarides cutting in as well, and then you went through the Rangers' chances. Thought from a Rangers point of view it was an okay, pretty decent first half performance, and then suddenly they just wilted, and it came from Jack Butland, who is a right good goalkeeper, but it's not his finest asset on the deck. When he knows that, he tries to show that he's composed and just clips one, takes his time. But Devlin's all over it. I mean, he's been all over the pitch, Devlin, anyway, but he's all over it. Wins the header, they get the corner, and then they score from it. And then he just has a nightmare. He has a shocker at the goal because route one flicked on, you think, oh, he's going to hit it, it's going to be a good angle for him, but he goes wide, Lawrence Shanklin, and you think, oh, he'll not try anything for there, he'll just clip it back in, but just strikes a half volley, but it just catches Big Jack out and straight through him. I don't know if it went through his leg, Richard.
Between the post and his left foot. I mean, he kind of almost buckles.
That's worse.
Do you know what? If he stands up and he sticks that foot out, he saves it. But he buckles in his left leg for some reason, and he allows just a little bit of a gap between his foot, which he's moved away from the post. The space between there, and it's I mean, it's a really instinctive and clinical strike by Shanklin. He's done everything he can, Billy, hasn't he? He's got the ball on target, but the keeper has to save it. I mean, the keeper has made a complete mess of that.
He's flushed it, Shanklin, there's no doubt, looking at the striker's point of view, absolutely flushed it, got the angles to perfection. I mean, to squeeze it in at that angle without a goalkeeper even being there would be pretty good, but the goalkeeper's in front of him as well. If it goes through his legs, I can understand sometimes he can't get them close quickly enough, but he's obviously misjudged where the post and the space is, because so goalkeeper's rule, as you know, you can't be beaten at your near post, and he was, and it's not been his best day. He saved Rangers a lot this season, but today has not been his finest.
And now it is, it's all about, Rangers trying to find a way of regaining a foothold in this, but from a Hearts point of view, Billy, Derek just wants them out and to pick up exactly as they have been for the past 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, once they get their goals, they kind of gives them a huge lift and they dominate, and you can understand that. Goals do that. Rangers are going to have to counter it. I think they might go a back four, take one of the five off, maybe Aaron's off and puts Tavernier to right back and try and get him forward, and maybe get another man into midfield or up front just to try and get back in the game. But they're going to have to do something, because since the goals, in which was a tight game and there was chances for both, Hearts have dominated since they've gone in front.
Yeah, and they want to just try to maintain that. I mean, it could go either way, I suppose, Ryan. I mean, I suppose there are various ways it could go in actual fact. It could just stick with it is, but Rangers either really push on and get back into this, or you could see Hearts exploiting any spaces that Rangers might leave, and it could end up being a very, very difficult afternoon for the visitors.
Yeah, well, listen, I think if you're in the Rangers change room right now, the one thing you'll be saying is we have to get the next goal. If we get the next goal, everybody knows that, that's been involved in football and watches football. 2-0. If you can get a goal back, everything sort of changes. The momentum of the game can change. And if you're sitting in the Hearts changing room, Derek McInnes will be saying to them, listen lads, nothing changes. Can we keep going doing what we're doing? And if we get the next goal, the game will be done. I mean, Danny Roll's now going to earn his money now, isn't he? Because it's such a big game for Rangers. I think they've been so good. We've obviously, I was saying it to my friends on the way up the road in the car, how good their away record's been. You have said it before the game started. They've been so good away from home. They need to try and get something out of the game. Even if it's a point, they have to get the next goal. They have to get something out of this game, because if Hearts go and get the 3 points, I mean, again, we're only at Christmas time, I understand that, but to go 12 points clear, I mean, it's such a massive gap, and Hearts just don't look like they're going to stop anytime soon. So it's a big 45 minutes coming up for Rangers, and on the flip side of that, it's a massive 45 for Hearts, because one, the performance-wise since the goal got chopped off has been superb. And Derek will probably be stating that, lads, can we go and make a statement here? Can we go and get the next goal? Because I think if they do get another goal, as you're saying there, it could be 3 or 4, and what a statement that would be.
There's still a long way to go. We know that games can change very quickly indeed, but everything we've seen so far suggests that if Hearts can maintain the form that they've been showing and the intensity that they have displayed throughout, then it is going to be very, very difficult for Rangers to get back into this. If indeed Hearts go on and get the win, they move on to 41 points.
Yeah, they must be getting
9 points clear of Celtic by the time they kick off against Aberdeen, or at least in the early part of that game. We will have that one live as well, and players will be back at Tynecastle shortly. That will continue across most of the frequencies, and of course on digital sounds, online at bbc.co.uk/sportscotland, also at the website, and you'll have the option online as well, and on digital, Celtic against Aberdeen. So that's going to be on the Radio Scotland Extra channel. So if you're on BBC Sounds and you want to listen through there, choose the BBC Radio Scotland Extra channel for Celtic against Aberdeen. That's in just a couple of minutes' time. We'll build up, we'll hear from both managers. We'll reconfirm the team news. Liam already gave that out, and then we'll have live commentary of that one to come. That will continue on Radio Scotland Extra until the conclusion of Hearts against Rangers, and then we'll all be back together again for the last couple of hours of the programme, with you through until 5:30, and of course plenty to look back on. All the highlights will be on Sports Scene tonight. 7:15 BBC Scotland channel from today's 2 games, and of course the ones from yesterday as well. In the SWPL this afternoon, full-time early was Hamilton 1, Montrose 1. With about 20 minutes to go in these 3 matches, it's Aberdeen 0, Rangers 3, Hibernian 1, Celtic 2, Partick Thistle 1, Motherwell 1. The 4:10, big one it is, Hearts against Glasgow City. Hearts will start the game having slipped back into 3rd place on goal difference. Glasgow City starting 4 points clear at the top of the table, so we'll keep an eye on those matches. Celtic, they've twice been in front in that game at Meadowbank Stadium, and into the final 20 minutes they are leading, which would keeps them as the live table stands alongside both Hearts and Rangers on 31 points, 4 points behind Glasgow City. Anyway, more on that. We'll keep an eye on what is happening there, and of course we've got all the live action to come. The stadium absolutely buzzing there at Tynecastle. It wasn't perhaps the start that the Hearts fans were hoping for, but my goodness, they have taken a real grip on that game since. And those goals from Finlay and Shankland. Shankland with his 12th goal of the season. In fact, Derek McInnes was talking about that before the game, wasn't it? We've got a couple of guys there in Bragg and Shankland who are both on course for 20 goals this season. If they can maintain that kind of run, that kind of form, and provide those sort of goals. He was dead right, wasn't he? This is going to, that would be another factor as to why Hearts can keep this potentially going all the way to the end of the season.
Things like that win you the league, Richard. I mean, it's one thing that Rangers can't say this season. They've not got a striker who factor in double figures, so it's amazing that Rangers are up there, but when you get Braga and Shankland for Hearts, that gives you a hell of a chance. and then you've got a manager who usually handles most situations. I'm not going to jinx him, but shutting up shop, making it tough for teams, usually good at seeing games out. So it's all set up, but Rangers need to do something to try and get back in it. Ryan was talking about the next goal, correctly so. They need it, but they've not scored enough goals this season either, so it's going to be a tough ask.
Right, now's the choice, or the chance for you to make a choice and decide what you want to listen to for the next little while. If you do want to hear the second half of Heart of Midlothian against Rangers, that will continue across most of the frequencies with Billy Dodge, Ryan Stevenson and Liam McLeod. If you want to hear the build-up and then the commentary from Celtic Park, Celtic against Aberdeen, make sure you're tuned in to BBC Radio Scotland Extra.
Football from Sports Sound
on BBC Radio Scotland.
Welcome back to Timecast. For those of you who have picked the second half, Hearts 2, Rangers 0. Both sets of players are back out on the park. Hearts an incredible 25 points better off after 17 games than they were a year ago when they were rooted to the bottom at this time. Now it's changed. History may beckon in the months to come for these Hearts supporters. It took them until match day 30 to accumulate 37 points last season and get themselves over the 40 mark. As Braga kicks off the second half, Rangers have made a change at the start of the second half. Sharmiti on for Diamande, so positive move by Danny Rule, but his team are 2-0 down as Mikey Moore picks up. Moore actually started the game pretty well, but they were seldom able to get him involved in the play as Aarons goes down on the far side to win the free kick. So Schwolov in goal for Hearts, Steinbender, Kent, Finlay got the first goal, and Kingsley, McEntee and Devlin, Kizaridis, Magnuson, Braga, Shanklin who got the second. For Rangers now, Butland in goal, Tavernier, Sterling, Fernandez, Aarons, Mekhoma, Barron, Raskan, Moore, Chermiti and Miovski. Rangers in the all-orange with white flashes going from right to left towards the Roseburn Stand school end, and Hearts in the maroon and white towards Gorgie Road. Billy Dodds.
Yeah, Rangers straight into a back four. Tavernier's going into midfield, taking Diamandi's position. They've gone a diamond now as well, because Raskan's sitting at the base of it, Barron one side, Tavernier the other, Mikey Moore at the top, and then the two strikers up front.
Long ball from Butland, Sharmiti flicking on, looking for Miovski, and behind him Kent's there to mop up and clears up high into the air as Aarons finds Tavernier. Forward to Sharmiti, looking to get it into the path of Barron. He gets there in the end and finds Miovski, but it's well defended by Kingsley. The North Macedonian ran into him, and McEntee puts it clear. Sterling gets there ahead of Braga to win the header, but it's broken to Shanklin. Aarons had his hands all over Shanklin's jersey. He had a poor season last time, even though he was still their top scorer, Lawrence Shanklin, but my goodness, he's playing with a real freedom just now and playing with real leadership qualities as well as the goal-scoring qualities we know that he possesses. He's been outstanding.
It was a great striker play there, just holding it up, fighting off the Rangers players, trying to get it off him. And again, that just breeds confidence through the full team. When you can play it into your striker and he holds it up, it allows midfielders to get up close to him as well. It allows the full team to get up. He's such a big player, and I think, as you're saying there, after last season as well, I think he would have come into this season having a point to prove.
There's a lot of uncertainty last season about his contractual situation.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's a lot to take on. A lot of people don't understand that and don't see that. It's a lot for him off the park as well to deal with. And I think he has, and I think he's just come back even better, hasn't he? And I mean, from a Rangers point of view, they're probably sitting there thinking, why did we not sign him?
Hearts down to 10 at the moment because Magnuson's got a burst nose and they're frantically trying to fix that. So Rangers up against 10 men at the moment, and they've got an attacking throw-in which is going to get bowled into the box by Tavernier. Hearts head clear through Kingsley. Breaks back to Tavernier on the far side. He wins his team the corner. Rangers in a big hole here in the capital.
Yeah, but that's the question. I mean, Tavernier just launching in there, Raskin at the front here, trying to flick on, comes back to Tavernier, he gets there first, tries to spin across, gets a corner.
Magnuson's back on the pitch to defend this corner. He picks up Miovski. Outswinger from Tavernier, and it comes towards the penalty spot. Sterling can't get onto it, and He breaks kindly for Kizaridis, he's able to pop it out to Braga on the near side. Can he keep it in play? Yes he can. Fancies his chances against Dujon Sterling, who is pacey himself and gets it back to his goalkeeper, and Butland clears. We have managed to see replays of the second Hearts goal and Jack Butland's involvement in that. My goodness, he just pulled his foot away from potentially trying to save it. Saw on the big screens here, even the Hearts supporters were surprised of the nature of the goalkeeper on that occasion, as Kizaridis picks up and slips it into the Rangers box here, right side for Shanklin. Gets it back to Kizaridis, chance to potentially shoot, he does, it's blocked and Barron clears. A third Hearts goal, it is lights out.
I think he could have maybe hit that a bit earlier, half a second earlier there. He takes a good touch, good play from him and Lawrence Shanklin, but he takes his first touch and I just thought, take the touch, hit it. And he takes a touch, kind of takes that extra second, allows the Rangers defender to get in and get a block on it.
I think if he was right-footed he probably would have, Ryan, but that left foot wasn't it, but he was getting round it to hit the perfect shot. Brilliant from Shanklin again. I mean, he's another one like Devlin, just moved to another level. I mean, he never used to take part. I'm not talking about Hearts days, but you go back to even the United days, Dundee United, he never took part in the hold-up, the build-up, bringing players into the game. My Lord, what a change in a guy.
Well, I read an interesting piece with Lawrence Shanklin earlier in the week where he was talking about working under Derek McInnes at Aberdeen when he was an 18-year-old. They signed him from Queen's Park and he couldn't handle playing for a top-flight club at that time. My goodness, he leads a top-flight club here, the league-leading top-flight club. As Magnuson wins it back in the midfield for Hearts. He'll pick up with McEntee right of the centre circle, gets it forward there to Kizaridis. Back to Shanklin, first time looking for McEntee. Nakoma's going to have to be careful here. McEntee gets there first, pulls it back across, and Braga volleys it down into the ground with Magnuson waiting behind him. Shanklin berating his teammate there. Even though they lead 2-0, it's the leadership I'm talking about. He knew if that comes to Magnuson, he's got a big chance.
Braga knows, because you can see Braga sheepishly walking away with his head down while the both of them are screaming at him. I mean, it's great play again from Hearts, good interchange, and again, all that good interchange, and then they play just one long ball over the top, good runners, it's a good cross in, and I think Magnuson's running onto it there. Braga just has to leave it. He has to just get himself out the way to let Magnuson go and have a shot at goal.
McEntee did brilliantly as well to get the cross in, but you're right. I mean, going back, you said that greedy strikers, you midfielder, you'd have been giving me pelters if I had that.
I'd be giving you the death stare there for the next 5-10 minutes.
Long ball from Butland, helped in sweep by Chermiti. Miovski trying to get onto it. Finlay's header has just enough to get it back to Alexander Svolov, who's really been untroubled in the match. Did have to pick the ball out of his net early on, the offside Miovski goal, but Rangers are not really making him save anything.
The deflected shot from Moore was his best save because he got it away from goal.
That's the only occasion, isn't it?
The only one, but one thing to do, and he did it brilliantly, because he could have palmed that into a striker or central, but he didn't. He got it away from goal, and then Magoma had the next effort and goal. But really good save because of the deflection. But you're right, it's not been worked enough.
Rangers have it with Raskan right of the centre circle in the Hearts half, plays it short to his left for Barron. One thing is for sure, Rangers need the next goal, and it's with Mikey Moore on this left side. He's going to get away from a couple of maroon shirts. He gets the ball in towards the edge of the box. It's an easy clearance for Kent. Long ball forward, bouncing ball. Shanklin trying to cause carnage, but Fernandez does enough to get it back to Butland. And now it's played short to Raskan. Remember, Celtic Aberdeen to come. That's going to be live on BBC Radio Scotland. Extra, the build-up continuing there as Rangers try and find a route back into this. Celtic Aberdeen, BBC Radio Scotland, Extra 810 medium wave and on digital. You're on FM and Sounds. It remains 2-0 to Hearts. It's Rangers down the right there, and then it's going to go out for a throw-in. Max Aaron's over it.
It's a brilliant header from Steinbender. Honestly, I think Rangers are in. Tavernier picks a brilliant ball. Moore and Miovski have got in behind that Hearts defence, and he comes from nowhere and get himself deeper and get it away. Brilliant header.
He's been great since he come back into the team as well, so he has. But I think see Derek McInnes, they're going absolutely crazy at Braga since that opportunity. He's gave the ball away a couple of times.
Yeah, so's Barron there, straight to Shanklin. Now Hearts trying to spring Rangers on the counter. Shanklin rolls it to his left for Braga. Steinvender's in a wonderful position to his right. Braga's continuing his run up to the edge of the box, and has it nicked off him. And Steinvender's now berating the Hearts number 10. And Rangers are actually going to get a free kick for a foul there on Aarons. Gets the head up. Steinvender has the freedom of Tynecastle down this right side.
Do you know what? he's been unbelievable, and he is an unbelievable player. But sometimes when he does, if he makes a mistake, I think he then tries to overcompensate for making that mistake. And the last 2 or 3 times, what he's tried to do, he's held on to the ball too long, he's lost it. He runs through there, and if he just lifts his head, he plays it out wide to Steinvender. Steinvender's in. He just needs to I can see Derek McInnes shout. He just needs to settle himself down, get himself back into the game. Magnussen's obviously an issue for them just now, been back off the pitch as well.
Yeah, he has. He's been back off to get a little bit more treatment of that facial injury. The Hearts playing with 10 at the moment, but they lead this match 2-0. Despite the berating of Claudio Braga from Shanklin and Steinvender, they are 2-0 up, and as it stands, cruising. The Rangers have the ball again down the right here with Max Aarons. Midway inside the Hearts half. Rolls it back to Sterling. Rangers unbeaten on the road in the league in almost exactly a year.
You need to try and get him back on here quickly. So
yeah, as McHoma finds Barron and into the centre circle for Raskan. Derek McInnes is urging his medics to hurry up. It's Aarons down the right, Tavernier, Devlin for company. Tavernier gets it across, it's booted away by Findlay. Aarons' header comes bouncing off Braga and falls back to Aarons, who shifts it infield to Raskan. Raskan then to the left of the centre circle for Fernandez. Still Magnussen waits to come back on. Derek McInnes pushing him back onto the pitch. As McHoma comes down the left, brilliantly defended by Steinvender, who wins the free kick, caught between the man and the ball. Free kick to Hearts, 2-0 to Hearts, and they've got through the first 10 minutes of the second half unscathed. Not that they've had much to defend.
Do you know what that is? That's just good management, game management. I think you'll understand it. They're down to 10 men. Can he just buy the free kick, which he does? Steinvender, he gets his body in front of it, buys the free kick, allows his team to just take a breath, get themselves back up the park, get Magnussen back on the park as well. Great play.
See, when they knew Magnussen was off, the work rate of the 9 outfield were incredible, doing the job of 2 men, and Devlin again going out and block across when Rangers get in behind.
Shanklin scoops the ball towards Braga at the edge of the Rangers box, but Aarons is there to rifle it clear. Chermiti gives chase, Findlay gets there first, brilliant defending again. I mean, they can do no wrong right now, this Hearts team.
Yeah.
Every single one of them is making a big contribution.
What I will say, on another day that actually doesn't come off and Chermiti runs through and goal.
Steinvender losing out to Raskan.
But we'll take
Fernandez.
it. We'll take it.
I'm sure they will.
He's gone to clear it though, hasn't he? And it's just, it looks as if he just whipped round, timed the tackle definitely, but it wasn't. He tried to blast it. It come off the off.
So far in that second half. Willie, 5 changes for your old side, unsurprisingly, coming back after Europe. Is that a lineup equipped to cause problems for Celtic this afternoon?
Well, I would think so, and I would hope so. And I suppose, a big part of it is how Celtic actually adapt to the manager's instruction and the new formation. But as far as Aberdeen's concerned, yeah, I mean, I think it's a very recognisable back 5, and I think at times there will be.
So I trust my team. Test was negative.
No blood in the prostate.
No structural abnormalities.
You go and take the game by the scruff of the neck and get something out of this game.
We saw Hearts come from 3-0 down, of course, here.
No matter how obvious it might seem. It means you're wrong. It's one of your assumptions is wrong. If something doesn't make sense, it can't be real. So, what are our assumptions? We don't have any, we're just guessing and testing.
We assume the tests are right.
We've already redone them twice. Let's go more basic. What's more basic than the test results? Test themselves. What does a biopsy consist of? You take a sample, define sample. It's a small...
Anything like his best, and Lazetic is one that, at times he looks as though he's capable, and then at other times he gets too involved with the defenders, centre-backs. He's only got one to choose, of course, to get involved with this afternoon. So I'm hoping that he doesn't and maybe plays on his shoulder, but he is a young player, still got to develop. So I think that's Aberdeen's main issue, is to find the back of the net. I think the other players have been really impressive. I think Stuart Armstrong, I've spoken about him a number of occasions, playing at the top of his game. She's playing slightly deeper as well, seemed to have brought the best out in him. Carlson is a player that catches the eye and looks as though he can be a real threat. He's just got to do it more often in my book. And as far as Keskinen is concerned, he does an awful lot of good work, but in and around the box he doesn't create, he doesn't produce the telling cross. When he gets into positions, invariably scoring positions, invariably he doesn't take the opportunity, but he does get you up the park and he is a threat. And I think, you know, looking at these four linking together, you know, and watching them recently, then they do have a really good understanding. So I think that there has been an improvement, obviously an improvement since the start of the season. I think Jimmy Tillene's still working at it. It's very much work in progress, that I would suggest, and there's one gaping error that I'm sure Jimmy Tillene will be hoping that won't be so prevalent this afternoon, and that's someone to actually find the back of the net for Aberdeen. I think the rest is looking, you know, reasonable. Still a lot of work to do to get up to the level that has now been set by the old Hearts of Midlothian, who are rampant just now, and Aberdeen's got to set their sights on you know, producing something like that. So here's an opportunity for them. Celtic, you know, not doing particularly well in terms of results, very patchy in terms of the performances, very uncertain in terms of their shape. So can Aberdeen take advantage of it? That's a big question.
Well, that's what they'll be hoping. Amy did ask Jimmy Tillene in the interview there, Willie, is this a good time to be playing Celtic given what they're going through? He is never going to say so. Do you believe it is?
Well, you know Jimmy Tillene now, Richard, and he's not going to answer any kind of questions that are posed that I think is going to lead him down a rabbit hole, is he? And I think he's absolutely right not to comment on Celtic. There's plenty of people commenting on Celtic. I don't think he needs to you know, take part in that. I think what he has to do, and you know Jimmy, and you know his interview style, focus on game to game and focus on his own team, and that's what he's got to do. And I don't think he can be distracted. It's been a heavy workload for Aberdeen playing in Europe as well, and I think they've dealt with it particularly well, although the results have not been great and some of the performances have been patchy and some have been disastrous, but the league form has improved, so he's got to forget about you know, Celtic, the trouble that they're in, the uncertainty, the demonstration outside, the fact that the fans are disconnected with the manager, the players, and probably more importantly the board, and just get on with the job in hand. The job in hand this afternoon is to try and win the 3 points.
Hearts have just passed up a golden opportunity to make it 3-0 against Rangers. I think it was Braga going down the left, cut inside, running away from the Rangers defence, passed in to Lawrence Shankland, who found himself clear inside the area, right at the edge of the area, and he side-footed wide when you'd have put the mortgage on him, making it 3-0. So still 2-0 for Rangers, for Hearts against Rangers. They just ticked beyond the hour mark in that one. Pat, how would you assess just the atmosphere around the stadium, the club, in the back or off the back of this horrendous run that they've been on since the new manager, and of course all the disquiet, all the discontent there is behind the scenes?
Well, listen, there was lots of people outside, and I think they had a bit of a protest when I came up. There was loads, but that is a group. There's a lot of other fans inside the stadium, a lot of Celtic supporters that I speak to. Yes, they're frustrated. Yes, they wanted to see the club push on from where they were last year in the Champions League. Absolutely. And that didn't happen. But they want to support the team. They want to be there. You know, the protests and all that. Yes, let people get on with it, but do it in the right manner. All of that type of stuff. But there's a lot of fans here that just want to come out, see the team win, see the support. And you know, every manager that comes into Celtic for a period needs to be respected, and for me that's critical that the manager gets that little bit of respect. Yes, he needs to win games. We all know that. We're not daft in the fact that, you know, Celtic's history is about winning games and doing well and winning championships and all that. And if that doesn't happen, then you're under pressure. But for me, it's about, let's see what the next. Well, the game today is critical, I think, from that point of view. There will be a lot of. And I don't have a problem with the fans in the stands when they come and pay their money and letting the manager and the players know that they're not happy. That's happened throughout our career. Wooly's career, my career, when things aren't going well, but do it in the right manner. That's all. I think that's all I would ask of them. And from that perspective, and from the manager's perspective, he's got to not just get the players to believe, but get the fans to believe. And the only way that you're going to do that is by winning games. Now, yes, the performance is important, but at this moment in time, the critical factor is that he has got to get a result today, and that's not just a draw, it's a win. And that then might buy them a little bit of time to build on what he's trying to achieve with the players. A lot of hard games coming up. Transfer windows round the corner. They must have their homework done, and I think the CEO has said that they've been sitting down talking about players and that. But if he gets beat today, then it becomes probably a different type of story and a different reaction inside this ground. But overall, everybody probably around here at the moment is discussing it, talking about it. The crowd is coming in. It'll be a big crowd here today again. There's always a big fixture against Aberdeen. And but that's what they'll be talking about before the game. They'll be listening to people like ourselves talking about it also, and discussing what we think and what we don't think, and they'll agree with it or disagree, but that's the nature of the beast.
The key thing for Aberdeen, Willie, is to keep that crowd quiet, to get that crowd on edge, I suppose, and then that can transmit to the players, isn't it? Is this all about trying to ensure they don't give Celtic any openings, any encouragement in the earliest part of the match?
Well, obviously, I think when you come down here at any time, Richard, that's part of the mind is set is that you want to keep this game alive for as long as possible, or you want to get your nose in front actually, and then allow the crowd to do what crowds will do down here in East End of Glasgow, and that's get a little bit frustrated, and that frustration can then spill onto the park as well. And if that does and it affects the players, then it gives you a better opportunity to actually take the 3 points and win the game. So that is a big part of it. But the other part as well is to have belief, and have belief in your own ability. And Aberdeen's got some very decent players out there, but they've got to perform as a team. They've got to make sure that they're not giving anything away. Certainly in midweek, they were the masters of their own downfall, to be perfectly honest. The way they defended, the way they gave opportunities, easy opportunities up. Now you've got to eliminate that from your game down here. You can't give Celtic, with the forward players that they've got, yeah, they've been missing chances recently, but they've got quality, and if you give them opportunities early in the game, if you're not doing what you should be doing, and certainly for me that's not the goalkeeper passing it to two centre backs inside the box. I think you've got to eradicate that from your game and get a little bit further up the park. I think if you're on top and you're playing against lesser opposition, that's okay, but I think just now, particularly in the first half, don't take any chances defensively. Don't allow Celtic easy opportunities. You've got to defend properly, but you've also got to be a threat going forward, and Aberdeen can be a threat going forward. And the way Celtic are defending, they've never been noted to be the best defensive team in the country, although they tend not to lose many goals, but that's usually because of dominating possession and dominating the game, and it's very difficult to get into their half. I think that's not the case recently, so Aberdeen have got to get that Celtic defence, that three-man defence that Wilfred Nancy seems to be sticking very solidly with, and get them tested, get them really tested early in the game, and get the atmosphere here turned.
Well, look, in here they're trying to get the atmosphere going in a positive sense there. Pat, look, the bottom line is take away Roma, but the three domestic matches that Wilfred Nancy has played, he's actually got some decent stuff out of the team in the early part of matches, but they need to, obviously they were ahead against Dundee United. It should have been further ahead. That's going to be the big thing for him, isn't it? Not only getting in front, but maybe even trying to get two in front to try to take away any potential nerves.
Yeah, listen, they could have, you're right, they could have been 2-3 goals up in that first half, and they played very well in that first half from an attacking perspective, but they were still wide open. Listen, it was down the hill that they were playing, and balls played up to Johnny Kenny. He tried to do what was asked of him to hold the ball up and take players, and he did it quite well, but Dundee United were almost wide open. They were playing kind of a mid-block space in behind them. They were trying to step somebody from one of the centre halves into midfield to connect with one of the Celtic's 4 against 3 in there, and they were leaving huge gaps, and Celtic got in behind them in so many occasions, especially down that left hand side, and that in second half was a completely different story, and that's because Dundee United pressed them high and Celtic had no answer to that, and they couldn't get their head up to pass that ball into Johnny Kenny or beyond Johnny Kenny or for Maeda, and then they became really vulnerable, and that's the problem. You start off, and no doubt today that will be the case also. It's interesting when we talk about a conventional back three, you know, I hated a back three as a goalkeeper because you never had any cover at the back post. It was always and in the old days people used to play with 2 up front, so they pulled the centre half on the opposite side all over the place, and you never had any cover, and when you looked at it you felt the defensive structure was gone. Obviously it's different now, most teams play with 1 up front so you can hold your position, but in saying that, Celtic have 2 centre halves almost running away from their defensive kind of responsibilities and organisation, and leaving 1v1 at the back, and it was so evident by watching it that opposition teams like St Mirren, who play in the counter attack, like Dundee United in that second half, could actually hit them and hit them just by playing the ball into the space and somebody running after it, and Celtic had no answer to it.
Another huge opportunity for Hearts, albeit from a little bit further out. Shanklin 25 yards unmarked, that's in the 69th minute, hits the low strike, and Buckland dives to his right to make the save, but it is still Heart of Midlothian 2, Rangers 0. Willie, are you not too often you travel to Celtic Park with hope for your old team? Do you have that this afternoon?
I think the Aberdeen fans will be coming down very hopeful that their team can do something against Celtic. I think a big part, Richard, though, is how Celtic perform as well. They've still got some very, very good players, a lot of quality, particularly going forward. And the big question is, can Aberdeen, make an impression against Celtic at the back and take advantage of, some of the problems that my co-commentator here has just pointed out. I'm certainly hoping that they can do that, and I think they have got players that can. I think they've got a fair bit of quality, but the problem is they have quality up to a certain point, and that's usually about 20 yards out, and then it seems to just, fall apart and nothing come of it. So that's got to change. But it'll be a test, there's no doubt it's going to be a test. It's a new manager coming in to Celtic. It's been a bit disruptive in terms of what he's asking the players to do. I don't think the players have bought into it, and really you have got to get the players to buy into it. He'll be hoping that turns around this afternoon from a Celtic point of view, and from a Jimmy Terrain and Aberdeen fans and Aberdeen players, they'll be hoping that's not the case.
Right, they're about to get up and running at Celtic Park. We're into the final 20 minutes at Tynecastle. Still Heart of Midlothian 2, Rangers 0. But live commentary now from Celtic Park with Willie Miller, Pat Bonner and Rob McLean.
Thanks, Richard. Just underway here.
Rob McLean is so much better than Liam.
Not so very long ago, these words would have seemed ridiculous. But it's chaos at Christmas for Celtic. And when you start bandying around some pretty unwanted club records, like only twice in history have Celtic lost 5 games in a row, and Wilfried Nancy and his team are just 1 away from that inauspicious total, and Celtic will hope they can take a step in the right direction here today. But Aberdeen have to be coming here with all sorts of encouragement, even on the back of what happened to them in Prague on Thursday night. But domestically they have got momentum about them, and can they get off to a positive start here and make a statement in terms of what they want to do against the defending champions, who have got a lot to do to cling on to their title, with Hearts en route to another 3 points at Tynecastle against Rangers. We'll keep you up to date with our scoreline, 2-0 at the moment. In the early moments here at Celtic Park, 5 changes for Aberdeen as Ashish loses possession pretty cheaply, and Luke McCowan is on the drive for Celtic.
Celtic Aberdeen.
In comes the cross ball, and it's Jack Milne who heads it clear. An early flurry for Celtic around the Aberdeen penalty box.
For those who don't
Callum
realise,
McGregor
sheep dip is a
in
type
possession.
of whiskey.
McCowan again back
I
to
still
Austin
love that
Trusty
story, so-
in the centre circle. Tony Ralston to his right.
Sneaky farmers.
Arne Engels back in the team. 2 changes for Celtic. No Hatate available today. Paulo Bernardo back on the bench. Nygren and Engels, the 2 coming into the team. As Wilfried Nancy sticks with the changes he implemented the minute he walked in the door, and it's 4 straight defeats for him so
if
far.
we lose this, I will
And he did have that
bombard
haunted look about him in midweek.
As
Celtic suffered again this time at Tannadice, having been
There's
in
people
front, losing that game. Celtic badly need
On the
something
trot.
to go right for them,
Don't get me wrong,
but they've lost it in the
sometimes lose
midfield.
games in the
Charging
league,
forward is
but not
Stuart
5-1
Armstrong
after the
with
other.
Jensen on the outside. 3 other options. Jensen with the cross ball in. It's deflected behind by Yang. It's going to be the first corner kick of the game, and it goes to Aberdeen.
It's too easy. It is too easy,
not
isn't
listen
it?
to Super Hubby,
It's
he
too
is
easy
being
for Aberdeen.
stupid.
Armstrong there, just driving forward, no
Celtic
one
do
confronting
not
him.
lose League
Setting up
Cup finals.
Jensen, okay, it was well blocked at the end of the day, but it's still a cross coming from the left-hand side, potentially important cross, and Celtic wide open all over the place. And for a player to be able to run that kind of a distance, you're talking about 50 yards before setting Jensen up. I don't think that's acceptable defensively.
Here comes the corner kick, left-hand side. Armstrong, lots of air on it beyond the back post. Cushion back into the box. And eventually it is Jensen, 30 yards out, who takes a pot shot at goal. After Celtic got it clear, that was blocked. And the ball is all the way back now with Dimitar Mitov, the Aberdeen goalkeeper. It's a long diagonal in behind Yang. Lazetic after it. Yang still adapting to the position he's being asked to play of right wing back. Celtic do play it out with the help of Callum McGregor to Trusty. Tierney down the left side, and it's well intercepted by Armstrong. It was a pass which lacked conviction from Kieran Tierney, but Armstrong was in the right place to deal with it. Aberdeen will feel it so important here that they don't suffer anything early on. Nygren driving forward to a promising position at the edge of the area, but again never looked really set for the shot, and it was always on the rise, well over the top.
Yeah, he's kind of playing in that sort of kind of almost number 10 position. They've had that box in the middle of the field, and it's Engels, Nygren, and I'm just looking at I'm trying to McCowan. He's almost playing out in that left wing back position, allowing Maeda to stay forward in his almost like a winger's position, and it's kind of a box of 4, but with him having the responsibility to go out on that side and defend.
Engels clips a ball down the right hand side. It's well seen and well dealt with again by Armstrong. He's prominent in the game. Stuart Armstrong early on here for Aberdeen, back playing against his old team.
He's a good player
for the first time since leaving here 7.5 years ago.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's good on the ball, but he also has got that ability to drive forward, isn't he, and run inside.
Keskinen had it and lost it. Celtic working into the middle. What an opportunity for Johnny Kenny, right in front of goal, set up by Maeda. It looked like a tap in, and he's failed to take the opportunity.
That's exactly what they did against Dundee United. Ball in behind for Maeda to run with his pace and power. Ball across the 6-yard box, and similar to Wednesday night, Johnny Kenny not getting the proper contact on it from almost the middle of the goal, and the ball goes wide.
It's a carbon copy, isn't it, of the game against United and the chance that he missed. He really should have scored. It should have been 1-0 to Celtic. Dylan Loban caught. He's still a young man, he's still learning the game, but Maeda in behind is a huge threat. He's got to be more alert to that, and it's quite simply a huge opportunity, and one that's not been taken. I'm sure that Wilfried Nancy will be talking about that after the game if things don't go well.
Yang's back pass to Schmeichel, and straight back out to the Korean, who looks to drive down the touchline. Lazetic with a challenge. Free kick goes against the Serbian under-21 international. Topi Keskinen will be relieved that Celtic didn't take that opportunity, because he gave up possession pretty cheaply, having looked as if he had an attacking option, and suddenly Aberdeen were on the back foot, and Maeda would have been expecting that Johnny Kenny would have put the finishing touch on that. And what a difference it would make for Celtic here, Paki, if they could just get that opening goal and just settle down a little.
Yeah, and they've been forced kind of almost into a back four, and I think if Devlin is stepping into midfield to try to connect with Nygren, and just leaving that space between almost like a wing-back, full-back position in the centre half for Maeda.
Nygren clips it in, stabbed back by Kenny, and it set it up nicely for Arne Engels, but he had a lash at it from the edge of the area, and again Celtic missed the target.
Yeah, got power, no real direction, well over the crossbar, but it was set up nicely on the edge of the box against Celtic. And this is a very, as Wally says, carbon copy of how they started off against Dundee United. Plenty of possession, creating opportunities, and just not been able to maybe score that. Well, they did score the first goal against Dundee United, but they didn't score the critical second one today. They haven't been able to find the target so far.
8 minutes gone. Celtic 0, Aberdeen 0, and McCowan in possession right in the middle of the pitch. Lovely angled ball wide for Yang. His cross ball in, headed away by Nicky Devlin. McGregor is there to nod the ball back in the direction of Yang. Nice pass down the line for Engels to swing in across wide right, too close to Mitov, plucked out of the air. Aberdeen look to respond and get forward quickly. Loban in possession. Ashish makes a move ahead of him, looks to keep the ball and does so successfully. Back in the middle of the pitch with Armstrong.
There we go.
And now Jack Milne. No Premiership team has picked up more points since the start of October than Aberdeen. The complexion has changed for them. And a win today will get them above Hibs and into 5th place in the Premiership. Mitov plays it out, finds Jensen, wasn't entirely sure that was his intention, but it came off. Back with Milne, up for Lazetic, stumbling and unable to make that stick, but it's good ball winning from Ashish. And now Armstrong driving through, slips it for Lazetic. Sliding in was Trusty, well timed from the Celtic defender to just nick that away from Marko Lazetic as he was thinking about getting a shot away. Given away by McCowan, untidy again from Celtic, just giving Aberdeen encouragement. Keskinen played it in, deflected away, and Engels hooks the ball away. It wasn't really too bothered where that went, as long as it went, and it did go out for a throw in on halfway.
Yeah, it was actually a really well kind of a time pass, good weight on it from Keskinen. He doesn't normally deliver when he gets into these positions. He's really good at taking the yards and pushing defenders back. And on that occasion, I thought it was decent. It was a really good tackle from Trusty, though, wasn't it? And Lazetic, he's maybe got to do a little bit better physically, Lazetic, to put the central defender off. But I must say that it was a very good tackle.
Does have 4 goals so far, Marko Lazetic, but Jimmy Tillian is pretty much chopping and changing between him and Kevin Nisbet for that main striking position, and neither making a strong enough claim really to be the regular in that slot. Nygren plays it for Ralston, right side with Yang.
He's classically a left winger, he should be on this side.
Into the middle of the pitch for McGregor.
And he's
now Trusty on the halfway line, squares it for Tierney. Room for manoeuvre for McCowan.
Yeah, lots of rotation in that midfield from Celtic players. You know, Nygren running off and just finding it a wee bit difficult for Aberdeen players to pick up and deal with that extra player.
Yang right side for Celtic, promising position. Rolls it back for Engels, took a flick off an Aberdeen head. The ball spins back and in the end off Maeda and behind for a goal kick.
See, Carlson there, he goes into that challenge half-heartedly. I mean, you've really got to go as though your life depends on it, because, you know, you're just giving up possession. It was a 50-50 type of ball, and, you know, he didn't put enough in it in my book. I think Aberdeen are struggling a little bit with the shape, not too sure what to do, as you said. Rob, Nicky Devlin is pushing in there at times into a midfield area. I'm not too sure if that's really a tactic that will bear fruit.
Marko Lazetic is rolling about on the turf at the moment. The play goes on. Surging run from McCowan. And now it's Maeda left-hand side trying to squeeze in across. It was Nicky Devlin in the right place at the near post to get that away. And Aberdeen's striker is still on the deck.
Yeah, and you know, listen, it's an open game at the moment, isn't it, Wooly? And you know, both sides, when they pick up the ball, are able to progress up the pitch. Celtic obviously creating a few more chances than Aberdeen, but the game's flown from sort of end to end at this moment in time.
I think there's not too many defensive-minded midfield players out there, Packy, I must say. You know, they're all players that want to get on the ball, that want to be forward-thinking, that want to, you know, go forward and create opportunities. And you can see that because, you know, I think in that midfield area, it's not as though it's congested in any way. It's just players that want to play the game, get the ball at their feet, you know, have little interlinking passages of play, and it's good to watch. It's good to watch. And Aberdeen have played their part. It's been a minor part because Celtic have been well on top, but so far they've held out. What we're talking about, how long? 13 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, so you know it's a decent start, but I think they've got to be more organised midfield and try to stop the engine that Celtic has in there to be creative.
The reason we're not talking about any football is there hasn't been any for the last couple of minutes, but Lazetic on the touchline now, back on, holding his left shoulder. Looks as if he hurt that, maybe in falling, but he's had some treatment. We're back underway. And it's Celtic 0, Aberdeen 0 on BBC Radio Scotland. And it's a fair old Premiership
tell you what that's about.
double bill today. Hearts 2 up against Rangers at Tynecastle. And Celtic looking to get back on track here today. Aberdeen will try to make that as difficult as possible. Maeda in possession, rolls a ball into the middle for McGregor. Ralston appears alongside and slides a pass for Yang.
I wanted 0-0.
Jinking infield, rolls it, tries to work the 1-2 with Engels. Shot blocked, and now it's Lazetic on the counter. Needs to keep the ball, and he does this time, and then plays a wayward pass. Well, the opportunity to get Dylan Loban going down that right-hand side. The pass lacked accuracy, and that allowed Kieran Tierney to slide in and intercept.
And he did so well initially, didn't he? You know, picking the ball up, beating 1-2 players, and the space just opened up for him, but just a bad pass. And Celtic were getting caught on the counter a little bit.
Excuse me?
And that lack of precision is frustrating, Willie, isn't it?
Disappointing, because he did do well. He hasn't kind of shown that ability in too many games that he's been part of, Lazetic, but it was an easy pass. He had two players that were bombing down the right hand side, and somehow he managed to overhit it and give possession back to Celtic. Really disappointing.
Tierney's pass to McGregor. McCowan, left hand side, now he jinks into the middle of the pitch and tries to get towards the attacking area. Ralston back with McGregor, clipped down the middle, looked like a nudge, but Maeda is in behind and he can create here, rolls it back. McCowan with the angle shot, which is saved by Mitov.
Yeah, it did look like a nudge, didn't he?
There's no doubt. But see, the modern game, they get away with these things, and it's a foul, it's a free kick, it's a push in Dylan Loban. Maeda's used his experience. The referee should see it, and he should blow the whistle. Has he given it?
Has he given the free kick? I think he has, actually, but it was very, very late, wasn't it?
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't know if he called it. I think somebody else.
I think it was Tell.
I don't think anyone around the ground knows what happened there either. Not clear at all. As the ball bounces up off the hand of Austin Trusty, and Aberdeen will have a free kick 10 yards inside the Celtic half. Still goalless here with 16.5 minutes gone.
Yes, that long ball from the goalkeeper, a nice little clip up to Lakovic, high up the pitch, and just wrestling with Trusty, and ends up winning his free kick. It gives him an opportunity to push the bigger players forward. It's a bit in the middle of the pitch, and I think it's almost in the centre of the pitch, but about 15 yards in over the halfway line, so it's a difficult angle to get maybe somebody on the end of this cross.
Yeah, there's no great angle about it for Adil Al-Shish. Here he is, Aberdeen's number 7 with the free kick. Aims it towards Knooster, who nodded the ball down, and Celtic got it clear. Back in it comes to the mix for Aberdeen. Lazetic tries to get it down for the shot at goal. Al-Shish bustling his way into the box.
Bad tackle.
And as Celtic countered,
yeah, it was Stuart Armstrong.
Stuart Armstrong dived in with a late challenge, and it's a yellow card for Aberdeen's number 16.
Yeah, it was a late tackle, wasn't it? He'd gone to ground, dived also, and if you don't make contact with the ball, you're always going to be in trouble. Free kick and the yellow card.
No complaints.
Still nothing for Kasper Schmeichel to do so far. Nothing really for Dimitar Mitov to do, but Celtic have had a couple of decent chances early on in the game, and you do feel a goal is what Celtic badly want here, as they look to recover from 4 defeats on the bounce. The ball with Tierney down the line for Maeda. Nygren in possession.
They've got to be very careful over in that sort of Aberdeen's right back position, where Mickey Devlin's still trying to step into a midfield position at times, and then just Loban, he's got a young man, he's got to be aware that he doesn't get caught with that run from Maeda.
Big diagonal from Ralston to Maeda, and one of those 5-second late flags goes up against him for offside. What did you make of the fan protest outside the front door?
Didn't see much of it. I came in early enough to not avoid it, to be perfectly honest. But listen, these things.
Sign of the times.
Yeah, unfortunately, people protest now. It's about social media, all of these things too, you know. There's a way to protest. That's the only thing I'll say. Everybody's allowed to do what they want to do in the modern game.
Certainly wasn't just a handful of people. There was a big crowd outside.
Some of us Celtic fans are rather upset with Wilfred Nancy.
A big disconnect at the moment between supporters and the club hierarchy.
We usually don't do well when we
caught in the middle of it all at the moment is Wilfred Nancy.
So I can understand.
Is his fate already decided, or will today have a big bearing on how things are going to go for him? It's Aberdeen on the attack.
Now if we lose against
Keskinen and Loban on that side, Armstrong gets involved. Al-Shish flicks a pass through, and the shot from the angle is blocked in the end, and now Celtic counter, and this looks like a possibility for Johnny Kenny. Up to the edge of the box, deflection as he tried to clip the ball into the middle, came off Knooster, and that worked out for Aberdeen because it spun directly into the gloves of Mitov.
There's no doubt he's got pace, Johnny Kenny, isn't he? And he loves running down the channels. It's when that ball's playing to his feet that he has to almost improve and learn how to do that, but certainly the pace is there, and even from the chance he missed, he had pace to get away from the defenders.
Young under pressure, spins away from Jensen, plays a pass in for Nygren. Lovely little touch from Benjamin Nygren. He just cushioned the ball in his instep, turned away from Knooster, and he was caught by the Dutch defender. It will be a Celtic free kick.
Yeah, he was, and I think Knooster a little bit lucky there not to get away, certainly with a few words from the referee, but the earlier Johnny Kenny move, I mean, Jack Milne dives in. He's got to learn not to dive in like that and take yourself out of the game.
Celtic have the ball as they've had for most of this match so far. Can they produce something? McCowan clips the ball into the middle. Mickey Devlin got his head to it, wearing the captain's armband today with Graham Shinnie on the bench. Started in Prague on Thursday, but Shinnie among the subs here. The Celtic go forward, and a flicked pass from Tierney
We
towards the
get our
byline, but
universal
lack of
credit on
communication.
Wednesday,
That all
and
broke down,
obviously
and the
it's Christmas
ball
Eve.
slithers
So we need to
harmlessly
check the opening
behind
times for the
for a
shops.
goal kick. Engels tried to get there, but couldn't.
Yeah, he made the run initially, and then he was tracked by Knesset. He can almost stepped out of it and then had to go again when the ball was played. And but that's the right run to make if you're a midfielder high up the pitch. Make those runs in behind Johnny Kenny, and eventually somebody will switch off, and the players on the ball, the likes of McGregor now, will pick you out.
Good bit of play from Dylan Loban on the far side, the Aberdeen right. Good pace to get away from McCowan, and then he was bundled over in the end. But what he's done, of course, is get Aberdeen up the pitch.
Yeah, and somehow managed to go back the pitch as well. But you're right, Rob, really good power run, wasn't it, taking on McCowan and going past him and ending up winning that free kick.
Nygren's flick intended for Engels, but Aberdeen have it back, and a clumsy one from Yang on Jensen. A free kick just close to the touchline in front of us, where we are in the main stand. And it's a bit stop-start at the moment. Quite a few interruptions to the game. Not much flow about it.
Not good.
But what flow there has been heading towards the goal of Dimitar Mitov. No breakthrough yet for Aberdeen as they play the ball out again from the back, and Milne finds Kanuster, and he's driving towards halfway, clips one towards Lazatic. It was behind him, he tried to control it on his heel. The ball is spinning behind in the end, and it's going to be a goal kick for Celtic. We're past the midway point in the first half. 23 minutes gone, Celtic nil, Aberdeen nil.
It
was the right idea there, wasn't it? You know, obviously Lakovic kind of peeling off into that space behind Tierney, and there was no cover.
Please ignore
but
Super
it just
Happy.
couldn't have hit, I think it hit him,
And if
in
he
the back
carries
of
on, I might
back
go
of the
for
leg and couldn't control the ball.
Stop laughing, you bastard.
The ball is with Tierney as Celtic head forward again. Luke McCowan on that left-hand side.
Planning for when I die.
And now it's McGregor in the centre circle.
Maybe a
Celtic
slap's not hard enough.
switch the ball in the other direction. Ralston to Yang. Engels back with Tony Ralston again.
I joke.
It's elaborate from Celtic.
I don't have the physical capability.
But what they need is some cutting edge. In comes the cross from Tierney. Jensen got his head to it. Now it's Carlson. We've seen very little of him. Great challenge, Tony Ralston sliding in to win the ball decisively. His cross is headed away by Jack Milne.
We've done that as well.
Carlson can't get there. Yang for Celtic. In comes the cross ball. Good header from Milne, gets it clear. Nygren is there. McGregor just behind him. The ball goes square for Tierney. The Celtic fans liking the stepped up tempo. Celtic looking a bit more purposeful at the moment. McGregor again switches it left side. Tierney to the byline from McCowan and goes behind off Devlin for a Celtic corner kick.
Yeah, lots of possession from Celtic in that situation. Working the ball, keeping, and as you say, intensity in the way that they close down, winning the ball back. Keep the pressure on Aberdeen, and they end up getting their corner.
Late on at Tynecastle, Rangers have got a goal back. 2-1 now to Hearts as they look to strengthen their position at the top.
Rangers have just pulled them back.
0-0 here. Corner kick, Celtic. Left hand side, Arne Engels swings it in. Out comes Mitov, gets something on it. And on the follow up,
2-1.
the Celtic fans certainly are screaming for a penalty. But here they come again, Celtic. The cut back into the box. McCowan clips it in, stabbed away by Milne. Carlson tries to head it further away. Lazatic can't get there. Tierney did. Aberdeen on the break though. Ashish threads it through. Lazatic, Adil Ashish again. And backtracking was Austin Trusty to slide in and send the ball back to Schmeichel. End to end at the moment. And it's Ralston to fire it forward towards Maeda. Cleared as far as Engels, and now McGregor.
Excuse me.
McCowan left hand side. It's a lazy pass back in towards Callum McGregor, but Aberdeen give it away as well. And the ball is going to head behind, or maybe, yes, it has gone behind. It's going to be a Celtic corner kick despite Nicky Devlin's best efforts.
Yeah, lazy from both sides in there, and I think it was Armstrong to give the ball away on the edge of his box. Real dangerous and end up Celtic getting another corner out of it and keeping the pressure on.
Sloppy stuff from both sides, and it all ends up with this Celtic corner kick, left-hand side. Engels swings it in again, out comes Mitov. Well, he tried to catch it, Dimitar Mitov. It dropped very invitingly, and it's gone wide.
Wow.
Maeda, isn't it?
I don't know what part of his foot did he hit that ball with, but certainly it wasn't his instep. It must have been, he's curled it wide of the post from the middle of the goal, 5 yards out. The goalkeeper comes and clashes with his own player. He tries to catch it, probably should have punched it in among bodies. He tries to catch it, just drops to Maeda, and he hits it first time, and it looked as if he couldn't miss, Willie.
I'm thinking that, we've got a perfect view, we're right behind him, it falls, he's not really under any pressure either, Packy, and Mitov's dropped it, he's came in, he's collided with his central defenders, and it's laid on a plate for Maeda. How he manages to put that by the post, I do not know. You're inside the 6-yard box, it's more difficult to miss the target.
Yeah, it did look easier to score. Mitov sometimes one to punch crosses when he looks to have every chance of catching them. That time it surely had to be the punch because there were so many players in front of him. He was always going to struggle to wrap his gloves completely around it, and it dropped so invitingly for Maeda, and they're spilling a few chances, Celtic, in this game already.
And that's the danger, isn't it? Yeah, they've played well in this half. They've moved the ball well. They've been good rotation in midfield. They've made those 2 unbelievable chances, but they failed to take them. There's now a good run from Nygren.
It's a great pass from Tierney to Benjamin Nygren, left side of the penalty box, and he just doesn't get the contact he was after, and he drags it wide of the post on the other side.
And then that's the run. That's the run I was talking about. You make the run beyond Johnny Kenny, behind that defence, and somebody like Sir McGregor can pick you out. But if you don't make the run, then you don't upset that Aberdeen defence.
Yeah, well, it's upsetting watching him, to be perfectly honest, not picking him up, Packy, I must say. He's the centre forward. Aberdeen's got 3 central defenders there, not one of them. It's actually Stuart Armstrong that's got to make the attempt to get close to him. It's quite incredible. Poor defending, and another opportunity for Celtic.
Marko Lazetic was on the grass again a few moments ago, complaining towards the referee that he'd been fouled off the ball by Austin Trusty, but he really just needs to get on with it. And we're approaching the half hour at Celtic Park. Celtic 0, Aberdeen 0. And there's no doubt that Celtic should be in front by now. Nygren making another good run, clips it into the box for Johnny Kenny. It's laid back to McCowan. His shot blocked by Milne. They are banging at the door, Celtic.
Yeah, it's that run again from Nygren, isn't it? And I think it's Devlin has stepped out for some reason, and he's just run into that space that he's left, and he was able then to link up with Johnny Kenny and set the pass up for a strike from the edge of the box that was blocked.
McGregor threads it through. Maeda collects. Celtic work it towards Ralston, and now Trusty on the left side. Tierney, good challenge by Aushish, holds up McCowan. The Celtic keeping the ball, and now Engels driving down the middle, plays the ball right. Ralston curls the ball into the middle. Loban's header away. Aberdeen get it clear, but they just can't keep hold of the ball at the moment. And these Celtic attacks are wave after wave. But it's another really poor final ball. Nygren this time. McGregor wins it back though, cuts inside, right foot shot blocked by Canuster, and Armstrong hooks it away. Aberdeen under serious pressure here.
Yeah, what Aberdeen do is when they won the ball, they try to play out, and sell it just. So was McGregor that time, real good reaction.
Neat exchange, here's Nygren, left hand side, good save by Dimitar Mitov. May have hurt himself in the process as well. Nygren tried to squeeze the ball in from a tight angle, Down went Mitov to claw the ball behind, but he stayed down.
I think it's at his face.
Yes, he's just got an absolute smacker right on the face, and as a goalkeeper, any which way will he keep it out of the net.
Listen, he goes out there, he narrows the angle, he makes himself as big as he possibly can. You know, Nygren does awful well. I think it's going to end up in the back of the net. Jack Milne is struggling to get back to him, and I do feel, I could be wrong, but I just felt that it's actually hit his head, because it was a kind of a clipped high sort of a shot from Nygren. We'll have to wait and see, but he's certainly down getting some attention. But another opportunity for Celtic. A very good save from Mitov.
Yeah, it goes down as a great save, even if he didn't know too much about it. Paki, you'd have claimed that one as well, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, but they have to sort out the runs from Nygren. That's causing them all sorts of problems. Nobody's able to pick him up. He's finding the spaces. It's almost like a free player in there. They've got the 4, and that's given Aberdeen real problems. That they've all come over here to the sideline. And the manager is probably trying to get some information to them, but certainly they have to sort it out.
Well, the Aberdeen players went over for a fluid break while Mitov was getting treatment, but he's been back up for the last 30 seconds, and Celtic wanted to take the corner before all those red shirts had got themselves back in position. They are now, and the corner kick on the left side. Engels again to deliver, in swinging, missed by everybody, left by everybody. It swings behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, I think Aberdeen were a little bit fortunate there, weren't they? The referee did actually hold up play.
Yeah.
You know,
is there a rule in that?
I don't know if I could, to be perfectly honest. You know, but I think just about the whole team went over to Jimmy Tillene and got some instructions and got some water intake.
Should Mitov not just have stayed down till the players got back in position?
The physios made sure that, you know, that the physios don't allow him up until the players are back. Listen, it was fortunate that the referee didn't allow play to start. Maybe there is a rule that you can't do that, but I don't see why, because they're all on the pitch. The referees got every right to start it, I think.
There's been another mini dust-up between Lazetic and Trusty. They'll not be exchanging Christmas cards.
Sorry, this is what he does, though. I spoke about it before the game, Lazetic. He gets involved with the centre half. Why is he getting involved with the centre half? Why is he getting involved with Trusty? What he wants to do is play in between Trusty and one of the wing backs.
I mean, he's going to be spoken to here by David Dickinson. He's going to speak to Austin Trusty as well. There's lots going on between these two off the ball.
But if you're a centre half, Wally, and you're getting so tight to the player, all you do is just drag him forward and spin.
Yeah, just move away from him. However you want to do it, Becky, that is a way to do it, absolutely. There's many ways to lose a central defender. Not me, of course, but
I knew you were going to say that. That's why I asked you the question.
Given away by Mitov, straight to McGregor. And it's dragged wide. Yet another chance goes a begging for Celtic. It's Arnie Engels this time. It all popped up. Yes, he would have been surprised because Aberdeen gave it away again so cheaply. But he's got to hit the target and he's sent it wide. And this game stays goalless, just about 10 minutes away from half-time. Celtic could have been about 2 or 3 up by now.
Absolutely, and it's a carbon copy, as Wally said, of the game against Dundee United. That was another huge chance. Again, Aberdeen trying to play out when it wasn't on.
It's absolute nonsense. You know, all they have to do is sit down and watch Thursday's game and how they gave away the goals. And there's another example. It's a carbon copy of the goal that they gave away. And Thursday, they almost gave another one away there, which is just nonsense.
Here goes Ralston, almost overrun it. Help from McGregor. Tony Ralston has to head back, holds up the hand of acknowledgement to his captain and sends the ball to Schmeichel, who's having a pretty quiet first half as Aberdeen try to counter but with no great success. And Celtic continue to dominate the ball. Here goes Engels again, gets the ball gathered just about. Kenny tried to take it in and spin, but that allowed Aberdeen to nick the ball off his toes and get it away. Here come Celtic one more time. They will be devastated if they're not in front before the interval. Tierney attacking down the left-hand side. McGregor in field. Nygren gets involved and McCowan spinning inside the box and rolling the ball wide again for Kieran Tierney. Back with McGregor. Some passing that's easy on the eye, but what you want here is end product, and that's what Celtic are sadly lacking.
Yeah, and I just listen. He talked about consistency and the way that he wants to play. Now the question is, if you go into half-time, I know there's still another 7 minutes or so to go in this game, a critical time. But if they go in and they haven't been able to capitalise on the chances they've made, and then come out of half-time and don't perform in the same way, then you've got to ask questions. I would think of the players also, that they aren't capable of continuing and sustaining what he wants them to do.
Hello to listeners on all frequencies at this point, and those of you who've been listening to the action from Tynecastle will know that Hearts have won that game by 2-1, the Premiership leaders. They've widened that lead meantime, and that just increases the importance of this game for Celtic. They have to be winning this, and they should be winning it, but it's all falling down for them in the final third so far, as Maeda has the ball played into his feet, and Nicky Devlin is all over him, the Aberdeen captain, and forcing the ball out far side for a throw-in. We'll fast be heading for half-time here, and Celtic are desperate to break the deadlock. The ball with Trusty in the middle of the pitch. To Ralston it goes, and now Engels exchanging passes, and then the ball is fired back to Trusty in the centre circle. McGregor just ahead of him, down the middle for McCowan this time, but his pass again isn't good enough, and Dylan Loban intercepting before it got wide left for Tierney. Celtic now working it down the right. Ralston, Engels, Yang. Back he goes, tries to get away from Jensen. Now he's heading towards the penalty box, but he overruns it. And Aberdeen look to keep possession of the ball with Carlson, who hasn't really had a big impact in the game so far. McCowan to the byline. Maeda cuts it back. There is the goal. Celtic so badly wanted. And it's Benjamin Nygren.
Get in there.
Who sends the Celtic fans to their feet. It's delightful relief as Celtic look to get back on track. They've missed so many opportunities, but finally Nygren gets the goal and Celtic go in front.
Yeah, really good counter pressing from Yang. He comes away from his right hand side all the way across the pitch and won the ball back. Loban should have played that ball forward, didn't tread a little pass into midfield, and it was cut out, and from that point then Maeda getting in behind again, the defence cut back, now this time right into his path, and all he do is to open up his foot and slide it into the back of net. Celtic deserve to be in lead. They've created all the chances in this game. They should be more than one goal up, but they'll take the one goal.
No, absolutely, but you know, the young wing back, listen, he's playing against top quality there, and Maeda, and he's got to be alert that Maeda, what does Maeda want to do? He wants to run in behind, he wants to use his pace, he wants to go to the byline, and he's a real threat, and he's not alert to that, and the ball's played inside him. Maeda's onto it, and it's a great cutback though, isn't it, from Nygren. Absolutely, Celtic deserve to be in the lead.
Clinical for once in this first half from Celtic, and they will now look to kick on from there. Benjamin Nygren's 8th goal for Celtic. Lots of complaints about recruitment, but he certainly has the goal touch about him. One for Sweden this season as well, and for once the final ball was right inside the box, Packy.
Yeah, and listen, he's the free player, and he's making those runs.
Armstrong with a great run. Now with Carlson, edge of the area, spinning one way then the other. Jensen back to Ashish, tries the curling ball in, looked to take a deflection, and has gone behind for the corner.
Yeah, but listen, he's made about 3 or 4 runs so far, and because he's got that license to just run away when somebody has the ball, and this time he gets into the perfect position to slide the ball into the back of the net. But Celtic, yeah, that extra player in the middle of the pitch has caused Aberdeen all sorts of problems.
Good afternoon.
This corner kick for Aberdeen on the right-hand side.
Celtic have just went ahead.
How they would love to haul themselves back level.
Yeah.
Before the interval, if they could.
Yes.
They've been no threat at all in attack so far.
Lost 4 in a row, including a cup final. And
Armstrong with the outswinger, lots of height on it. Nobody in red really attacking it. Cleared as far as Jensen. Shifts it left side for Jesper Karlsson. Down the side for Keskinen. Heading for the byline. Spins back the way. Tries the angled shot from the left-hand side. And it's palmed round the post by Schmeichel. Just wonder whether there was a better option there for Keskinen rather than trying to score from a really difficult angle.
Yeah, plenty of options. I mean, I think first of all it's got to be the far corner that he's looking for, is it not? I mean, the near post is Schmeichel's on top of that. There's not. I can't see any way that he's going to get that past Schmeichel. In fact, I actually think it was going past that near post because he mishit it. He's got to either drive it across the face of the goal or try to curl it towards the back post, and even if it doesn't go in, they might get a touch. Might be a Celtic player, might be an Aberdeen player. Wrong option.
Another Aberdeen corner. Armstrong with it, flights it out to the edge of the area for Karlsson. It's blocked. He follows up and he drives the second attempt wide of Schmeichel's right hand post.
I think the silly player down it. I might be Ralston,
is it? Caught by the first Karlsson shot.
It was well worked up. It was a set piece, obviously, off the training ground. They clipped back to Karlsson from. That's what. That's what Keskinen should have done a little bit earlier. Sorry, it's Karlsson just curling one in to the back post. But Stuart Armstrong,
no goalkeeper in the goal. It's easy.
That is easy. Stuart Armstrong playing it to Karlsson. Good first shot. He took out one of the Celtic players, and his strike wasn't too far away on the rebound.
Schmeichel launches the ball forward. Yang with the flick, and if Maida had got control there, he was right in on goal. Right. He might still take on the shot though.
He's offside.
And we're back for the offside.
Yeah, it's that delay. Of course, again, at least he was a yard offside. It was a good idea actually. A long ball from Schmeichel. Yang coming in off the line into the space, flick on, and Maida just went too early.
90 seconds left of the first 45 minutes. Celtic 1, Aberdeen 0. Nygren's goal. Karlsson deprived of possession in the midfield, but the ball breaks the way of Armstrong, and Aberdeen retain it. You feel that Jimmy Tilline's team can't really afford to be conceding again before the interval, or this game will very quickly run away from them. Fortunate to be only a goal down. The scoreline could be just about anything for Celtic. So far, unable to take their opportunities until Benjamin Nygren finally did. How will that affect their performance? How will it affect their shredded confidence of late? Engels to the goal scorer, Nygren, right in the middle of the pitch, curls a pass towards the left side for Tierney. Early ball in from Kieran Tierney, fended away by Jensen. Might still low drop from McCowan. Great hit from Luke McCowan, and it was arrowing in under the crossbar until Mitov touched it over the top.
Yeah, that was a Mitov save, wasn't it? A flying save, and keeps it out. It would be disaster for Aberdeen if they had to lose that goal. For Celtic, it would have been the perfect one, just going into half time. To get the corner though.
Are you suggesting he made the most of it, Packy?
A little bit, I think, but I might have done the same myself.
Corner kick as we go into stoppage time. 3 minutes to be added to the first 45. Celtic on the hunt for another goal. Engels with the in-swinger. There almost was a second Celtic goal. It's a glancing header right in front of goal. Looked a big chance for number 2.
It was, and the goalkeeper was nowhere in that occasion. He tries to come, but there's no route for him to come and make the punch. I'm not sure, was it Kenny that got his head on it? He could have easily ended up in the back of the net.
Here goes Keskinen on the attack for Aberdeen, scurrying forward. Sometimes keeping the ball is a challenge for him. He managed to get hold of it that time, and he's taken out Keskinen. It's going to be a yellow card and a free kick.
Yeah, I think it's Engels, is it? That has been booked.
It was difficult to tell who he was flashing the yellow card at there. Yeah. The free kick is just a couple of yards outside the penalty box, left-hand side. And Aberdeen have been so seldom anywhere near Kasper Schmeichel. You just feel they have to be making the most of these sort of positions. Ashish is over it, and Carlson as well, just close to the corner of the penalty box, left-hand side.
Carlson might take this on. He's a confident player, that's for sure.
Yeah, such an angle though. I know what you're saying. Trying to beat Schmeichel from that angle, Willie. We talked about Keskinen the last time.
We're in the second of 3 minutes being added at the end of the first half. 1-0 Celtic.
20 quid in my
and here's the Aberdeen free kick. It is Jesper Karlsson, and he did bend it in towards the back post, and it was punched away by Schmeichel, not trying to catch it. Back in and headed away by Yang. Now Ashish dinks one in behind for Keskinen to cut the ball back. Lazetic with a shot which was blocked. He just flicked it towards the back post, Lazetic, and it was cleared by Celtic. But the ball's been given away by Mitov, and he's taken out by Dylan Loban, and it's a red card. Aberdeen are down to 10 men. Maeda was racing towards goal after the Mitov mistake.
Yeah, it was, I'm looking at the goalkeeper and I'm saying, don't pass it, because you've got Maeda chasing down Loban, and the pass was not just play it up, play it long, play it in behind. A defence is running out. He ends up taking the risk, and yes, definitely.
I think Devlin's back in the park. I think the question is here, Pat, is, you know, is it a clear goal scoring opportunity if there's still a player, a red jersey? And I think Devlin might just have been in a position to negate that red card. Not sure, but it was just an awful mistake, wasn't it? Absolutely awful mistake.
My instinctive feeling was that was the right call, because we're talking about Maeda.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. No. I'm just saying there's a VAR check, and that's all I can. That's all I can put forward.
That must be what they're looking at.
Yeah, Nicky Devlin might have been in a position,
but Dyson Maeda was moving at 100 miles an hour at that point, and
it's over.
Yeah, there was no doubt he was going to get a shot away. So it's a goal-scoring opportunity, and well, the learning process continues for Dylan Loban. He's had a fantastic start to his Aberdeen career, but he's disappearing down the tunnel, and right on half-time his team are down to 10 men. And Aberdeen will hope this is not a double whammy.
Oh dear.
Already trailing by a goal to nil. Here comes the Celtic free kick. It will be the last action of the first half, you would imagine, and the delivery from Nygren is flicked away via the head of Jack Milne, and out for a throw-in. Well, that's 4 minutes added, and it's the half-time whistle from David Dickinson, and Celtic.
Oh my God. I need to watch that one later. Johnny Bagels? Oh, go. It still stands. Oh my God. Now lickers. I love this video so much. It's so fun. no. Did you break down inside of 5 feet? Was that
too. You are 0 for 1 since you came back. Just want to make sure.
Rectal bleeding plus scaling of Dutch defense is most likely sexual abuse. Penetration causes to bleed, trauma causes to fancy.
ER ran a rape kit, found no evidence of tearing, semen, or pubic hair. So they wish you took to the kid? Why? In case he's telling the truth? Aren't you? Well, I'm arrogant enough to think that of the 50 billion galaxies, 100 billion stars per galaxy, and 10 million billion planets in the universe, that we're the only ones who lie. No. But I'm guessing we're the only ones who like shoving things through our back doors. There is new research indicating the link between neurological problems.
Alright, y'all need to listen to Take a Fit from KSI and then come back to this.
Gonna play this song at a party when I want everyone to leave.
Yeah.
Not the hero we wanted, but
Chat music with a comment.
we did not need. This song didn't release. This song escaped. This is the shit my PE teacher plays. MLK did not fight for this fight, please. At the funeral so everyone cries and the crowd goes mild. Just put the chemicals in the prime. Think of it, sick of it, and the crowd does not give a shit. This feels like something Bob would make a train do. This is what Bluntsley does
shots
to
fired,
you.
okay.
Torture, method, top, roast, ghost rider, is fucking lame. Deep just put them all in the Bluntsley railroad, and the crowd goes home.
I can't lie, yeah. There's more to it?
And the crowd goes, shut it!
That music, you're always goated, man. Alright, y'all need to listen to Take a Fit from KSI and then come back to this.
Oh my god. I'll be back in a minute.
You know what, Clancy? I think I might have found the chip back there. And I think I might be able to get it out.
Really?
Okay. Forwards. Now hold very still, okay? Go.
I'm 7, not 3. All you did was pinch my neck.
Sorry. His alien abduction story, the level of detail is... I don't know where he gets it from. Parents say he doesn't watch sci-fi, doesn't read comic books. Did you do any of that medical stuff we talked about? Upper and lower endoscopies were clean. So it's a simple bleeding disorder, none. Blood tests were all normal. And he clubbed it in 6 minutes. So it's a simple bleeding disorder, and you screwed up the test. You screwed up the test. So it's UFO. Unidentified flowing orifice. Either you screwed up the test, or I screwed up my analysis of this case. You screwed up. I don't have to cry myself to sleep. It's a simple bleeding disorder. For him, we did the test. sound test. Maybe you were abducted last night. Kid's got a bleeding disorder. Sure. I can stop the bleeding myself after 25 minutes. So you're saying Chase did screw up? Or Foreman screwed up? The guy points to minutes. You got it mixed up. No. Snap. Foreman's plan that doesn't. It's a huge cultural disadvantage here, Chase. Take a couple minutes to think of a witty retort.
So we have contradicting bleeding time tests. We run labs to check his clotting factors. We can confirm which one's right.
Yeah, testing. Nice idea. Way better than trying to guess which doctor's incompetent. What's better than paperwork, too? Hey, Foreman. Your mama's so fat, when her beeping goes off, people think she's backing up. Where's Clancy? House. Clancy's gone missing. No. You take Alpha Centauri, Foreman can look on Tatooine, and Cameron can set up an intergalactic checkpoint. Let's pray he hasn't got into hyperdrive. Never catch him. Clancy.
I had to go there with no windows so I could get the chip out, like you said.
God.
I can feel it. I just can't
Clancy,
express.
stop. There is no chip. We're gonna clean you up. We're gonna go back to your room. You can't do things like this. Parents.
He does have a fucking chip in his neck. The wee boy's no fucking nuts. He could feel it. There is a fucking RFID chip in it.
What? How old's the boy?
7.
What the fuck's he doing with a chip in him?
He said he did have one in there, and they never believed him, so he was trying to cut it out himself, and they found it.
Oh.
Results came back. The lab cannot identify the metal. Said it might not even be terrestrial. Really? No, you idiot, it's titanium. Like from a surgical pin. Like the kind the kid had inserted into his broken arm 4 years ago. Nice medical history. That pin was removed 6 months off, so a piece broke off during removal. Titanium is used to build nuclear subs. Pieces don't just break off. Tell that to the guys at the Kursk. And how exactly did it get from his arm to the back of his neck?
Body attacks any foreign object. Inflammatory reaction could erode it into a vein. Fragment gets a free ride.
To his lungs, maybe. Not his neck. Yeah, an alien chip makes more sense. The real mystery is that you didn't actually screw up.
Yeah, titanium doesn't break off like that.
Kid carved a hole in his neck around it, bleed to death. Now that's weird.
He clotted on his own.
Sure did. So of course there was no bleeding disorder. There was. Now there's none again.
There we go. That's better.
Holmes screwed up. 2 out of 3 tests agreed with my findings. Lucky for us, that's my guess would be the charm.
God save us all. Part 2, let's go.
One believes in holy forces beyond against 5 deep forces. Whole glory versus glory hole. The Holy Trinity versus the Trinity of hosts. One spreads forgiveness, the other one just spreads. One's plan B is repenting, the other's plan B is break fast. Oh Lord, forgive me for my sin. Oh God, put it back in. One is the Sunday morning, other the Sunday night. Yeah. One says Christ is coming, the other so am I. One swallows pride, the other swallows the whole state side. One says the nail to a cross, the other nailed by a cross. One has hope in her
That's not helping.
soul, the other one has hope in her home. The moral and the only forgiving and the other is forgiving. The Old Testament versus testing older men. One takes care of orphans, the other creates care.
How do I go to church tomorrow? God save us all. Part 2, let's go. I mean, y'all asked for this, so let's roll.
Hey, illustrate something. What rhymes with even? As in, I don't get mad, I get even.
That's the only good thing.
I drench my grandma in semen. My uncle touched me before I got beaten. Once a kid enters my basement, he ain't leaving. Planes heading for the towers, ain't scaling. The planes inside the towers aren't leaving. Both towers are now leaving. I'm in love with a girl in Thailand, but she turned out to be Steven.
That's the goat comment there. This was wild.
Violence is something I believe in. I have to feed
Yep.
children in my basement because they haven't eaten. The children in my basement can't stop screaming.
Let them go, dude. Come on. This is just next level. Oh, come on. Now I know why y'all want...
Hey, illustrate something. What
this is
rhymes
different.
with even? As in, I don't get mad, I get even.
And you would imagine that he'll be getting a written apology from his goalkeeper after that horrific pass. It's been a pretty checkered season for Dimitar Mitov, you would have to say. Makes a lot of good saves. Distribution at times can be good, but maybe he's affected, of course, by the fact that if he launches it up, what's happened in most games when he's done that this season for Aberdeen is it hasn't stuck in that attacking position, which makes them continue to want to play the ball out from the back and continually get themselves into trouble. Anyway, Celtic on the attack immediately after the restart. McCowan threads one in for Maeda, heading for the byline, and there's a corner kick coming Celtic's way already, going behind off Armstrong.
And Aberdeen have changed. It's 4 at the back now, and what do you call him? Devlin is right back and Jensen's left back.
Back to McCowan it goes. A flick from Maeda, and a towering header from Austin Trusty at the back post, which produces a Mitov save.
Yeah, I think it was going in the back of the net. It was one of the, again, a Mitov type save.
Yeah.
A little bit of agility, getting across and getting his hand to it and just deflecting it away from, I think it was going to cross him. And if he didn't get a touch, I think it was in the back of the net.
That's a good save, isn't it?
Keeps it at 1-0. Maeda to the byline. In comes the cutback. Chances propping up for Celtic all the time. Well, that save from Dimitar Mitov is miraculous. How did he manage to get a hand to that and divert it over the top of the crossbar?
Oh my word, it kind of makes up. Those couple of saves is made up for maybe the big error that he made and that, but it was an incredible save, wasn't it? You know, it was one of them. Comes to McGregor, he's probably about 7 or 8 yards out, and he hits it first time. And when all the players can almost attract it near post, and Mitov gets a big hand to it just to deflect it over the crossbar.
Engels with a corner kick for Celtic. They are really threatening immediately on the back of the restart to add to that 1-0 lead. They should be further in front already, but certainly that latest effort, the McGregor hit, has produced a save from Dimitar Mitov. Just as we were questioning his credentials, that's a top stop, Willie.
Oh, you know, I mean, that's 3 huge chances. Overhead kick, was it Kenny that had the overhead kick there that just sneaked by the post as well? But the 2 saves, absolutely sensational saves. The second one in particular, outstanding, world class. Yeah, he's made mistakes. Yeah, he got Dylan Lobin sent off by one of them. But oh dear me, I mean, that's 2 world class stops from Mitov.
The Mitov mixed bag continues, and here comes Celtic again, looking for their second goal, and it's back off the inside of the post and back out again from the Negron cross ball.
Wow, that's unbelievable. 3 huge chances for Celtic at the start. We're only 3 minutes into the second half.
If that 3 minutes is an indication of how this second half is going to go, Aberdeen are going to have to do some defending.
I've never witnessed anything like it. How many chances have Celtic created? How many have they missed or Mitov saved?
McCowan, 25 yards out, good hit, but it's straight down the throat this time of Dimitar Mitov. Can Aberdeen stem this flood of Celtic opportunities?
Well, I think if the next goal goes in for Celtic, then it could end up a big scoreline. They just need that second goal. Aberdeen just needs to hang in.
See that? I would have him off the pitch.
Well, he's talking about Marko Lazetic, just in case you're in any doubt.
Absolutely amateurish. You know, an opportunity to take a little bit of pressure off, and what does he do? A long ball, he pushes the defender, pushes him to the ground in front of the referee.
Yeah, I wonder whether his time is going to be up shortly. No, well, Graham Shinnie is getting ready for action down below us, so he will be coming on very soon. Celtic in possession. Maida twisting away from Carlson, cuts the ball back. McCowan is there, threads it back out. The Tierney cross ball in. Canuster heads it away. It's a great hit again. It was Tony Ralston who sent in a ripper of a right footer. Again, it's parried away by Mitov, but Celtic keep on coming with a thirst for more goals, and surely that thirst is going to be quenched any moment now. Tierney with a lovely bit of football to work himself to the byline. Devlin comes across, stops the cross. It goes behind for the corner kick, but there is no stopping Celtic at the moment, and the second goal is surely only a matter of time, and it might just be seconds.
Yeah, it was a lovely strike, wasn't it? It was just came to him, bounced up, and he hit it on that sort of kind of volley, just one of those Schmeichel type volleys that we've seen from and he just connected beautifully with it.
Here's the latest Celtic corner kick coming in. Mitov came for it, had a flap at it, got enough to get out of the danger zone, but Aberdeen are just hanging on in there at the moment on the 1-goal deficit, which could be half a dozen by now. Couple of changes coming for Aberdeen.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Carlson down this sort of almost twice now. He was in 1v1 situation. He was so easily beaten.
It comes in from again off the far post. This time it was Arnie Engels from the left-hand side. A left foot cross. It cracks back off that same upright struck by Nygren earlier on. We're only 6 minutes into the second half. Celtic could have had another 6 goals.
The only thing they have to actually stop the game and restart it again. But it's just been wave after wave, and big chances, huge chances. Woodward hit twice, and 2 magnificent saves from Mitov as well, maybe even 3. It's quite incredible pressure that Celtic have put on, but the score, I'm looking up, I don't believe it's still only 1-0.
Arshish on the ball there a moment ago, just trying to look forward, and there was nothing in front of him to pass to. Stuart Armstrong has it now. He spinned around and found himself with a little bit of room and managed to play a pass to a player in red. And it's probably the first time in the second half that Aberdeen have strung 2 passes together. It's been all about Celtic possession, Celtic territory and opportunities, and just for the moment Aberdeen have got hold of the ball down the right side. They need more from the man on the ball now. Jesper Karlsson wriggles clear of a couple of challenges, then clips the ball back out wide. He's done well. Nicky Devlin through the middle, and Lazetic looking to get a touch on that to try to divert it past the goalkeeper, but the offside flag has gone up anyway.
Yeah, it was good play from Aberdeen, really good play down this right-hand side. Started with Carlson initially, reverse pass, and when the ball's played along, he shouldn't be offside. He's trying to get across Trusty, but he actually even missed it when he got in front of, and I'm talking about Lakovic again.
Well, I think we're talking damage limitation here now from Aberdeen, having seen the first 6 or 7 minutes of the second half, because Carlson and Keskinen are the players coming off, 2 attacking players coming off, and on come captain Graham Shinnie and Manny Jamfi, the German left back, is coming off the bench for Aberdeen as well. Presumably will he try to shore things up here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. You know, and you really can't complain too much about it. The two players can't complain too much about it. I think Jimmy Tilleen has had a real lesson of how good Celtic can be this afternoon. We've all had that lesson. You know, maybe even the Celtic supporters, because they've been outstanding, haven't they, in the shape that Wilfred Nancy's actually trying to employ, and the chances have created is incredible amount of chances.
So Gyamfi is left wing back, Jensen now is right wing back. Graham Shinnie in the middle of the pitch, looking to protect in front of that defensive five, and Aberdeen might need all of those and maybe one or two more, bearing in mind what we've seen in the second half so far.
Yeah, that was a quick change from the manager, wasn't it? He obviously gone with the back four, and he realised very, very quickly that they were getting absolutely annihilated, especially down this sort of right back, in their right back position, he's made the change very, very quickly to revert back to the back five.
Only after 6 incredible chances for Celtic, Packy. But you're right, it was, but he couldn't do anything else.
No.
You know, he can't be a manager sitting down there be stunned with the fact that he must be stunned with the fact that Aberdeen are still in this game.
Gyamfi on the ball on the left hand side, the former Schalke player, gets a cross in. Lazetic with his back to goal, couldn't get the touch to control it, and Kieran Tierney forces the ball away. Aberdeen would like to do some attacking, they want to be a threat, they want to keep the scoreline at 1-0 if they can, but it's all about balance as Maeda bundles over Nicky Devlin, and Aberdeen have a free kick, and they'll take their time with getting restarted because it has been some attacking flurry from Celtic on the back of the interval. And it's 10-man Aberdeen, if you've just joined us, with Dylan Loban having been red carded, having been dropped in it, I think is the phrase from that's the polite phrase from Dimitar Mitov, who since the interval, well, one of his saves was almost unbelievable in how he was able to divert a pile driver from Callum McGregor over the top of his crossbar. Even Packy Bonner was looking on admiringly, I think.
Absolutely fantastic save. I'd like to see that one again.
McCowan on the ball, tucks it back to Tierney in the middle of the pitch. McGregor.
Yeah, so difficult for Aberdeen now. They've gone with their back five, which is fine defensively to just try to resist Celtic down the flanks, but the midfield now will be overrun. They've got the 3 players in there.
Yeah, he's changed it again, hasn't he? And I think he must be stunned with the amount of chances Celtic have actually created so early in the second half that he thought, no, this could be embarrassing. And actually at this moment in time it should be embarrassing. It's not, so he's changed it, he's went back to the back five, so it'll just be backs to the wall, I would suggest, for the rest of this game.
Tierney for Celtic, threads it through, into the box it goes. Little flick, almost dropped from Maeda. Aberdeen scramble it clear and cling on to this 1-0 scoreline, which must be delighting them at the moment. 1-0 down, but, well, it could be so much worse.
I think my youngest nephew will
Celtic looking to make something happen again, and the ball fired in at the near post, and down went Mitov with a little bit of assistance, and they got that away. The problem for Aberdeen when they counter-attack is finding another red shirt on the way forward. Back it goes to Jack Milne. Hoists one over the top of McCowan for Jensen to chase, and out comes Kasper Schmeichel to collect. I would imagine his first touch of the second half, and one of his few touches in the game. So one-sided, and yet still only 1-0. Celtic 1, Aberdeen 0.
Come on, Celtic.
Looking to trim back that Hearts advantage at the top of the Premiership. Hearts 2-1 winners against Rangers earlier, as Alexander Jensen chases a long ball down to the corner flag, then tries the back heel, and they're great when they come off, but that didn't look so hot, and it was intercepted by McCowan.
But seriously, just get a throw in, get a corner, try to hit it off the player. You know, instead of, you know, the back heel that just was never going to happen.
Yang on the attack for Celtic. angles a run in field. Good challenge by Gyamfi. Just holds him up though. The ball still runs to McGregor, conducting operations in the middle of the pitch for Celtic. 11 against 10 for the defending champions. Now Trusty. All the play condensed into the final third. Back with Kieran Tierney. Wilfried Nancy throwing his arms out wide on the touchline.
And I see McGregor in the middle of the pitch telling all the players, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players, almost 6 players on a line up front, but spread out a little bit, create space.
Yeah, it's all just crammed into that small area. Tierney with the swinging cross towards the back post, and well, Manny Gyamfi defended it pretty well, and it goes behind in the end for a goal kick.
Yeah, it was good defending, to be honest, because he seen where the player was running, and there was Yang, I think, coming into the back post, and it was a good ball in from Tierney on this left-hand side, and he just matched him, used his body nice and strong. Good defending.
Yeah, you know, he's been a bit part player this season, Gyamfi, but on that occasion, he spotted the danger. He got his body. He's decent strength, you know. He's quite a physical. He's not the tallest, but he's got decent strength, and you know, he did well on that occasion.
Almost at the hour mark at Celtic Park on BBC Radio Scotland. Celtic 1, Aberdeen 0. Hard to believe when you give that scoreline. It's pretty hard to believe. Such has been Celtic's dominance. So many have been the chances.
Yeah, what would you say? 8 chances, very, very good chances. Yeah. You've written them all down, Wooly.
All over the game, yeah, but in that first 10-15 minutes of the second half, I mean, there was 6 glaring chances. I mean, 2, 3 magnificent saves, 2 off the woodwork as well. So, you know, I think Jimmy Tillene and Aberdeen can rightly suggest in the second half they've rode their luck quite considerably.
Jimmy Tillene might point to Aberdeen's resilience afterwards, depending how it all pans out from here, of course. But
and luck.
Well, I was about to add riding their luck considerably. But Celtic have a set-piece opportunity here. Free kick, right-hand side. Arne Engels rolls it back to the edge of the area. It's Callum McGregor who lets rip with a shot into a ruck of players and blocked. Now McCowan fired in from the left-hand side, and again it's begging for a touch. Scrambled away by Aberdeen. They continue to manage to get the ball clear. Back with McCowan again, 25 yards out, and he was leaning back as he fired that over the top.
That's incredible ball. A ball flashed right across, no takers, with so many bodies in there. But quite incredible. I was surprised that Callum McGregor went for power in that last time. I think he was a perfect place for him to do that famous curl and strike that he does.
Just try and guide it in.
Guide it in, yeah. He's gone for power and it was blocked.
Celtic 1, Aberdeen 0. Mitov fires the ball downfield on the back of some ill-fated attempts to pass it out first half, but nothing much has stuck up top for Aberdeen with Lazetic. I wonder how much longer he's going to get in the game.
He's no target. I mean, he just is not a target. He just doesn't get away from Trusty. He constantly wants to stand beside him. The only time he does get away is when, you know, Celtic are on the ball, but when Aberdeen's got the ball, no, not a target.
Trusty on the attack. Tierney with a cross ball in. It's back off the upright again. It's the other upright this time. 3 times in the second half already. Celtic have struck the frame of the goal. This is the scoreline, which could have been anything today. It remains 1-0 Celtic. How's your luck, Wilfried Nancy?
Oh, my word.
Here's Trusty lining up, thinking about the shot. Slides it wide instead. Tierney heading for the byline. Jensen blocks him. It's behind for the corner.
Well, I honestly, this time it hits the post, but he's coming in almost from the back post area, heads the ball, and it hits the inside of the post and goes away. You couldn't miss that from. No. Well, you'd have scored that at your age.
Steady now.
Right now, you'd have put that in the back of the net.
Willie's thinking about his answer as we watch this corner kick.
All right, you all need to listen to Take a
Engels
Fit from
fires it in. Poor doesn't get beyond the first man. Cleared only as far as Luke McCowan. Back with Engels on the left side, right foot in swinging. Aberdeen under pressure again. Trusty tried to get on the end of it, and it goes behind for the goal kick. Well, what another opportunity that was for Celtic. You were just looking for the net to be bulging with that, Willie, as it came back off the inside of the post.
Who was it that actually headed it? Was it Engels again, was it? Gee, me, I mean, it's a brilliant run, it's a fabulous cross, and you're thinking, yeah, it's a second goal, it's got to be the second goal. That rattles off the post again. It's incredible the amount of chances. Listen, one thing that Wilfred Nancy can say is that his team has played extremely well today.
The kick-off at Villa Park. Let's have a bit of a chat about some players who are
chasing. And Aberdeen being given another searching examination defensively, and all Jack Milne can do in the end was just fire that away and out for a throw-in on the far side. It's not a game in which you want to be taking any more liberties with Celtic. A goal up, 3 back off the frame with a goal. Couple of wonder saves. Celtic working it again side to side. Yang on the right. Negron gets himself involved. So much to like about the Celtic performance. All that's missing is a few more goals. Here comes McCowan, tries to do something about it. Just a little bit too much on his cross towards the far post, flighted in. A little bit too high, and it drifts away in behind for the goal kick.
Yeah, Celtic have played well today. They've moved the ball really well. A lot of, as I said earlier, a lot of rotation in midfield. They've dominated midfield, and they've created chances, absolute incredible chances, but they haven't put the ball in the back of the net, and that will be, it can be worrying, I suppose, especially if they were to lose anything in this game. It would be quite incredible.
Armstrong touches the ball inside for Shinnie, fired down the right hand side. Jensen chasing, but Trusty had plenty of time on his side to slip the ball back to Kasper Schmeichel and out again. Celtic 9 points behind at the moment in the Premiership, Hearts having beaten Rangers earlier in the day, and Celtic looking to trim that back to 6 if they can get the win. It shouldn't really be in any doubt. The only semblance of doubt in your mind is because of the scoreline. Surely Aberdeen couldn't do something crazy like equalise, could they? Here comes Celtic again on the attack. Yang tries to get the ball in from wide right, but he didn't get his boot wrapped around it at all, and the groans around the ground because that flew behind Dimitar Mitov's goal.
Yeah, as far as Aberdeen's concerned, I mean, it really is, isn't it? It's just making sure that you're not going away from Celtic Park truly embarrassed, because the simple fact is that could be the case at this moment in time where we are in the game. You know, what have we got? 60 odd
plenty
minutes,
to go.
20 to go, and you're thinking, oh, how is the scoreline it's still 1-0? Can Aberdeen manage to do something?
Kenny chasing a Trusty header, and Dimitar Mitov just as a wild hack at it to get that away, and managing to find Janfi. And what Mitov probably didn't want was the ball to be sent straight back to him. His clearance goes to Callum McGregor this time. Down goes Graham Shinnie with those collapsible legs, and he wins a free kick for Aberdeen.
There's great escapes and there's great escapes, but this would be the greatest of all if Aberdeen can get something out of this game.
Aushish plays one in behind McCowan for Jensen to chase, and he played it in on the half volley, and it's turned behind by Tierney. Only Lazetic was in the box, so maybe no guarantee anything would have happened there had it even got through. But there is just that little percentage, small percentage opportunity that Aberdeen could get the craziest equaliser of all time, Willie.
Yeah, you know, and it would be crazy, Rob. You know, they've barely been up the park in the second half. They've had so many opportunities against them that Celtic have been either unlucky or squandered. But when it's 1-0, you know, the game is still there. You know, if Aberdeen take anything from this game, it would be something absolutely sensational and very, very strange, I would say. You know, but Celtic, they're still a team in fire, aren't they? I think they've got their tails up. Obviously, it's hurting the stick that they've been getting, and they're trying to put that right.
Corner kick, Aberdeen, right hand side. Stuart Armstrong with the outswinger. He's put far too much on it, but it will be kept in on the other side by Graham Sherry, or maybe not, because there was maybe the ball went behind before it came back in. Not sure.
Yeah, anyway, I think that's what happened, and that is when you have an opportunity there, and your first time you're up in Celtic's half, and you get a corner and a set piece, and you know how vulnerable Celtic is with set pieces, you end up putting the ball out of play direct from the corner.
So Celtic making a hat-trick of changes here as well, with McCowan, one of the players coming off, Johnny Kenny coming off, Scales coming on, Forrest coming on.
Oh, right, yeah, you're just doing that.
Yang is off, Shin Yamada is on, and for Aberdeen, Bilalovic and Kjartansson were the players introduced. So two guys who've featured very little for Aberdeen this season. I think it's a debut for Kjartansson, the 19-year-old Icelander. Bilalovic has featured very little, but has scored his first Aberdeen goal, and Willie will be delighted to know that Marko Lazetic is no more on the pitch. He's gone off, and Adil Aushish off as well. So a revolving door of changes, and play goes on, and the song will probably remain the same here, with incessant Celtic attacking, desperate Aberdeen defending. And you would have to say no great luck in this second half for Wilfred Nancy and his team. Down the middle from Trusty, laid off and hooked wide of target by Nygren.
Yeah, it was a good play though. Nice ball in. Tomato, who's gone through the middle now alongside Yamada, two up front, and just laying it in to Nygren, who takes it first time and gets good contact. Yeah, it was a good strike. It was just off target, left hand side, just about a yard wide of the post.
Just needed to cut across it a bit and bring it back in rather than swinging wide of target. A couple of feet wide it was. His goal, the only goal of the game. Again, these are words that I'm not sure I should be uttering at this stage. So many have been the opportunities for Celtic, but it is Nygren with the only goal of the game, 6 minutes before half time. And of course after that, before the interval, the dismissal of Dylan Loban, a straight red card for the 20-year-old, and that has made life even more difficult for Aberdeen than it was already. You don't see too many games more one-sided than this one, and so far Aberdeen have got away with conceding only one goal. Tierney, a right foot cross ball in, Jamfi on the end of it, gets it away. Forrest keeps it alive for Celtic. Back with James Forrest again, looking to make an impression off the bench. McGregor, Scales curling in, well, he was thinking about the cross ball, he may have been also thinking about the shot, and it was somewhere in between, and he's just swerved it wide of Mitov's goal. It's 1-0 Celtic, and we've only got about 18 minutes to go.
Yeah, Scales has come on obviously on the left side, centre back, but he will push forward into that area inside the left position, and Tierney is almost pushed up now as a left wing back, and both of them are capable of putting in good crosses. That one from Scales wasn't a good one. He's only on the pitch, but he will get his sense of where he is and the quality that he needs to produce probably as this game goes on.
You said, Willie, that it's threatened loads of times in the game to get embarrassing for Aberdeen. Is it already embarrassing?
It is.
You know, even minus the score line.
It is, but you know, you really have had to be here to see how embarrassing it has been, particularly at the early stages of the second half. But throughout, you know, the only thing that's letting them away is they go into the box.
Cut back for Forrest, great save Mitov. Just a flash at it really quickly, James Forrest with his right foot. Tried to place it inside the post, and it's another good bit of goalkeeping from Dimitar Mitov, who's had a very mixed day, Packy.
Yeah, but listen, I think he's that type of goalkeeper. He'll make lots and lots and lots of good saves, and you think, wow, fantastic. And then there's an error there. There's a little error that creeps into his game, maybe a big error at times, and that's sort of, what would you rather, Wooly? A goalkeeper that is really consistent, rather than the one who makes all the saves and then makes big mistakes.
Forrest to the byline, gets it across. Good block by Mats Knuster after Giamfi was beaten all ends up by James Forrest. Here's Knuster again, looking to get himself out of defence and get Aberdeen moving forward. Kjartansson had the ball for a moment, he lost it, now he's won it back, the young Icelander. This looks promising for Aberdeen. It's through for Bilalovic! And it's 1-1. It's that incredible scoreline that Celtic must have been fearing. Well, this is a tale of the hugely unexpected as Bilalovic scores for Aberdeen. They could be 6 goals down by now. It's all square at Celtic Park, and the Celtic supporters are looking on here with disbelieving eyes.
And they should be as well, Packy, absolutely should be. We're speaking about it, couldn't see it happening, but Jimmy Tillene makes the two subs actually combine extremely well. And Bilalovic, I think goalkeeper, do you think that Schmeichel should do better? It's a decent strike, but it goes under his body. Irrespective of that, Aberdeen somehow have managed to get themselves back in level terms. It's quite incredible. A really good pass from Kjartansson as well, to set up Bilalovic, who's really milking it down there. He's enjoying his moment, isn't he? Better get up and get back on with the game, though.
He got a hand to Packy, didn't he?
He did. He did. Like, it's one of them. He tends to spread his body, doesn't he? And he's hoping that it's going to be one of those where he gets the block and he doesn't make the block. It goes through him. But I think initially it was that ball down the side of Trusty, and the pace, he just couldn't match it. And it's absolutely incredible to think that Aberdeen has got a chance of getting something out of this game.
I made the suggestion, Willie, with no great seriousness, what if this becomes 1-1? Because for Celtic, it's a game that could almost have been double figures for goals for them in terms of really good chances and how close they'd gone, and it's now threatening to come apart for them. Just seen Liam Scales sliding a pass down the left side of the box, which was way off target. It slipped behind. That clock will start ticking. We're inside the last 15 minutes. Yes, Aberdeen have got 10 men, but now they've got something to cling on to.
I've never witnessed anything like this, I'll be honest with you. Celtic could at least be 5, as you say, 6 goals up in this game. And that's just the clear-cut chances that they had. Totally dominated, and that change he's made up front, it's a player who wants to run behind, and that's the difference.
Yeah, a player that doesn't want to wrestle with the centre back. And it's listen, give Jimmy Tillene a lot of credit. He's 2 substitutes coming on and combining to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, but you can't put this on Wilfred Nancy's door.
Here's a question: what is happening inside Wilfred Nancy's head at the moment? The way things have gone, Celtic have dominated this game. It could have been a massive win for them. It might still be, but at the moment it's 1-1, and here's Trusty lining up a shot at the edge of the area, and there's a desperation about Celtic at the moment. Tierney taking on the shot from Trusty, I should say, from 25 yards, and he's dragged it well wide of target. And Celtic have to stay calm. It's still 11 against 10.
Absolutely.
They can still win this comfortably.
Yeah, they've got to stay calm. They've not get too excited. And that shot from Trusty, you could see him doing that in training. All they hit the target. This time he scoffs it, and it goes well wide of the post. And they just got to keep their composure. It's down to players now. The manager can do nothing about it. He's made the changes. It's all down to the players.
This could be one of Aberdeen's best results of all time if they can get a point out of this, but there's plenty of time for Celtic to get back in front. Forrest cuts in from the right hand side. Scales for Tierney, stands it up towards the back post. Really good header from Knuster, but the danger is not yet over. But great work from Giamfi, really strong against Engels as he got that away, did well.
No, he did. Good defending. Kept his eye on the ball. Wasn't distracted. You know, and then just got his little toe on it. Good strength as well. I felt from Gianfi. So identifying the danger. You know, keeping that coolness as well. Using his strength too. So really well done. Another sub that's come on and played his part.
What would this result mean if it stays this way, Packy, for Wilfred Nancy? He's already hanging by a thread, surely.
Yeah, but I don't think. Listen, if it's a draw, it's a draw. If you lose the game, then it's a different kettle of fish. But I think you can never. We've watched this game. We've witnessed it. We've seen what's happened. Players have got to put the ball in the back of the net. Like, he could have won the game today 5-0 easily. 5-1. Well, let's put it that way.
You're giving Aberdeen their goal, yeah?
Yeah, they've created it.
Ralston fires it through the middle. Almost an opportunity for Shin Yamada. Great last-ditch challenge. Keeps him out. And the game is going to be penned into this area in front of Dimitar Mitov. Ralston tries again. And he fires it wide of target. He had a great hit earlier on, which produced a really good Mitov save. That time not on target, but it was close.
Yeah, and if Aberdeen can restrict Celtic, you know, for shots outside the box and the form that Mitov is in, then you know they might be happy with that. And I think as far as Celtic's concerned, and you know, you would do this in training. You would put out, you know, 10, maybe even 4v6, 6v8. And I'll tell you what, it's so hard to score when you're a man down or 2 men down. So I think what Celtic need to do is actually keep that composure, Packy, instead of, you know, kind of a speculative strikes from outside the box. Absolutely, you know, it might end up in the back of the net, but try to work Aberdeen and keep that composure and go from side to side and get the balls flashed across the face of the goal. They've stopped doing that.
Yeah, at the moment it's a Nancy nightmare again here on the back of 4 straight defeats. Celtic should have been way out of sight by now. It's 1-1 at Celtic Park and we're inside the last 10 minutes. At the moment, this is one of the more remarkable scorelines you will see in football anywhere.
I've never witnessed it. I must admit, all the time I've been involved in football, I've never witnessed it. Here's another chance for Aberdeen.
Great cut out by Jensen. Now he's on the end of the pass from Shinnie. Threads it through. It's Bilalovic from an angle. And it was a good block by Tierney, and the ball bounced behind off Bilalovic in the end. It was a difficult angle for him. It was a good block. But it was a chance on the break again for Aberdeen. At the point in the game in which you think they would just be building a wall in front of Mitov to try to protect the scoreline, but finding opportunities on the counter. Colby Donovan standing by on the touchline to come on. Engels fires one into the middle, took a deflection of Giamfi, and it's plucked out of the air by Dimi Mitov. And any moment Aberdeen get a chance, they will slow this game down, because we're in the 82nd minute. Celtic 1, Aberdeen 1.
Yeah, that should have been better from over in the right hand side. Was it Forrest that was on the ball? I'm not too sure it was Engels, but he should have been able to get that cross into the box, not hit the first defender.
Shinnie to Jensen, clipped into the corner. Graham Shinnie's after it. Scales tries to protect it and plays the ball out off the Aberdeen captain. And here comes Colby Donovan to replace Tony Ralston late on for Celtic. Well, they've got to be throwing everything at this in the time remaining. Wilfred Nancy's team to try to get the win, which nobody would disagree that they deserve. But at the moment, they're being held sensationally, would be the word, by Aberdeen. One of the strangest games you'll ever see. The ball won and flicked into the middle towards Maeda, the free kick given against Canuster. But Aberdeen don't mind fouls, don't mind disrupting the game. Celtic want it to flow, and they want it to flow towards Mitov's goal. Forrest jinking towards the byline. Giamfi with a good recovery, beaten initially, but sliding in, and the ball goes behind off Forrest, and it's an Aberdeen goal kick. And again, Mitov not in a desperate rush to take this.
Well, I thought he was done. I thought Forrest was well past him.
Yanfi showing really good recovery speed to, not only get the tackle in, but managed to play the ball off of Forrest for the goal kick, and it just slows everything down again. Aberdeen will be delighted with that fact. And, I must say it though, time is running out for Celtic, isn't it?
Aberdeen would go level with Hibs in the Premiership on points. If they can get one out of this, this will be the most priceless point of the season for Jimmy Tillene and his team. If they can hold out in these closing stages, 6.5 minutes of regulation time remaining, then stoppage time, and it's going to be all about Celtic creating chances. Can they take one to get what they feel they should be getting out of the game? Donovan out on the right hand side. Engels squares it, intended for Scales I think, but it runs through to Tierney, 30 yards from goal. Somebody's got to take the initiative and take a player on. Everything's in front of Aberdeen at the moment. Going side to side, Donovan plays it in. Jack Milne reacting well to flash that one out of the penalty box, left-footed, and flying out for a throw-in on the far side. Every minute is a milestone for Aberdeen at the moment as they try to cling on to this 1-1 scoreline. Tierney at the edge of the box, stands it up, back post, another towering header away. Can Celtic get the shot away? The answer is no. It was Engels who couldn't get the shot away, and now Kjartansson does well to get the ball out from the back and keep his head and stay calm and find Graham Shinnie with a pass. Shinnie getting down the touchline, challenge through the back of Alexander Jensen. The fans don't like it, the Celtic fans, but it's a free kick for Aberdeen, and the frustration inside Celtic Park grows.
Well, this is where you want it to be as an Aberdeen fan, an Aberdeen player, and Jimmy Tillene is getting to the stage where it's all level. You've got 5 minutes to go. The crowd are beginning to turn a little bit with frustration. The players, Celtic players, are frustrated as well, and Aberdeen still look a threat going forward.
Shinnie with the free kick for Aberdeen. It was Canuster who got his head to it, knocked it down. Nobody there, maybe not surprisingly, to pick up the pieces. But the ball being played in Celtic's half at the moment, and that will suit Jimmy Tillene and his team. Back it goes from Scales to Schmeichel and out the other side. Well, at the moment, in the as it stands league table, Hearts are 8 points in front of Celtic. Can the defending champions find the goal they need late on here to cut the gap at the top back to 6? Forrest again in off the right side. McGregor slides it across to Scales. Now Tierney with Jensen at close quarters, threaded through towards Nygren, lost his footing as he tried to control it, and that allows Aberdeen to clear again up towards halfway where Scales is there for Celtic. We've got about 3.5 minutes now of regulation time. Celtic 1, Aberdeen 1, BBC Radio Scotland. One of the craziest games you'll see all season long. The ball is pushed out wide again for the youngster Colby Donovan. You would imagine he was brought on to deliver crosses from that right side, but Celtic shuttle it across the pitch again. Trusty. Shin Yamada at the edge of the area, back to Scales, now with Tierney. Aberdeen working hard at closing down the space as much as possible.
Yeah, but somebody has got to try to penetrate in a 1v1 situation. It's incredible. They've taken...
Stepping forward again, Trusty. Shifted right for Donovan. Great ball in!
Yes!
Kieran Tierney finds the goal. Celtic so badly wanted on the end of the crossball, stooping to hit it in.
2-1.
And Celtic will get the 3 points they wanted. Wilfred Nancy will surely have the first win of his time at Celtic, and you can feel the relief right around Celtic Park. It's 2-1.
Well, it's incredible. It's a good cross, and you've got to say, real pace on it to the back post. And Tierney, of all people, to get himself into that position that you would see maybe Maeda or somebody arriving into, and just it bounces up, and he just had the easiest enough task, I think, to keep his eye on the ball and head it into the back of the net. Relief around the stadium, relief for the manager and that group of players, I've got to say.
It's a fantastic cross, though, isn't it? The quality of that cross from Donovan from the right side. So difficult to defend. I felt that Jack Milner, I saw a replay of it, I think his position at the near post should have been better. He had a swipe at it with his left foot. If he'd have just adjusted his body a little bit and identified the danger, he'd have been able to cut that one out. Once it was past him, then there's no coming back.
Just a couple of minutes short of 90 when that one went in. It could be another one for Celtic on the end of a long ball. It was Dyson Maeda. It really should have been 3-1. We're so used to seeing him taking those sort of chances in his sleep, but he's fired it wide.
Oh my word, it's another huge chance, I've got to say, in this game. Ball played just over the top. It was a poor ball from Mitov in the first place into the middle of the pitch when Nygren headed, I think it was Jack Milner then, and knocked it away, and the ball's just played into the space for Maeda to run onto, and with the goalkeeper coming out, he hits it first time, and instead of hitting the target, he knocks it wide.
Well, it was just at that point in the game when Aberdeen felt they could see the finishing line.
Yeah. I mean, I would say what the last 10 minutes of the game, they've looked pretty comfortable. Prior to the second goal going in, and you're thinking, well, but Celtic have got a history of scoring late, have they not?
Yeah.
And they keep knocking at the door, and the quality there was superb. The cross from the right-hand side, so difficult to defend against, although I think Jack Milner's position could have been better. Once it goes by him, then it's just anybody could put the ball in the back of the net, but Kieran Tierney, the old experienced player, is there to take the 3 points, and you would think it would be the 3 points. You don't see Aberdeen at this stage being able to mount anything, but mind you, I've been thinking that all second half, probably all afternoon, to be perfectly honest.
And it's still a pretty remarkable result for Aberdeen to come away from here with only a 2-1 defeat.
Absolutely.
Because it could have been something very embarrassing had Celtic snapped up all the opportunities which came their way. We're inside stoppage time, 4 minutes being added. Celtic would like to put another little bit of icing on that cake, that Christmas cake, but relieved that they were in front in the game. We've used the word embarrassing in the course of this game. It would have been massively embarrassing for Celtic had they not won this, having had so much in every department of the game, apart from putting the ball in the back of the net. Scales in possession. Forward it goes for Nygren, finding a little hole. Into the box he goes, slips it wide. McGregor back in the middle. And James Forrest scores. And that rounds things off for Celtic. It's still not the scoreline, which tells the story of how this game has gone. But at least Celtic are winning with a fair bit of ease, a fair bit of comfort in the end. Inside stoppage time, it's Forrest for 3-1.
Yeah, listen, it'll go down in history as a 3-1 scoreline. I don't think the rest of the game and what we've witnessed here today will be go down in history, because the scoreline is always the thing that people look at. But this was an incredible game. This was unbelievable. I've never seen a game like it in my life. Celtic deserved to win it, of course, but the chances they created, and this, you've got to say, was unbelievable. Well, that was a good, really good. And you can see the delight on Nancy's face. Yeah. The relief is just incredible. The pressure's going off him, and he'll be a happy man tonight.
It's also a massive moment for James Forrest, because it's another season and another goal. This is his first goal of the campaign, and he's got this remarkable record of scoring in so many seasons, Packy.
Yeah, listen, he did. It took him a long time it was the last season, but eventually he got it, and it has That one was a fairly easy one to put in the back of the net. He just had to use his composure, experience as the ball came to him, just open up his foot and tap it in.
I don't know if the man of the match award was picked earlier on. It might have just been picked in the last couple of minutes, because it's Kieran Tierney who got that all-important goal to get Celtic back in front in the game. Since then, James Forrest has scored as well. It still doesn't tell the story of how far ahead Celtic have been in the game, but I think we saw on the face of Wilfred Nancy there the expression of relief and delight that a large weight has been lifted off his shoulders by those couple of goals which have got Celtic back in front.
Oh, absolutely, and the performance, Pat, I would suggest the performance is top quality, but when you look at the important players, it's the old stagers, isn't it? You know, it's James Forrest, it's Kieran Tierney, it's Callum McGregor. So it's been a fantastic performance from Celtic.
Here's Tierney again with another cross ball in. Yamada with his head to it, and it comes off the top of the crossbar. So Celtic finishing with a flourish. They certainly started the second half with a flourish as well. And all the Celtic fans are on their feet to greet the first win for Wilfred Nancy as the club's head coach.
Full-time whistle has blown. Wilfred Nancy has a win as the Celtic boss, Martin Dowden.
He does. Full-time Celtic 3, Aberdeen 1. Late goals from Kieran Tierney and James Forrest getting Celtic over the line, crucially ending Nancy's 4-game losing streak against 10-man Aberdeen. Deserved, but done the hard way. Celtic 3, Aberdeen 1.
Mateus Cunha bursting forward for Manchester United. Sesko might get another chance. Goes round Martinez, who's tripped up his own player, Matty Cash. Sesko overran it, and Martinez again did well because he came out to meet Sesko, then stopped because he realised he wasn't going to get to the ball. Sesko went round him, couldn't find the angle to finish, and Martinez might have taken a little clip in the head there, and Cash is down as well.
Yeah, they both look injured at the moment, but yeah, Cunha does so well. He drives forward with the ball, and it's a really well-timed pass through, isn't it? And Sesko goes to take the ball around Martinez, and yeah, I think it's Cash that collides with Martinez. But yeah, Sesko just takes it too far and goes out in the end.
Treatment needed for the two Villa players. Cash is sitting up. Emi Martinez is still flat on his back, but that is Benjamin Sesko. He's in conversation with Bruno Fernandes at the moment, who's twice had a little look at goal there. Obviously that second one, harder chance than the first one, as you say with the first one, so a little dink there possibly, and United could be 1-0 up.
Yeah, and whether Bruno Fernandes is saying that, because he's certainly made the right runs, he's timed his runs really well, he's got himself into good positions, but it's just that final little bit, isn't it? Yeah, the first one, Martinez had come out, brilliant from him, you know, read the situation, but could have just lifted it, just a little dink over the top of him. It's easy for me to say sat here.
Bruno Fernandes, we think, might just be passing on that little bit of information. Seen so many signs of his leadership already out on the field. Got a little glimpse of ref cam there. Didn't really add much to the picture. Michael Oliver's taken a guzzle of some water standing inside the penalty area. We're going to see the contact again here. Sesko gets a touch with his left toe, goes in between Cash and Martinez, and Emi Martinez gets a left knee in the side of the head, and that will be sore.
Yeah, that is a sore one. You know, Martinez, we know he's so brave. He'll come out for those, and he did well because he stopped, didn't he?
Yeah, glancing blow, but that is dangerous. Cash was moving fast. They've got to be absolutely certain that Emi Martinez is okay and do all the tests to make sure he's okay to continue. Stop-start season for Emi Martinez, and he's not entirely himself at the moment. He's still just walking around inside his penalty area in conversation with one of the Aston Villa medics, hands on his hips and just trying to regain his composure. And I think that member of the Aston Villa medical staff, and this must be really difficult here because he'll be desperate to stay out there, and I'm sure the doctor is saying, look, you have to tell me it's too dangerous to take the risk.
Yeah, they'll be going through all of the protocols, and rightly so, but you can see that Martinez is trying to push him off the field.
Yeah.
He wants to play on, and that's the thing, as a player, of course you do, but as the medical team, you've got to just make sure.
Still in conversation there with the two of them and Emi Martinez. Michael Oliver eventually moves in. Martinez shrugs here at Michael Oliver, and Michael Oliver now wants to have a conversation with the Aston Villa medical staff. Amadou Onana comes over to get involved as well. So Martinez seems determined to stay on. The doctors don't seem entirely sure. John McGinn, the Aston Villa captain, is called over here now to have a word with his goalkeeper. to try and get to the bottom of this. And this is McGinn in conversation with the club doctor now. And Marco Bizot, replacement goalkeeper who's been between the sticks recently, has got the bib on and is already warming up. Doctors eventually now making their way off the back of the pitch, and Michael Oliver continues to have words with them. Cannot take a risk, cannot be seen to be taking any sort of risk with that. Emi Martinez will continue for now, and let's hope he's okay. Bizot is out warming up. Villa 0, Manchester United 0. 20 minutes left in the first half on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. And your next football commentary coming your way on 5 Live Tuesday night, the remaining League Cup quarter-final. It's the Murray twins, John Murray and Glenn Murray, will be at the Emirates for Arsenal against Crystal Palace. The winners of that tie will play Chelsea. Newcastle, Manchester City is the other semi-final. So let's see how the game picks up from here. We'll keep an eye on Emi Martinez away to our right as well. Bruno Fernandes nips into a bit of space, fires a pass low back to his goalkeeper Lomans. Comes across here to Yoro. Manchester United fans singing away. They get a section which runs alongside the pitch here in the lower tier of that Doug Ellis stand opposite us. Cunha side foots a pass to Shaw, back to Cunha. Cash was in quickly, got a touch. Shaw plays it back here to 19-year-old Heaven. Heaven to Lomans. Lomans side foots a pass out to Shaw. Shaw on the left, plays it in field to Fernandes. Nice first touch football from Manchester United. Ugarte sees space. Tielemans almost does a little bit of Strictly with him there, grabbed him by the left arm and looked to spin him around. Fernandes drives the diagonal across field. Maatsen reads it and intercepts. And Nana plays it back here to Konza, cool as you like, passes across the on-rushing Sesko to Lindelof. Into Rodgers, back to Maatsen. Rodgers makes himself available again. Maatsen scoops the ball forward, gives it away here to Fernandes. Fernandes brings it forward for Manchester United, rolls it to his right to Dalot. And back it comes to Yoro. Yoro in field to Ugarte. Across to Shaw. Shaw waits to receive that pass. Tielemans comes towards him. Aston Villa in the claret and blue. Dark claret bodies to the shirts. Light blue sleeves and socks as the ball is out with Dalot on the right. Finds Cunha. Cunha moves to his left. Mount turns forward to Sesko. Couldn't control it. Villa get it away to McGinn, who scuttles forward. He's surrounded by 4 white shirts. Does well to hold on to the ball for Aston Villa. And the Villa fans encourage their team to get it moving quickly to the left. Tielemans fouled. Ugarte, I think, just wanted to break play up there, stop it. He's conceded the free kick.
Yeah, and he had to do that because Tielemans was on the turn. You could see Rodgers on this left-hand side, and he would have been away. So, yeah, it was, if anything's a good foul, it was a good foul.
Aston Villa take their free kick. 17 minutes left in the first half. 0-0 here against Manchester United. Camera. Low one to Maatsen. Rodgers on the move down the left. Maatsen won't find him with that ball. Straight through to the Manchester United goalkeeper Lomans. Bowls it out quickly to Shaw. Tielemans comes towards Luke Shaw. Back it comes to Heaven. Straight through the middle to Ugarte. Ugarte's got 2 Villa players breathing down his neck. Good turn from Mason Mount, playing well for Manchester United as he has been this season. Fernandes outside of the right boot releases Shaw. Fernandes stays deep here. Shaw charges on, but Fernandes waiting possibly for this pass, which comes back to him. Fernandes moves it on again to Dorgu on the left. Dorgu shadowed by Cash. Shaw to Ugarte, 50 yards from goal. High diagonal, that's an awful pass. Was looking for Dalot on the right. Amorim applauds, I think purely out of encouragement. That was nowhere near Dalot. It almost went straight out of play for the goal kick.
Yeah, it did, and straight away Cunha puts his hand up to apologise. You could see what he was trying to do, but yeah, the execution was all wrong.
Villa take their goal kick. Here's Emi Martinez. He chips one up the middle of the pitch towards Watkins. Loose control on the right thigh, gives it away to Dalot. Here's Ugarte. Ugarte to Shaw, inside the Manchester United half, towards Cunha. Konza's come a long way to stick with Cunha here. Cunha tries to get away from him. Dorgu can't control it. Cash can't keep the ball in play, though. That'll be a Manchester United throw on the left. We're into a little period of sort of chess play out on the field here. Both teams looking to try and exploit those spaces when they are there. And neither team can quite find the way through. That's good work from Ugarte. Turns away from Tielemans, feeds it through the middle to Mount. Passes beyond him. Onana stretches out the long legs. Passes to McGinn. Dorgu in quickly on McGinn to win it for Manchester United. Cunha trying to dance past camera. Felt he was held up. Hits a no-look pass as he complains to Michael Oliver there. Cunha's frustrated he didn't get it from Dalot. He made a great run into the inside right channel. Manchester United work it to Dalot again on the right. Cross comes in left-footed, too close to Martinez. That's an easy gather. And it remains Villa 0, Manchester United 0.
It was actually quite well worked from Manchester United. You could see, like say, Cunha, it was brilliant. No look pass, looks to the left and plays it to the right as he was complaining to the referee. But yeah, the cross was way too close to the goalkeeper Martinez.
Aston Villa looking to make it 10 wins in a row at home in all competitions. Morgan Rogers turns the ball in field. Watkins almost waited too long. Here's Camera up towards McGinn. Rogers offside. McGinn holds on to it. Now looks for Watkins. Ugarte's back there, flicks a header away. Dorgu has the ball in the left-back position here for Manchester United. Turns, finds Ugarte. Ugarte under pressure, clears with his left foot, can't find a teammate. The ball bounces loose inside the Aston Villa half. And Konza just rumbles back to collect this for Villa and starts to walk forward with the ball at his feet. 1-2 with Camera. Bruno Fernandes comes racing towards Konza to put the pressure on. Back it comes to Emi Martinez. Unai Emery still controlling operations. Still a couple of yards outside his technical area. I saw Michael Salisbury have a little word there. Look, he's right. Here we go. Let's see if he has a word here. I don't think he's going to risk it again. He got both barrels from Emery last time. Here's Rogers. Ball at his feet on the left. Glides infield. Rogers fancies the shot. Low one and it's weak. And Lommans makes a very comfortable save low down.
Do you know, it's really unlucky though. Rogers picks the ball up on the left-hand side. Maatsen does really well. That overlapping run just takes away two defenders, which means that Rogers can cut in onto his right foot, but then the shot's just too close to the goalkeeper. Easy save.
Sue Smith with us here at Villa Park. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0. Dalot on the right-hand touchline inside his own half. Manchester United with their back three, relatively inexperienced too. Quite interesting to watch them going through almost training ground routines before the game. It took me back to watching Manchester United warm up at Portman Road last season in Ruben Amorim's first game in charge, when he clearly felt he hadn't had enough time with the team and was effectively running a training session on the pitch before the game. It looked a little bit like that today. Dalot is going to cross this from a long way out on the right. It clears Matty Cash. Dorgu's attacking down the left. He's got it for Manchester United. Holds off Cash, plays it back to Cunha, who's so difficult to knock off the ball. Little 1-2 between him and Fernandes. Villa break it up. Tielemans into Camera. Camera's lost it to Cunha. Cunha gets his head up, fancies a dip, hits it hard. Martinez flying to his right, palms it away. And Cash clears first time, only as far as Luke Shaw. Shaw towards Mount. Mount is able to turn on the corner of the edge of the Villa penalty area. Dorgu back to Bruno Fernandes. Couple of neat touches. Cross comes in, bounces once. Lindelof stoops, heads the ball to his left. Maatsen is there, thumps it downfield on the left foot half volley. Heaven has to get this right. Heavenly touch on the left boot. Watkins was close by, kept the ball for Manchester United. And here's Ugarte. Ugarte at walking pace. Claret and blue shirts in front of him. Bruno Fernandes threads the needle, finds Cunha. Cunha up to the corner of the penalty area, swivels, plays it back here to Shaw. Shaw to his left finds Dorgu. Danish international infield to the Brazilian Cunha. Back to Fernandes and then Ugarte. Confident passing play from the visitors, Manchester United. Yoro to Dalot. Dalot back to Yoro again. Aston Villa covering the spaces. Manchester United looking for the gaps. Yoro towards Fernandes, laid off to Mount. Mount turns, inside right channel, back to Ugarte. Cross it comes to Shaw. 10 minutes left in the first half. You're listening to it on 5 Live and the BBC Sounds app. Dorgu's cross from the left. Dalot takes a touch, nearly took it inside Maatsen to tee himself up for the shot. Maatsen clears with his left foot though, finds Watkins, brings that down well on the left. Immediately Heaven is right behind him, grabs him round the waist. Tielemans let that run, he thought Rogers was going to take it. And Manchester United take it off Villa, and Fernandes plays it forward to Cunha. And Cunha again running at Aston Villa defenders into the area. Clever chip cross, but only as far as Maatsen chests it down to his goalkeeper. Emi Martinez. Sue Smith.
The game just keeps ebbing and flowing, doesn't it? There's been quite a few turnovers of possession. Aston Villa had a good opportunity there to break. Long ball to Ollie Watkins. It was a really good take from him. Controls it, plays it inside to Tielemans, and just him and Rodgers seemed to just a miscommunication, wasn't it, between the two of them?
Watkins flick on, the ball goes high in the air. Yoro is there first. Bouncing ball, he side foots it back to Lomans. Lomans to Shaw. Shaw's just outside the Manchester United penalty area. Coaxing teammates towards him. Was about to release the pass, decided against it. Plays across here to the lanky figure of Aidan Heaven, who Manchester United got from Arsenal not so long ago. Yoro gives it back to Heaven. Big responsibility here, playing in the middle of the back three. No De Ligt, no Maguire. Cross to Shaw. Shaw to Dorgu. Dorgu's just inside his own half. Aston Villa players trying to close it down. Shaw's there again. Back it comes to Heaven. Heaven takes it inside of Watkins. Then he's nearly lost it to Tielemans. The ball rebounds to Shaw. Chips it down the left-hand side. Manchester United have managed to get out. Dallow's in loads of space on the right. Cunha's seen that. Long ball didn't get there in time. Maatsen intercepts it, volleys it away. But Yoro is able to pick up and drive forward. Maatsen sticks out a leg, just beats Mount to it. Tielemans did brilliantly to chest that down. Turns in one quick movement and releases John McGinn. McGinn trying to dance his way past Ugarte, keeps the ball, finds Tielemans, 25 yards out. Curling effort, wide of the left-hand post and behind for the goal kick to Manchester United, 0-0.
Well, we know the long-range efforts have been brilliant for Aston Villa this season, and Tielemans nearly got another one. John McGinn driving forward, centrally, cuts back inside and ends up linking play. When it falls to Tielemans, just gets a touch out of his feet. He's just looking for that far corner. It's not far away.
Here's Lomans, Manchester United's goalkeeper, inside his 6-yard box. Gives it back to Shaw on the left. Shaw sees Dorgu coming towards him inside his own half. Cash closes that down. Ball spins up in the air off Cash's shin. Anana battles with Cunha, stabs it towards Tielemans. Tielemans challenged by Ugarte, 25 yards out. Anana slides in. Fernandes has to work hard here to hold him off. Keeps the ball, turns out of a tight space. Anana and Shaw got the ball there. Michael Oliver says free kick for Manchester United. Maybe ball and man. And Anana actually gives Michael Oliver a low five to say good decision, ref. Manchester United get the free kick and are able to clear their lines. But when you see an opposition player on the ball like that, possibly in trouble on the edge of their own box, you're going to go in and try and win it.
Of course you are, and that's exactly what Anana does. We know that, we've just spoke, haven't we, about Bruno Fernandes is so good at using his body, and he does that there. Anana wins the ball but goes through the man as well, so it is a foul.
So free kick, Manchester United. 0-0 against Villa. Beat them actually at Old Trafford 2-0 on the last day of last season, which cost Aston Villa a place in the Champions League. 0-0 when Morgan Rodgers scored a goal when the referee blew the whistle before the ball crossed the line and VAR couldn't get involved with the decision, and that went down very badly with Unai Emery and Aston Villa. Understandably, they lost the game. They've ended up in the Europa League. They're going well in that again this season. FA Cup third round tie to come away at Spurs. And of course sitting third in the Premier League as well. Watkins turns, tries to run onto a throw here. Shaw beats him to the ball. Those two are wrestling with each other off the ball. A little bit of niggle there as Lomans clears with his left foot. 6 minutes left in the first half. Sesko flicks it on. Lindelof heads it away. Camara chests it down for Aston Villa. Side foot's a pass to Cash. Fernandes read that brilliantly. Moved into the space that he was looking for. Fernandes has stopped dead on the ball and he's holding the back of his right leg. And that is a massive concern for Manchester United, who have loads of players missing at the moment. 3 of them on duty at the Africa Cup of Nations. They cannot afford to lose Bruno Fernandes, who is so key to everything they do. He stopped the game. He's still, he's still walking, and now he's stretching out as if there might be a little bit of cramp. Crikey, that is a big worry if he's felt something there.
Oh, that'd be a huge loss to Manchester United. You just feel when a player does that, when they stop, when they start stretching the hamstring, you can't see him carrying on for long.
Now, Manchester United restart the game with the ball. Villa fans aren't best pleased with that. McGinn was coming in to make a tackle on Fernandes, but had he not sort of pulled up half injured there, he would have been able to kick the ball. We've seen him stretch it out a couple of times. He's kicked his right leg out twice. Going to keep a really close eye on him now, moving around inside the Manchester United midfield. You'll only really be able to tell, though, Sue, when he goes for a sprint.
Yeah,
won't
definitely.
You? Yoro slips, always gets a cheer that. Ball's a good one though, out to the left-hand side. Dorgu lays it off to Cunha. Cunha just inside the Villa half. Fernandes in central midfield, pointing, exhorting teammates to greater efforts. Has not broken into anything like a jog or a three-quarter run yet since we saw him hobble about a minute or so ago. Dalot with a step over. Good work from Diogo Dalot. Left-footed curler in towards the far post. Martinez comes, punches away. Sesko wasn't that far away from getting a flick on that. Falls to Cunha. Edge of that Manchester United, I beg your pardon, Aston Villa penalty area. Here's Fernandes. Fernandes to Dorgu. Back to Cunha. Dink ball to Dalot. Cunha again. Clever touch with his right foot. Tries to work space for the shot. Slides in on Maatsen. Catches Maatsen. Surprised that's not a free kick. Maatsen's hobbling. United have it again. Fernandes with the diagonal, pings it across field to Mount. Mount finds Cunha. Cunha goes on the outside here inside the penalty area, then turns, plays it back to Mount. Mount lays it off to Fernandes. Left-footed drive, deflected wide, and behind for the Manchester United corner. And Bruno Fernandes looks okay. Okay,
yeah,
let's say that.
Yeah, he does look okay. We haven't, like you say, we haven't actually seen him really stride out, but he's pinged the ball out diagonal. He's just had a shot there where he's inside the area, tries to shift it onto his left foot. It's actually a really good block by Konza in the end. Goes out for the corner.
Bruno Fernandes in communication here with Ruben Amorim. I wonder whether they're thinking 3 minutes to half-time, let's see if we can get him in and have a look at it ourselves and give him 20 minutes or so, but it's just... He is so important.
Yeah, you just don't want to risk it, do you? You don't want to make it any worse.
He is the most important player for Manchester United, even more so now with the absences at the moment. Corner comes in high, deep to the back post. Yoro's down on the goal line. Free kick is actually given to Aston Villa. Emi Martinez, ever the wind-up merchant, shoves Yoro away, high-fives his two centre-backs, takes the free kick quickly from totally the wrong place, and Michael Oliver admonishes him, just wags a finger and says, no, I'm running this game. We're not taking that free kick just yet. So Villa will get a free kick. 2.5 minutes remaining in the first half. Villa 0, Manchester United 0. And the game is about to get back underway. Celtic have beaten Aberdeen 3-1. That is a first win for Wilfred Nancy. Hearts lead them by 6 points at the top of the Scottish Premiership. Hearts have played a game more than Celtic. Hearts beat Rangers 2-1 earlier on today. Emi Martinez is going to go long with this goal kick. Waits for everyone to clear the Aston Villa half. Ball right in the middle of the 6-yard box. Drills it forward. Yellow ball spinning in the air. Watkins leaps and wins the header. It's a shame Rodgers wasn't out on the left there. There was loads of space out there and Rodgers had sort of come in field to try and win the header himself. Lomans clears for Manchester United. Ball is volleyed away by Lindelof. Fernandes jumps for Manchester United and heads the ball to his left. Cash is there, turns inside his own half. Wants to be careful here. Picks the right pass, plays it across to Lindelof. Lindelof strokes it back to his goalkeeper, Martinez. On his left foot here, out towards Rodgers, tries to hold off Yoro. Yoro wins the header. Tielemans can't control that. Tielemans gets a second chance when Mount loses it. Camera from deep towards McGinn. McGinn holds off Shaw, then turns, knows where Rodgers is going to be. Rodgers sticks up a right leg. Keeps that ball in play brilliantly on the left-hand side. Runs at Yoro. Skins him. Right-footed curler. That is a fabulous goal from Morgan Rodgers. He's been doing it all season for Aston Villa. Did so well to control the ball in the first place. Stuck a right leg up high to keep it in play. Glided in field and then has whipped it beyond centre Lomans, who could only watch it disappear behind him into the top of the net. Villa 1, Manchester United 0.
Well, he's the man of the moment, isn't he, Morgan Rodgers, and he's just done it again. It's absolutely brilliant from him. You can hear the atmosphere in here, but it's a lovely switch of play out to him. Like you mentioned, Ali, what a first touch it is. His first touch is superb, and then he just cuts inside. It's really good move. I'm just watching it again. He's onside, but that first touch is superb. Looks up, he's got one defender to beat, just cuts inside, gets himself into the area, and then right footing just goes for that far corner. It's a lovely kill. Lawrence has got no chance.
Villa Park alive with noise, as it has been all half. win today, just 3 points behind Arsenal at the top of the table. Villa fans dreaming of possibly winning the title. The last time they did that was in 1981. Possibly, certainly one of the most informed players in the division at the moment is Morgan Rogers. He has proved it again. 6 goals, 3 assists in his last 12 appearances, and they don't come much better than that. Saying that, the one he scored against West Ham last weekend
wasn't bad, was it?
Wasn't bad either. We had the perfect angle to see it from as well. As Jimmy Armfield used to say famously on 5 Live, sitting right behind it. You knew what he was going to try and do. He executed it perfectly. Match of the day, BBC 1 10:30. That was absolutely delicious. Villa 1, Manchester United 0. 4 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. What a goal.
Oh, it was brilliant. So, like you say, we were just in such a good position to see it, but it's that big first touch out of his feet, sets him on his way, and yeah, just what a strike.
Chris Sutton's got him in the fantasy team as well, so he'll be crowing on 6:06 tonight. Dear, oh dear. Taking the calls with Robbie after the commentary here. Closing in on half-time. Manchester United corner, high deep one again to the far post. Martinez knew it was coming. Massive roar from the Villa fans. He's looked really confident under the high ball, like a rugby union fullback. Martinez then drills this low side-winding volley up towards Camara. Camara holds off Cunha on the halfway line. Little back heel here to Matty Cash, gets a round of applause. Morgan Rogers, both arms in the air, just in front of us, waving away, saying, look, just give it to me, I'll do the rest. Thing was, when he controlled it, Sue, it took him wide, and it gave him actually space to run at Yoro, didn't it? So he was up to full speed, which meant he got past Yoro quite easily, actually. It was hard for Yoro to deal with, and then the space opened up to hit the curler.
Yeah, and I think that's...
Oh, hang on, Villa have given it away. Cunha with the chance. Oh, brilliant finish. Absolutely deadly from Mateus Cunha. And Aston Villa fans can't believe this. Get themselves 1-0 in front, and late in the first half, Matty Cash has lost the ball, and Mateus Cunha has punished Villa. Villa 1, Manchester United 1.
Well, they just looked in control, Aston Villa. Once they'd scored the goal, they just looked calm and composed, and just a mistake, isn't it, from Matty Cash? They're playing the ball out from the back. The ball comes out to Cash on the right-hand side, and he just goes to play it down the line. Then he cuts inside. They win the ball well. It's Dorgu that wins the ball, and then once Cunha, he's in a real tight angle. But what a finish from Cunha, but it's poor from Matty Cash.
Brilliant finish from Mateus Cunha. The angle was tight. He's managed to work that round the goalkeeper, Emi Martinez, just past his left hand. Dorgu doing the brilliant work high up the field to win it, and Matty Cash looks desolate at the end of the first half. Villa 1, Manchester United 1. And so important for players like Cunha and Sesko to step up in the absence of Amad Diallo and Brian Mbeumo. It's exactly what Manchester United need.
Oh, it is, and we know the quality and the calibre of player that he is. He gets one opportunity like that and, you know, hits the target. It's brilliant, but like you mentioned, it's good pressure from Dorgu, high up, winning the ball. Matty Cash just taking a few too many touches.
So 2 goals late in the first half here at Villa Park. Thought this one was going to be good. Certainly turning out to be so. The lines will be open for 6:06 at half-time. Morgan Rogers curling Aston Villa in front. Mateus Cunha finding the equaliser. Lenny Yoro takes it off Rogers just inside his own half. Back it comes to Heaven. 4 minutes of added time are up at the end of the first half. Both goalkeepers have made brilliant saves as well before the goals were scored in this game. Heaven runs forward with the ball at his feet. Yoro plays it back to Lomans. Lomans draws in the on-rushing Villa attackers, who are Watkins and Tielemans. And Yoro again on the right. Here's Ugarte. Has Mount as an option. Mount's ball forward. That is the last kick of the first half at Villa Park, and Unai Emery turns and marches head down, grimacing slightly, I would say, the Aston.
In today's Nordic class, we're learning your words for ladybug, the small beetle with black spots on a red dome-shaped back, and Sweden. Let's start with you. Nyckelpiga. Key maid. That's cute, I think. Denmark. Mariehøn. Maria chicken. Hen. What? Mariehen. Right. Because that's not weird. At all. Norway. Marihøne. Of course. Of course. Why wouldn't we have another Maria hen? Iceland. Maria Bjalla. Maria Bell. Or Mario Heina, like these guys. I'm gonna regret this, but why on earth did all of you decide to name this bug Maria? The name actually comes from medieval Christian symbolism and refers to the Virgin Mary, since a mariehøne was seen as a protective and sacred insect, because it often helped farmers out by eating the pests off of crops, which were kind of vital for people's survival back then. Yeah, mine also refers to being Mary's servant. Huh, I didn't think you guys were that Christian. Culturally Christian. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Yeah, sums it up. Okay, moving on. Finland. Leppakertu. Alderwood. Gertrude? Or elder tree? Leppa is also an old word for blood. That's really weird. But it does unfortunately make a lot more sense than collectively naming a red beetle Mary. In today's Nordic class, we're learning your words for ladybug, the small beetle with black spots.
Look, if you don't think this kid is worth saving, that's not what I'm saying. Well, it's too bad. It's a good point. It's just a lump with tonsils. You know what it's going to be like trying to put an autistic kid in with a scanner? I don't envy you guys. I want my old carpet.
I'm a successful but lonely small business owner to committing petty crimes and swindles, hoping that it would one day lead me back into a courtroom full of beautiful black goddesses.
Now, Trina, as special as this black lady courtroom is...
Black lady jury, Your Honor, the black lady jury.
In the UK, you may soon have to verify your age before you can take a photo on your own phone. The UK government is reportedly pushing for operating systems to block explicit images by default, meaning that if you want to photograph, send, or view nudity, you'll need to prove that you're an adult first. Ministers want the likes of Apple and Google to incorporate nudity detection algorithms into their device operating systems to prevent users from taking photos or sharing explicit images unless they are verified as adults. Can you imagine being at the gym trying to flex, or imagine the other pop-ups? Hi, we noticed you just took a photo of your genitals before proceeding. Please submit a live selfie, your government-issued ID, and you're sold to this large American corporation that doesn't have to follow GDPR. I suppose it could stop unsolicited dick pics, and that might be the only win out of this entire proposal. I joke, but the ethical concerns of this are fucking dire. Even if companies insist that this is local and privacy-preserving, your most intimate data is being continuously analysed. This also raises questions about presumption of guilt, state involvement in regulating lawful adult behaviour, and whether viewing or creating consensual sexual imagery is being quietly remoralised as suspect. And this isn't just about pornography. It affects consensual sexting, artistic photography, health-related imagery, and educational content. That's not even touching on the centralised databases linking identity to sexual behaviour, or risk of data breaches, or disproportionate harm to marginalised groups such as the LGBTQ people, sex workers, and abuse survivors. But the conversation will never highlight that. It's always, we're protecting children. Oh, but you have concerns about the wider implications? Oh, so you want children to see porn. And just like that, the conversation is over. The nuance is drowned out and individual privacy is dismissed. Civil liberties are reclassified as suspicious behaviour. There is nothing inherently sexual about nudity. There never has been. There is nudity in art spanning thousands of years, and that's not inherently sexual. There is a whole subtext in this entire conversation that people and ministers just want to ignore, and that AI will never be able to differentiate between. With the Online Safety Act and the House of Lords tinkering and the age verification creep and now operating system morality scanners, it's starting to feel like the internet as we know it just won't exist in 5 years. It's slowly being padded, filtered, scanned, verified, logged, and sanitized, all in the name of child safety, and I really don't know how much I can warn more of the impending end of the internet as we know it. In the UK, you may soon have to...
Matt.
Yes.
It's Stand Up to Cancer tonight, which is obviously a topic close to your heart.
Yeah, I'm a stand-up.
Stroke spine. Yeah. And, so tell us what happened with you then.
I got spinal cancer a couple of years ago. I was performing at the Edinburgh Festival,
had terrible nerve pain in my buttock and went to see a doctor. They said, you probably just slipped a disc. Got an MRI, and there was a rare cancer at the base of my spine called a chordoma that only 1 in a million people get.
Oh, my gosh.
And at that point, obviously, you can't quite comprehend that it's cancer, because...
No, to the point where, when you told me, you texted me and did it in the form of a quiz question.
That reflects really badly on me, but it was... Josh and I are part of a text group of comedians.
Let's not go into it, let's not go into it!
We have a running joke, and there are quizzes as part of the theme, and I invented a...
Yeah.
I said, what is wrong with me? It was like A, asthma, B, something like G, cancer. And knowing full well no one was going to guess it. And it just added a game show element to proceedings that I think...
Now, you've had some good news recently.
Yes, so my last scan was clear, so I'm 2 years clear of cancer now.
Matt.
Yes.
It's Stand Up to Cancer tonight, which is obviously...
You know, he's lost his first 4 games, Wilfred Nancy, and then, you know, I don't know, but I suspect that may have been the end had they not won today.
Do you think it might have been?
Yeah, I do. Just because...
Yeah. I don't want these companies or the government to have my data. Won't someone please think of the children? Christ's sake.
Ferguson had a moment, didn't he? Mark Robbins, when he scored, all those years ago. I mean, Wilfred Nancy, boy, did he need that, because it sounded like Celtic absolutely pummeled Aberdeen, but couldn't score. It was a problem. I don't know whether you saw the game the other night against Dundee United. Celtic absolutely slaughtered them in the first half. 1-0 up, should have been 4 or 5. Second half they capitulated. There's a softness about them, but Wilfred Nancy getting that first win under his belt, absolutely enormous for him. So I want to hear from Celtic fans, are they still backing the new manager 5 games in? I mean, it's a remarkable season north of the border.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, thank you. Have a good one later. Chris
Cheers,
Sutton and
Steve.
Robbie Savage, 08085 909 693. Let's go back to the darts. James Gregg.
Former world champion Rob Cross completed the afternoon session with a super win in round 2. 3-1 it was. Nicely done over Ian White. So he's on Luke Littler's side of the draw, actually, Cross. So could meet him in round 4. Earlier, wins for Luke Woodhouse, the Englishman, the 25th seed. But talking of seeds, 2 fell this afternoon. Mensur Seljevic and Christopher Otashki beating Joe Cullen and Ryan Joyce, respectively. The Palace is now emptied. It will fill back up again shortly, of course, with another former world champion in both Gerwyn Price and the defending champion and world number 1, Luke Littler, up on the hockey on this scintillating Sunday evening that we have at the Palace, Steve.
Right, in case you hadn't heard, England lost the Ashes earlier today. There's a great interview that the BBC have done with Brendan McCullum. We will hear that. Then we'll be back at Villa Park for second half commentary of Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1. All of that after the news with Joe Hornby.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The US military has reportedly intercepted a 3rd vessel off the coast of Venezuela. 2 oil tankers have already been seized this month. The US has accused Venezuela of using oil money to fund drug-related crime. Venezuela claims the US is stealing its resources. Freelance journalist Gustavo Acando Alex has been speaking to people in the Venezuelan city of Maracaibo.
They are more concerned. More than a war, they are more concerned about their daily struggles to buy food, to buy groceries. People are extremely concerned about and worried about the economic side of these tensions.
Surrey police say 2 teenagers have died after a car crashed into a tree in Oxted last night. A 30-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving and causing serious injury by dangerous driving. A 3rd teenager is in hospital with life-threatening injuries. Israel's security cabinet has approved the recognition of 19 new settlements in the occupied West Bank. The far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich said the move was aimed at blocking the establishment of a Palestinian state. All settlements are considered illegal under international law. The Conservative Party chairman, Kevin Hollinrake, has accused the government of an attack on rural Britain after it said a ban on trail hunting would be coming into force. Ministers are concerned foxes are still being killed illegally and say the sport is a smokescreen. And the Electoral Commission has said it won't investigate Nigel Farage's general election spending, having found no evidence of law-breaking. A former campaign member claimed there had been a £20,000 overspend.
My Christmas mix is pure 90s festive nostalgia. You know, the Christmas songs you listen to on repeat.
No. I'm all about the big hitting Christmas anthems.
Come on, guys. What about those tunes that really slay? It's Christmas kitchen disco season, surely.
Get all kinds of Christmassy.
Just search Christmas music
on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports.
5 Live Premier League Sunday.
With Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Aston Villa won, Manchester United won. Second half commentary on the way shortly. This is the day that England lost the Ashes, beaten in the third test in Adelaide by 82 runs. There's loads of reaction across the BBC. There's a TV special on iPlayer. The Test Match Special podcast is available on BBC Sounds. A lot of discussion around this interview too. Jonathan Agnew with the England head coach, Brendan McCullum.
I think if we play like we did over the last 2 days, we give ourselves a much better opportunity of being able to salvage something out of the last 2 test matches. It's not easy coming down here. We appreciated that when we arrived. We came with high expectations, high hopes and ambitions, and we haven't lived up to it so far. It's disappointing when you lose, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions asked, and rightfully so. You know, we haven't got everything right. I haven't got everything right as a coach either, and I put my hand up for that, and you accept that, and you try and work out ways that you can try and identify things which you need to make sure that you polish up on to give yourselves more chance.
What in particular do you think you haven't got right as coach?
Oh, look, I think I've been very strong about the conviction we've had in our preparation, and obviously for us it was a matter of trying to replicate what we have done in previous series which have been successful for us away from home with our preparation. Maybe we didn't quite get that right, and I'll acknowledge that, and there's no exact science, but obviously we haven't won. So therefore you point back to things you could have done or might have done differently, and say if you're in that same situation next time, would you make change? And they're the conversations you've got to mull over in your own head, and obviously around the squad as well. So a couple of things like that, and obviously we haven't been as accurate or precise as what we need to with the ball. We haven't been able to score the volume of runs, and we've dropped a few catches as well. I think credit goes to Australia. They have been as precise a team as what I've seen in the last few years, and they've just put us under immense pressure throughout, and we've only really had probably fleeting moments throughout the last 3 test matches where we feel as if we were on top or in a position of strength, and even those were kind of ripped away from us at critical junctures. So fair play to Australia.
I guess you're talking about preparation. Is that sort of pre-first test preparation you would do differently again?
Yeah, probably. I mean, not just that, but also the 5 intense training days leading into Brisbane when we knew it was going to be hot, and I think there's just a few things that you look at retrospectively, and you've got to be careful because you need conviction in what your methods are, but you're not too ignorant to admit that if you haven't quite got something right, and I'll put my hand up on that. That's your job as coaches, to try and get performance on the field, and then when you don't get performance you look back on some things which you might not have quite got right, and I was confident that we had it right, but obviously we didn't because we haven't played as well as we should have.
Brendan McCullum with Jonathan Agnew. In the Women's League Cup quarter-finals, it finished Palace 0, Arsenal 2, Manchester United 2, Tottenham 1, West Ham 1, Manchester City 5, and Liverpool 1, Chelsea 9. What do you say after that? Here's Liverpool head coach Gareth Taylor.
It's really, really tough to be tough on yourself because you're looking at the situation you're in and going, well, working tremendously hard, trying to help the players, trying to improve the players. I think there have been some improvements, but, we need that help, we need that support to be able to do even more. So, yeah, look, I know that it's going to take time. It's just the effort levels required for it are big, and I think it's I've spoken before about levels of tolerance for owners, level of tolerance for coaches. I think it's a big shift we have to put in here, and we want it to be better. It's as simple as that, and to do that I think a lot of things need to align.
Gareth Taylor. Wow. OK, some breaking WSL news to bring you. London City Lionesses have sacked their manager Jocelyn Prasher. Prasher led his side to promotion to the WSL, leaves them 6th in the table. Sue Smith, of course, is with us from Villa Park. Bit of a surprise that, Sue, or not?
Yeah, do you know what it is? I think when you look at a team that have just been promoted, you think they're doing OK, aren't they? But I think because they've got such an ambitious owner in Michelle Kang, she brought in a lot of new players. She's obviously spent a lot of money. And the fact, I think I looked at the last couple of games, the last couple of results, and they were beaten to Leicester, they were beaten to Brighton. And clearly they just haven't seen enough progress. They've not seen maybe the players develop enough, or how they want to see them develop, and they think the time's right now to change. So yeah, it's a surprise, I think, when you see a new team coming up and you just think, well, give the manager time to work with these players and you know, get them up the league. But when you listen to Michelle, she always talks about London City Lionesses as a team that's going to challenge at the top of the table, not a team that's just going to consolidate in the league. So yeah, a bit of a surprise there, Steve.
Right, well, the big news at Villa Park is around who isn't coming out for the second half. Villa won, Manchester United won. Second half commentary with Sue Smith and Ali Bruce-Ball.
Yes, and that person is Bruno Fernandes, the talisman for Manchester United. As you will probably have heard in the last 10 minutes of that first half, he just pulled up, he was on the ball inside his own half, felt something in the back of his right leg, continued until half-time. Actually had one decent left-foot strike towards the end of the first half. Manchester United are not taking a risk. And actually, given all the absences, Sue, that there aren't too many options for the manager, Ruben Amorim. So Lisandro Martinez, who hasn't made a start yet this season, he's made substitute appearances in the last 4 games. He's on his way back from injury. He comes on for Bruno Fernandes, and I'm presuming that he will play alongside his fellow South American in holding midfield, Martinez and Ugarte in Manchester United central midfield.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? And I was the same as you. I looked at who could potentially come on and what they could do if Bruno Fernandes was to go off, because like you say, you don't want to risk such a key player like that. And straight away it looks like that's what he's doing. He's going to hold, whether Ugarte will maybe go that little bit further forward. But yeah, he's the one that's come into that position. There's no sort of change of shape, because that could have been another option.
Kobbie Mainoo not involved at all today. Ruben Amorim said before the game, an injury in the last training session before this match, slight calf injury, so couldn't play in this one today. And I'll read through the rest of the Manchester United subs in just a second, but the second half is underway. It's Villa 1, Manchester United 1. Emi Martinez, the Villa keeper, works the ball onto his right foot, clears that up towards the halfway line, just brushing the crumbs of the half-time mince pie off the notes in front of me, which was absolutely delicious. Watkins looking to chase one down inside the Manchester United half, and Luke Shaw nods it back to Lummons. So, yeah, 2 keepers on the bench for Manchester United, Altay Bayindir and Tom Heaton. Lisandro Martinez has come on. Otherwise, it was Joshua Zirkzee. Tyrell Malacia on his way back from injury as well, been out for a long time during his Manchester United career. And then it's the youngsters, Tyler Frederickson, Jack Fletcher, Shea Lacey, the winger, and Bendito Mantato, a 17-year-old, who is on the bench for the very first time in the Premier League for Manchester United. So, in terms of losing Bruno Fernandes, not too much else.
No, and you think, yeah, if Mainoo was fit, you wonder, would that have been an opportunity for him to come in there? Zirkzee maybe another option, but yeah, he's gone with Martinez, which is great to see him back fit.
Yeah. Villa then, in the claret and blue, the famous claret and blue, playing towards the Holt end, the giant Holt end, 2-tiered away to our right-hand side in this second half. Goalkeeper Martinez, all in light yellow, clears downfield. Yoro intercepts. Manchester United in white shirts and sort of dark purple, black currant shorts, similar coloured socks. Cash, it was his error that led to the United equaliser late in the first half, in very much this position. Receives the ball from Martinez, gets rid of that pretty quickly up towards McGinn. Good pass. McGinn has Shaw breathing down his neck, turns away from him, lets Ugarte run past him, passes across the Villa half to Onana. And Villa work it back to Ezri Konsa. Emi Martinez in goal. Cash, Konsa, Lindelof, Maatsen, the back 4. Camara and Onana in front of them. McGinn, Tielemans, Rodgers, who scored that sensational opening goal in the first half. You must watch that on Match of the Day tonight. BBC One at 10:30. And Ollie Watkins through the middle, who very nearly scored in the first half as well. Senna Lommans made a sharp double save early in the game to deny McGinn, and then Watkins with the help of Heaven, one of his centre-backs. And Manchester United have Lommans in goal, Yoro, Heaven and Shaw. So Ruben Amorim sticking to his back 3 system. Dalot on the right, Dorgu on the left. It's now Lisandro Martinez and Manuel Ugarte in central midfield. Bruno Fernandes off at half-time. Mount, Cunha and Sesko. And the key question after the game, and Amorim, won't be able to answer it definitively, is just how long that potentially might keep Bruno Fernandes out for. Next game for them, Newcastle at home, the only Premier League fixture on Boxing Day, an 8 o'clock kickoff. Cunha's ball to Mount, just inside the Villa half on the right. Dalot passes that beyond Yoro, who won't thank him for that, has to go running back into his own half to collect it. Finds heaven. There's Lisandro Martinez. Nice ball through the lines to find Mount. Mount scampers forward 20 yards, crosses it. Oh, Sesko stretches, nearly got studs on that ball. Could have ended up in the back of the net. Goes behind for the goal kick to Villa. Sue Smith.
See, that's exactly what Martinez can provide. It's a lovely ball through the lines. He's just got a little bit of space, plays the ball into Mount, and then straight away they're on the attack, and it's a great delivery into the box. Sesko is trying to put everything onto it. He's sliding in and he's just inches away from getting on the end of it. He's centre of the goal, and yeah, really good move from Manchester United, but that started from Martinez.
Lines are open for 606, the number to dial to have a chat to Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage tonight is 08085 909 693. Villa 1, Manchester United 1, Hearts 2, Rangers 1, Celtic 3, Aberdeen 1 in the Scottish Premiership this afternoon. Aston Villa have won a free kick just inside the Manchester United half. Camera passes to his right. Ugarte nips in, takes the ball. Cash goes down. No free kick, but that will be a throw-in for Aston Villa, midway inside the Manchester United half. Away to our right. Lobbed in by Cash, immediately receives it back from Camera, passes back to Ezri Konsa. 9 wins in a row at home for Aston Villa, 9 wins in a row in all competitions, 6 wins in a row in the Premier League. The last time they won 7 in a row in the top flight was back in 89-90 under our great friend Graham Taylor. And the last time they won 10 straight games in all competitions, you have to go back to 1914. So if they win this one this afternoon, they will equal that record, which will be quite something. Manchester United now without Bruno Fernandes, having to do some defending. McGinn to Cash. Cash back to Konsa. Emery nervously fidgeting his way up the right-hand touchline. Good ball infield from Cash. Cash hits that left-footed shot, sliding block on, that comes back to Onana. Maatsen tees himself up, then looks for the little give and go, gets that ball back, just tackled by Yoro inside the Manchester United box. A little bit of a scramble in there. United eventually get it away to the right, and here's Dalot. Dalot dummies a clearance, passes to the edge of the box. Ugarte takes one touch, flicks it up in the air, volleys it away to the right, and Manchester United have done well here. Advantage played. There was a foul on Mount there, I think it was. He picks himself up, gets the ball, gets involved again, and Manchester United start to play out of their own half. Villa 1, Manchester United 1. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. That BBC Sounds app can be absolutely crucial to you over the Christmas period when you're on the move. The sports extra streams are all there, all the podcasts as well. I'll give you one to look out for, which is going to pop up on Boxing Day on the Football Daily feed. We recorded the annual Christmas quiz the other day, Clash of the Podcasts. Chris Sutton and Statman Dave representing the FPL pod from BBC Sport. John Murray and Ian Dennis representing the commentator's view. A dramatic finish, that's all I'm going to say. Great quiz, lots of points scored. So make sure you get hold of that. It'll be live actually on Christmas Day on 5 Live at 6:15 in the evening. Here's Maatsen on the turn inside his own half. Lost it to Dalot. Sesko's out there to help out. Turns to cross. Didn't know if anyone was in there, but what he's done is won his team a corner. Sue Smith.
Yeah, and they've done that so well, Manchester United. They've pressed high like that. When Aston Villa have tried to play the ball out from the back, it's obviously where their first goal come from. They press Matty Cash. They've just done exactly the same there. Press Maatsen and won themselves a corner.
So Manchester United corner in front of those noisy Manchester United fans, the opposite side of the stadium to us. We sit in the lower tier of the Trinity Road stand. Those Manchester United fans are at one end of the Doug Ellis stand, the north stand away to our left. Fabulous football ground this one to visit, particularly when it's packed and Villa are playing well, which is exactly what's going on this season. Very much on the up under Unai Emery. There's the corner from Luke Shaw, high swinging one. Konsa heads it away sideways, comes back to Shaw, clips it across goal. Oh, heaven was up. Comes out to Mount, edge of the box. Low shot, didn't take a deflection, dragged it wide and behind. For the goal kick to Villa, 1-1.
Yeah, it's a decent effort though. Mason Mount will probably thought he could have done better. When it falls to him, he just snatches at it a little bit They part clear as the corner comes in. Konza part clears. It's a lovely delivery back in with the laces from Luke Shaw, and when it falls to Mason Mount on the edge of the area, just snatches it wide of the far post.
Goal kick Villa, taken short to the keeper Martinez. That was a risky one, but a precise ball towards Tielemans, onto McGinn. McGinn expected Cash 10 yards further up the field there, and having received that pass, Cash had nowhere to go really, had to turn back and play back to Konza. Just the fine details, and also when you're playing on the right here under the nose of Unai Emery, you are not getting away with anything. Great turn, skill from McGinn, moves away from Martinez and nearly slid it through for Watkins, passed it just beyond him, and it's ended up at the feet of Senna Lomans.
It was a really good turn from John McGinn. He's up against Martinez and sees where he is, and it's just that, it just overhits the pass to Ollie Watkins, who's constantly threatening him behind.
Just watching both of these managers go through the agonies, didn't they relax at all on Christmas Day? I know Ruben Amorim's got a game on Boxing Day, and it's like, you know, slightly different. Their game is straight the day after. I just can't imagine either of them winding down at all. Dalot speeding forward down the right, trying to get past Maatsen. Good defensive work, but no, Maatsen can't keep that ball in play in the end, so that'll be a throw-in for Manchester United. And the United fans will know, historically, they have a really good record here at Villa Park. 0-0 draw here last season. Season before that, they won 2-1 with a late Scott McTominay goal. Throw-in will come from Dalot. Dalot is about level with the penalty spot. You've got Yoro, Heaven and Sesko, the big men, gathered around the near post. Plenty of Villa defenders there too. High looping throw, headed away by Onana. Back to Dalot, crosses with the outside of his right boot, headed away. Martinez was about to hit that for United. Cunha took it off him, looks for the 1-2. Good defending from Rodgers. Rodgers passes it out here to Camara. Camara tried to knock it past Lisandro Martinez. Martinez takes it off him, drives it just wide. Martinez nearly testing the other Martinez there, threw himself to his right, the Villa keeper. Probably knew it was going just wide. And look at him now, playing with the Villa fans behind the North Stand, asking for more support. Villa 1, Manchester United 1.
It's not far away. I'm just watching the replay of Martinez's shot. He does well because Aston Villa are on the counter. He breaks up play and then he drives forward. It's just always curling outside the post.
Martinez against Martinez, Argentine against Argentine, World Cup winner against World Cup winner there. And Lisandro Martinez shooting just wide. Tielemans knocked off it inside his own half. Michael Oliver says that will be a free kick. He's tried to let this game go as much as he can, and it's been a good watch for that. League Cup quarter-final commentary on the way on Tuesday here on 5 Live. That is Arsenal against Crystal Palace. Friday's Boxing Day. Full complement of fixtures in the EFL, so we'll be bouncing around the grounds with Aaron Paul in the hot seat for that one. And then next Saturday, because I know everyone loses track of days and dates and all that, but next Saturday, sort of regular Premier League Saturday, so we've got Arsenal-Brighton as our 3 o'clock commentary, Liverpool-Wolves on Sports Extra, Chelsea-Villa's our 5:30 offering on Saturday. Sue on Sunday will be alongside John Murray for Crystal Palace Spurs. Sunderland leads in full at 2. The festive football treats on the way. Camara, Tielemans runs into space. The pass isn't good enough. It's behind him as he was making ground towards that Manchester United penalty area. He's been able to get onto that ball, turns away from Dalot. Cross comes in. Watkins nips in, comes back to Rodgers. He's done it again. I don't believe it. Unai Emery slipped his coat away in celebration. Morgan Rodgers can do no wrong. Almost a replica of the goal he scored in the first half. The ball came to him slightly differently, but he didn't need to look again. Sweetly curled it with his right foot. Everyone knew where it was headed. Villa 2, Manchester United 1. Morgan Rodgers 2, Manchester United 1.
Wow, this man is absolutely flying. He's full of confidence at the moment, and it's another brilliant finish. You don't think he's got an opportunity to score here. You think the chance has gone, because as they break forward, it's a poor ball to Kamara. He does well because he keeps the move going on the left-hand side, crosses it into the box. Ollie Watkins manages to get a touch, and Rodgers just a little touch out of his feet onto his right foot, and again just curls it into that corner. Rollins is full stretch, but just can't get anything on got it. Superb.
Lomans goes with the outside hand there, and he's grasping. His fingertips are so close to that ball. He couldn't get anywhere near the first one, got nearer the second one. Now we're going to get a view from Michael Oliver's ref cam. What a view that is. I mean, that gives you the pace and the angle and everything. And Unai Emery's celebration, that is brilliant. Takes the coat off, as if he scored the goal. As if he's responsible for that bit of brilliance from Morgan Rogers. Fabulous. Villa fans absolutely love him. Cost 8 million, by the way. 8 million, that was all from Middlesbrough. Cross deflected into the Villa area, bounces off Dorgu into the arms of Emi Martinez. Wow.
I think it's because he does it so quickly. It doesn't allow Lomans to set himself, and he just can't quite get across.
Atmosphere crackling again. Manchester United have won it inside the Villa half. They've scored at least twice in their last 5 away games. They need another here. Dalot shoots, Martinez safe, comes down to Dorgu. That's blocked by Cash and goes behind. Does it? Spinning, yes, just behind for the corner to Manchester United. Some second half in store here on 5 Live BBC Sounds and the World Service. Villa 2, Manchester United 1.
Oh, this is brilliant. You actually thought Dalot was going to do a similar sort of thing to Morgan Rogers. He's on the right-hand side, cuts in onto his left foot. It's saved initially, and then when it falls out to Dorgu, you just think, again, he's going to volley it in, but Matty Cash does so well, gets across.
Half an hour to play. 2-1. Corner for Manchester United. They love this high-swinging deep one. Well, not that one. They love the strategy. That one's gone straight out of play, and the Villa fans love that, but they're sort of hanging it up in the chilly breeze in the Midlands tonight, hoping that Manchester United players will get the run on the Villa defenders. It hasn't worked so far. Morgan Rogers, by the way, Sue, he's scoring his goals in braces this season, so he scored 7 in the Premier League, 2 at Leeds, so he got both in the win there, 2 at West Ham, they won it 3-2, and 2 today.
Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. And I mean, the goals today of the highest quality. Rogers goes down this time, wrestling with Yoro. No free kick, Lomans. Thought he was taking too long there. Villa fans thought Watkins might take it off him. Now Mount is chasing. That's a foul on Onana. And absolutely buzzing inside Villa Park here. If they win the game, let's remind you, there'll be a point behind Manchester City and 3 points behind Arsenal. Listen to that noise from the Aston Villa fans. It'll be 10 wins in a row at home and 10 wins in a row in all competitions as well. Next up, as I said, Chelsea away next Saturday. You'll hear it in full here on 5 Live. Lindelof's ball looking for Watkins. Lomans comes out and plays. And the other thing as well, Sue, we were talking about this before the game. Barely made a signing in the summer. Ollie Watkins hasn't really scored a goal this season. Dealt with injuries as well, and only took 3 points from the first 5 games. It's a remarkable season, isn't it, for Villa?
It really is, and it's the recovery, isn't it, from that early part of the season where they couldn't pick up points, they couldn't really score goals. Yes, Ollie Watkins is still not at his free-flowing goal-scoring best, which we know he can do, but he was involved in that goal.
Rogers, surely not. Right-footed curler, didn't get that one properly, I'm going to tell you. A hat-trick of finishes like that.
I was trying to speed up what I was going to say, because I knew he was going to...
We knew he was coming, didn't we? Yeah, exactly. Yoro across to Dalot. Dalot knocks it past Maatsen. Does what he's quick. Dalot gets away down the right, feeds it infield to Sesko. Sesko whips the low ball across to Dorgu. Into the last half hour at Villa Park. Dorgu's cross, stabbed away by Konza. Cash gets there first, under pressure from Dorgu. Turns, faces his own byline. Konza is there to help out. Clears first time. Shaw's first touch. Gives it to McGinn. Bundles his way past Shaw. Is fouled, and John McGinn. Now, that look on his face says, referee, I'm very surprised you've not given him a yellow card for that.
Yeah, and he's right as well. Luke Shaw knows exactly what he's trying to do. John McGinn's turned him, and he's on the break down the right-hand side. Luke Shaw pulls him back.
Lines open for 6:06. Should be a good show tonight. 08085 909 693 at 8 o'clock tonight on 5 Live. That'll be followed by the latest episode of the Wayne Rooney Show. And then the Premier League review, rounding up everything that's happening in the Premier League this weekend. An extended version of that on the Football Daily feed on the BBC Sounds app for you later on. And of course, first thing tomorrow morning, Sesko's ball. Mount just holds off Maatsen. Awkward for him. Lays it back to Dalot. Early cross. Leaping in the air is Tielemans. Totally committed to make the block. The ball runs to Yoro. Just get the feeling the scoring's not done here. Martinez looking for Dorgu, heads it back into the Villa penalty area. Konza, good leap, flicks the header away. Ugarte can't take it off Onana. Onana, long strides, bring him up towards the halfway line. Villa fans getting out of their seats as John McGinn goes burrowing away down the right-hand side. Cunha's chasing, good tackle by Cunha, slides in, got the ball and does brilliantly for Manchester United. I thought to prevent the corner, no. Assistant referee right there says that will be a corner to Aston Villa. Total commitment from both sets of players here.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And when Aston Villa go forward, they go forward with numbers and they go forward at pace. But Cunha does so well. He does his defensive responsibilities there, matches John McGinn all the way. And unfortunately for him, it still goes out for a corner, but great defensive work from your forward player there.
Villa 2, Manchester United 1. The fact remains Manchester United have still only kept one clean sheet all season and one clean sheet away from home in the Premier League. Well, in fact, the last clean sheet away from home in the Premier League was back in March at the end of last season away at Leicester. Tielemans, low corner. Rodgers hits it, headed away for now and then volleyed away by Dalot, who just smashes the ball high into the air. Cash lets that bounce 4 times, then controls inside his own half and passes it back to his goalkeeper Martinez, and everyone takes a breath for a second or two. Martinez with the ball at his feet. Resounding cheering, chanting around all 4 stands at Villa Park. Ugarte with a nice touch and turn. He's given it away though, he was fouled. Onana running onto the loose ball. Yuri Tielemans says Ugarte has dived. Michael Oliver smiling a wink and says that will be a free kick to Manchester United.
Yeah, I think he goes to win the ball, doesn't he, Tielemans, and does bring him down. It is a foul, right call from the referee.
Is Yoro down the right to Dalot. Dalot with pace on the pass into midfield to Mount. He's a little bit deeper there. Martinez on for the injured Bruno Fernandes. Don't forget Manchester United coping without their captain now in this second half. Here's Dorgu. Dorgu to Cunha. Cunha trying to line up the shot, go Rodgers style, well wide of the target and behind for the Villa goal kick.
Yeah, this time you can see Cunha, he's just left of centre, just outside the box, and cuts in onto his right foot, and yeah, he's trying to do a Morgan Rodgers and curl it into that far corner, but it's just wide. Just been a couple of times where Manchester United have got free down this left-hand side. Dorgu, just like that little bit of quality on the delivery into the box.
Goal kick for Aston Villa, 25 minutes away from a 10th win in a row in all competitions, 7th in a row in the Premier League, and a rare home win, of course, over Manchester United. Dorgu slides in, won it importantly for Manchester United. Tielemans caught, but Watkins onto it, the flag's up, it's offside. Watkins was getting ready to hit the strike, but play has been called back, and Aidan Heaven is down in the centre circle after the challenge with Tielemans as Villa went to win that ball back. Villa 2, Manchester United 1.
Yeah, I'm just watching now to see if he was offside. It's a tight one, but I think he does just go a little bit too soon, Ollie Watkins, but that he's constantly done that. He's constantly been trying to threaten the back line, stretch the play a little bit.
Manchester United from the free kick have it with Yoro. Mount deep again, he's waving teammates forward. Can they find something, Manchester United, to peg back this in-form Aston Villa team once more? Martinez, Lisandro Martinez, stocky figure in the middle of the Manchester United midfield, across to the right to Mount. Mount drills one towards Dorgu, chests it down. What's the quality going to be like this time? Ball in, headed down, oh, it's wide. Cunha down into the ground, the ball spins up, and it just shaves Emi Martinez's left-hand post. I think that should have been 2-2.
Oh, he's got to score, and I just mentioned about Dorgu's delivery into the box, just hasn't been good enough this time. It's a brilliant delivery. Cunha does well, he's in between 2 defenders, he gets up, and you can see exactly what he's trying to do, head the ball down into that far corner, but wide of the far post.
I can see on our producer Nathan's laptop here that Aston Villa, the social media team, have been busy very quickly, so they've got a picture of the Morgan Rodgers celebration, which I think lots of people will know is exactly the same as Cole Palmer's. It's rubbing yourself as if you're cold, and they've gone on the sort of icy roads gag. So the picture of Morgan Rodgers, caution, icy conditions, please take extra care.
Brilliant.
Nice. Good work from the Villa social media team. Morgan Rodgers has scored both. Villa lead Manchester United 2-1. Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage waiting to take the calls on 606 tonight. The number to dial is 08085 909 693. First yellow card of the game goes to Manuel Ugarte. The Villa fans enjoying themselves tonight. It was the challenge on Boubacar Kamara. So free kick for Villa inside the centre circle. Just to remind you, Hearts 6 points clear still at the top of the Scottish Premiership. Celtic have a game in hand. Hearts beat Rangers 2-1 in our first commentary of the day on 5 Live Sport this afternoon. Celtic were 1-0 up against Aberdeen. Aberdeen went down to 10 men, pegged them back, looked a bit nervy for Wilfred Nancy and his team, but they scored 2 to win the game 3-1. So Wilfred Nancy's first win as the Celtic boss. Martinez drills the ball straight down the middle of the pitch, headed away by Heaven. Next header won by Tielemans, Ugarte intercepts. So he's got to be careful now on the yellow card. It comes across to the Dane Dorgu. Is he fouled there by Watkins? No. McGinn gives it straight back to Watkins, just outside the Manchester United area. Played to Camara, Camara to McGinn. Again, just outside the Manchester United box. McGinn, Cash goes on the outside, doesn't use him. McGinn goes on his own and wins Aston Villa a corner. Villa 2, Manchester United 1. 22 minutes plus added time remaining. Arsenal top of the table, Manchester City second. Villa win the game, 1 point behind City, 3 behind Arsenal. They've beaten them both at Villa Park this season. Chelsea away, Arsenal away, their next 2 games. So a continuing test of the title credentials. McGinn's corner, whipped into the near post. That was good delivery. Manchester United got bodies in the way. Flags up for an offside. Yeah, coming back from an offside position. Free kick for Manchester United. This Manchester United team has shown character, though, so far this season. It's whether, actually, they've now got the quality out in the field. They're going to make another change here, actually, Sue. Joshua Zirkzee is going to come on.
Yeah, and I thought he might have come on for Bruno Fernandes earlier on, and it's unfortunate. It's a very much a patched up Manchester United side, but certainly still create the opportunities. That Cunha chance could have been 2-2.
Villa giving the ball away. Sesko won it, and then there's a handball. The ball leapt up, hit one of the Manchester United players on the hand. Mason Mount not happy with that decision, holds on to the ball. Got to be careful he doesn't get a yellow card. Double change coming for Manchester United. Jack Fletcher, Darren Fletcher's son, is going to make a first-team debut, and Villa have nearly given the ball away again. They have, to Mount to Ugarte. Ugarte looks to his left, sees Dorgu, step over from Dorgu, infield to Cunha, lays it back here to Lisandro Martinez, curls it out to the right to Dalot. Dalot looks for Mount, the angle's tight, looks for the cutback, Cunha's there, ball gets away from him, Emi Martinez flops on it inside the 6-yard box. It remains Villa 2, Manchester United 1. So Jack Fletcher will come on for Benjamin Sesko. Well, it's going to be the other way round, really. It's going to be Fletcher on for Ugarte in midfield and Zirkzee on for Sesko up top. And Aidan Heaven's got his hands full with Ollie Watkins. Then there's a challenge from Dalot on the halfway line that's going to earn him a yellow card, and it's getting a bit scrappy and untidy as we move into the last 20 minutes. Villa 2, Manchester United 1. That's Ian Matson who's been caught this time, Sue.
Yeah, he's just caught a little bit high there, but that's quite interesting, isn't it? Zirkzee coming on for Sesko, different profile of player, something different for the Aston Villa backline to deal with, and yeah, brilliant to see Fletcher coming onto the field in those central midfield role. But it's just, like I say, it's a patched up side for Manchester United. It's a team that are very much trying to fill in and be as sort of competitive as they possibly can be with that.
Yeah, well, his dad was some player for Manchester United, trophy-laden career, playing in some very good teams. Different set of circumstances for young Jack Fletcher, number 38 on his back, the white shirt untucked. So Ugarte comes sprinting off here. Zirkzee almost didn't notice him come off there, went to give him the old high five, and Zirkzee looks up just in time. So Zirkzee on, and Jack Fletcher about to come on. Sesko, the second player to make way, the Slovenian international striker, who has a brow wreathed in sweat, a white shirt covered in mud, but no goal to his name this afternoon. Good chance in the first half, the one-on-one, and he couldn't get the ball past Emi Martinez. So Villa are about to make a double change too, so a further break to the rhythm of things here. Villa 2, Manchester United 1. Ball forward, which Aidan Heaven just lets run. Watkins couldn't get anywhere near it. Luca Dean getting ready to come on, and Doniel Marlon as well, who's had a productive season for Aston Villa, more from the bench than in starting games, but has scored goals in the Premier League and the Europa League already this season. Ball here with Yoro. Yoro up to the halfway line, across to Lisandro Martinez. Ball at his feet, looking for options here. Dorgu starts to make a run in from the left-hand touchline. Cash is watching him carefully over his right shoulder. Cunha was quick there, got to the ball first. Lindelof caught him. He complains that the decision's been given against him. It's possibly too far out for a strike on goal. I'd say almost 35 yards out, central position for the free kick. But it is a Manchester United free kick.
Yeah, I think it was the right decision from the referee, who's in a very good position. Lindelof stretching for the ball and does catch him.
Now, Matheus Cunha would definitely fancy a dip from here, although he's not standing over the ball. It's sure a mount, which makes me think it is too far out to try and beat Emi Martinez from there.
Yeah, I think it is. It looks like Mount's going to take it, and you presume it's just going to go to the far post. A few big men in there.
Bearded Mason Mount looks up. Yoro wrestling with Cash on the edge of the box. Here comes the delivery into the far post. No good. Straight behind for the goal kick. Ironic jeers and cheers, and Mason Mount's complaining that the right runs weren't made, and it's made his delivery look foolish. Dean on for Maatsen, that makes sense. Left back for left back. Marlon on for Ollie Watkins, who, as ever, for Aston Villa has run his socks off, has made it hard for the Manchester United centre-backs. Turns and applauds the fans all around the ground. But in terms of scoring the goal, and I guess there's times, Sue, I mean, you'll know this from your career, where you know it's almost your teammates' turn. As in, Morgan Rogers is on fire at the moment. It's just happening for him in a way it's not happening for Watkins.
No, and you can see by the response from the fans, everybody stood up and applauded Ollie Watkins, because he's put in an absolute shift. He's constantly been running in behind. He's constantly been pressing off the ball, getting himself into the right positions. He was actually involved in Rogers' second goal, where he was the one that sort of laid the ball back to Rogers before he took it and shot. So he's certainly doing his part. But as a striker, you just want to score goals, don't you?
Emi Martinez clears with his right foot for Aston Villa, headed back into the Villa half. Dorgu sprinting away, chased by Camara. Camara catches up with him. Dorgu stops. Good ball, though. Here's Jack Fletcher. First touch of the game for the 18-year-old. Tried a little bit too much of that to Onana, who gratefully steps in and knocks the ball out of play for a Manchester United throw. Just over 43,000, sounds like it, feels like it inside Villa Park. The majority of them Villa fans, the happier at the moment, because their team lead Manchester United 2-1. Throw in to come in from the left. Dalot takes it, up in the air it goes. Martinez comes and claims, edge of his 6-yard box, sprints out to the edge of the area. Marlon was away down the middle. Martinez didn't release, gave it to Cash. Cash threads precise pass into the path of McGinn. McGinn on the right, sees the run here of you-know-who, Morgan Rogers, into the box. Trickery with his feet. Oh, he's twisting and turning in front of Fletcher. Stands it up to the far post. Tielemans was waiting. Just beaten in the air. Good defending that by Lisandro Martinez. Played out here to Xerxes. Caught by Konza. Free kick Manchester United. They'll want to take it quickly. It just reminded me as well, just to look at the action in the Gallagher Premiership this afternoon. One result for you in the Rugby Union today. Big win for Bath at Newcastle by 50 points to 14. So Bath top of that table. 31 points ahead of Exeter and Northampton, both on 28. Long ball downfield. Cash has got Dorgu to deal with. Dorgu's got to the ball first, turns it back here to Cunha. Cunha, edge of the area, sees Mount in space. First touch is decent, onto the left foot, closed down by Onana. Ball spins away to McGinn. And McGinn tried to knock it past Shaw and collect the other side. Just miscued it, went out for a throw-in to Manchester United. 13 minutes to play. Villa 2, Manchester United 1. Aston Villa leading through two fabulous strikes of the ball with his right foot from Morgan Rogers. Here's Yoro, just short of the halfway line for United. Martinez towards Mount, takes the ball into his care, just lays it off to Yoro. Over on the right there is Dalot, misplaced pass beyond Yoro. No danger for Manchester United, but not where they want it, back in their own half. They've got to turn and face. And here's Lisandro Martinez running forward with the ball at his feet. Young Fletcher across to Yoro. Euro to Heaven. Back to Martinez. Dorgu wanted it down the left. Martinez goes through the middle to Xerxes. Back it comes to Fletcher. Couldn't do too much with that. Has to try and be strong here to hold off Camara. Cunha steps in to help out. Got there first again. Caught by Camara. Free kick to Manchester United. Sue Smith.
Yeah, you just can't take too many touches in that midfield area because Aston Villa just swarm all over you. That's exactly what they did there and won the ball back.
Last 3 seasons for Aston Villa under Unai Emery. 7th, 4th and 6th. Semi-finals of the Europa Conference League, which they lost to Olympiacos. Season after that, quarter-finals of the Champions League. Semi-finals of the FA Cup. Playing some really good football. Getting better all the time after a slightly shaky start to this season. Here's Lisandro Martinez. Good skills with the ball at his feet. Nice pass through the lines as well to Cunha. Quickly on to Dorgu on the left. Can Manchester United find the equaliser? Cash blocks the cross at close range. Dorgu with the hair tied back with a thin white headband. Goes running quickly to receive the ball to take the throw. Level with the edge of the Aston Villa box. They're going to leave it for Dalot, who's not quite got the sort of pacey trajectory on these long throws. He can get them a distance, but they lose a bit of pace. You're looking for second ball here, really, aren't you, Sue?
Yeah, it's a bit loopy, isn't it, the way that it's thrown up there. But he certainly will be looking for the second nod on.
Emi Martinez, so close. Oh, Flick on might have got past him there. Manchester United appealing for a handball. Aidan Heaven was. I mean, Emi Martinez was standing like one of his defenders at the near post there to immediately come and grab it. But if anything gets a slight touch on that and takes it past him. Michael Oliver's saying wait here. He's just saying wait because they want to check, I think, the potential handball. Let's have a look on our replay monitors. Heaven jumps, gets the flick on, and it hits him on the shoulder. Hits Onana on the shoulder. Dallow's throw comes in again. That's a good flick on from Heaven. Down in the box it goes. Right old scramble. More appeals for a penalty. No one wanted to kick that ball away. Eventually scraped away to the right. McGinn is there in the right back position, hits it into Dalot, gets it back, passes to Camara. Cunha's come around the back of him there, fouls him. Free kick to Aston Villa. Mateus Cunha cannot hide his disgust at the decision. 2-1 Villa.
But like you mentioned, the throw into the box probably doesn't have the distance maybe that some throws have, but certainly causes problems, doesn't it? They win the first header and then they look for a handball twice, but
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, both of those, Sue, close range and arms tucked in close to body. The ball hits Lindelof's arms and Tielemans' arms. They're not.
No, absolutely not.
No. Match of the day tonight, highlights 10:30 BBC 1. This is Villa 2, Manchester United 1. If you want to have your say on 6:06 tonight, get your call in now. Book your call now because they'll line the calls up for you. You can get straight on the show. Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage taking them on 08085 909 693. Fletcher leaps and wins the header. Gets it back from Xerxes. Flicks it up high. Nodded forward by Camara. Laid off by Rodgers. McGinn will be able to keep that in on the right. Plays it down the right. Not enough on the pass to beat Shaw. Rodgers takes it off Shaw too easily, though. And Rodgers is a difficult man to knock off the ball. Camara's thrown himself to the floor there. He's not going to get a free kick for that. Trying to buy that one. Villa still have it. Emi Buendia's waiting to come on for Aston Villa, and the ball is with Luca Dean. Dean to his left to Tielemans. Tielemans crossing to the box, bounces once. No one there for Villa, and Lomans collects it. And Shea Lacey is going to make a first-team debut for Manchester United too. Liverpudlian, an 18-year-old winger. He is a little fella, isn't he? I think he's 5 foot. Did I read 5'5" or 5'6"?
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
No, hey Sue, nothing wrong with that. Messi and Maradona, and your good self, and me too as well, but not in terms of the football, obviously. Here's Mount on the right, battling hard for Manchester United. Dalot plays it back to Yoro. Yoro gets it again, thinks about a cross from the right, instead passes across to Lisandro Martinez. Shaw receives it. 35 yards out, kills a ball into the box. Lindelof jumps with Cunha. Neither of them get a touch. Maybe a Villa player did. No, goal kick. Luca Dean was chasing that as if he thought Lindelof had got a touch on that. It might be going out for a corner, but the assistant referee has given it as a goal kick. 8 minutes left in this game. Villa leading 2-1. And what it means, Sue, is we'll get another week or so of Villa in the top of the race. Yes.
Absolutely, but again, if they do see this game out, you think what another fantastic result.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, also, so I know, and we were talking about this before the game, the players won't see it like this, but the fans definitely will. Manchester United have only lost once here in their last 26 league games. I mean, we're talking in almost 30 years of football there. That will be quite a win for those reasons as well for Villa if they get it.
Oh, absolutely, and speaking to some of the fans, that's exactly what they were saying. They were saying Manchester United are our bogey team and we're really worried about this, and I was like, but you're in great form and you're playing so well, you're great at home, but they were really worried, and like you say, obviously the players and the manager will think differently, but yeah, this is a big result for them if they can win this.
Amadou Onana's getting a standing ovation as he comes off the field. John McGinn is being replaced as well. So those are the two changes for Aston Villa. Evan Guesson is the other player to come on for Villa, and Emi Buendia. And Shea Lacey is on for Manchester United, about to come on for Manchester United to replace Lenny Yoro, who comes sprinting off the field because time is running out for Manchester United here. I'm just going to get the old Premier League table up, the latest one. In fact, Nathan has got it all ready to go on my right-hand side. As it stands then, Arsenal on 39 points, Manchester City on 37, and Aston Villa, very much in the title race, on 36 points if they win this game. They haven't done that just yet. Martinez clears the ball downfield. That's allowed to travel a long way. Marlon lays it off to Rodgers, who's on the hat-trick. This is Rodgers. It hits the back of Shaw. Loose inside the Manchester United area. And it doesn't fall to a Villa player. Just feels like the sort of game that Rodgers should score a hat-trick, doesn't it?
Oh, he's been brilliant every time he gets the ball. You can see the fans get up off their seats. I think something's going to happen.
Right, here come Manchester United on the counter. It's Dorgu running with the ball at his feet. Takes on Camara into the penalty area. Villa got to be careful with the challenges. Shaw back to Dorgu, low cutback, no good. Buendia's there, prods it back to Matty Cash. Cash in the right back position, being forced back, plays out to Buendia, did well to keep that in, but it runs to Lisandro Martinez. Forward to Cunha, hits one early low, and Emi Martinez scrambles to his right and makes the save. And just talking about keeping the ball in play, I'm just going to go back to Morgan Rodgers' first goal. The athleticism, Sue, to keep that pass. Well, A, to control the pass, because it was like a flying kick. I mean, his leg was up head height to control that ball. Then he chased it down to keep it in play on the left. And then he ran in field and applied a sumptuous finish.
He's got a bit of everything, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That technical ability, but then the change of pace and then the quality at the end of it.
Cunha moving forward at pace for Manchester United. He's won a corner. He was looking for Xerxes. Camara makes the interception. Here's your Morgan Rodgers stat from Opta Joe. First Aston Villa player to score 2 or more goals in back-to-back Premier League appearances since our very own Dion Dublin in November 1998, who did it in 3 in a row. So he's not matched Dion just yet.
No, lovely Dion.
Good old Dion. Right, corner. We play for both of these clubs.
Yes.
Of course, Dion.
What a guy.
We'll be listening in, we hope, Aston Villa, Manchester United. Chris Sutton, Robbie Savage on the way with 6:06. 5 minutes to play. Mount with the corner, going deep to the far post. Martinez again gobbles it up. He'll take those all day long. And in fact, the Manchester United goal, of course, late in the first half, did come from a Villa mistake. Matty Cash was caught by Dorgu in possession. There's Villa getting caught again, and Lindelof is not having any of that. Just steps onto the ball and absolutely clatters it downfield. And then Unai Emery's complaining that he did that. Villa waiting to make another change. They are 4.5 minutes away from a 7th straight Premier League win. Last time they did that in the top flight, late 80s, early 90s, and a 10th win in a row in all competitions. Last time they did that back in 1914, over 100 years ago. That's how well Aston Villa are playing at the moment. Unai Emery still dancing madly down the touchline. Shaw passes it through the legs of Guesson there to Mount, gets it back here from Xerxes, looks to feed it to his right to Shea Lacey. Not a good pass, goes straight out of play for a throw into Villa.
No, it was good play initially from Mason Mount, little 1-2, and he's just looking for Lacey on the sort of right-hand side, little bit wider. He just tucked in centrally and he overhit the pass.
Still marching around furiously here, Emery. Had quite strong words with Lamar Bogard. He's not even got on the pitch yet. He's thinking, hang on, boss, give me a chance to actually do something before you have a go at me. Boubacar Camara is coming off. What a job Unai Emery is doing at Aston Villa. Such an experienced manager. A lot of people, you know, we were saying this as well before the game, so in terms of winning domestic titles, it often depends on the clubs you manage. And he did do that in France with Paris Saint-Germain, which is your best chance to do it in terms of the clubs he's managed. But, I mean, imagine that winning the Premier League with Aston Villa, if he could add that to the CV.
just be incredible, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
I just think where Aston Villa were when he came in.
Yeah, that's right.
The job that he's done is just unbelievable.
Free kick Villa, think about going quickly, no need. Yes, they will. Ball falls to Morgan Rogers. He was looking for the early release down the middle. Guesson wasn't making the run. Villa will come back and bide their time over this. 2 minutes plus added time. Villa leading Manchester United 2-1 with two absolute, going to have to use the obvious festive pun, Christmas crackers from Morgan Rogers. Sometimes the obvious ones are the only ones.
They're the best ones,
yeah, I know. And Villa fans are going to try and sing them home. Emi Martinez with his right foot takes the free kick from midway inside his own half. Flying Dallo misses the header completely, goes out for a throw-in to Manchester United. The big question for Ruben Amorim after the game will be the state of Bruno Fernandes' hamstring. That is a worry. Pulled up with 10 minutes to go in the first half, didn't reappear for the second half. Newcastle at home on Boxing Day, then Wolves home, Leeds away, Burnley away. Marlon turns on the ball, looks to feed it down the left. Buendia will chase. Dallo wants it to run out of play, allows it to do so, and it goes behind for the goal kick. We're into the 90th minute of the game, and of course Mbumo, Amad Diallo, Mazraoui all the way at the Africa Cup of Nations. First game of that competition tonight, actually, kicks off at 7 o'clock, so that's not too far away. That is the host Morocco against Comoros, so that is Mazraoui's nation. Buendia's lost it to Cunha. Cunha takes it past Tielemans, tries to drag him back and foul him. Cunha won't be shrugged off that easily, still holds him off. Tielemans goes again. Cunha gets there to the edge of the box, wants the free kick, laid off here to Lacey, hits the shot straight at Martinez, straight into the bread basket. And you almost heard the thud of ball into chest there as he claimed it and fell on the floor.
Yeah, but what a good play this is from Cunha. He runs a long way, and Tielemans is trying to pull him down, trying to get at him. He's got so much strength. Uses that strength and then that change of pace to get by him, and yeah, Lacey's shot too close to the goalkeeper.
4 minutes of added time at the end of the game. Manchester United desperately searching for the equaliser. Tielemans is down hurt in the centre circle. Dorgu's crossing towards the far post. Dean leaps, heads it away. Lacey tries to bring it down. Rogers is there for Villa. Such an elegant player on the ball, Rogers. Defence or attack, just the way he moves with the ball at his feet or without. Here he goes, chasing a ball down the left, finds it, can't quite keep it in. That'll go out for a throw-in. Game will stop now because Tielemans is still down and he's sort of feeling his left hip side.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't know if it's how he landed or if it was a collision with Mount, wasn't it? Was it? Yes.
Little elbow, little dig.
Maybe, yeah. I don't think there's anything intentional. Maybe he's just winded. Seems okay now.
3 minutes to go. Unai Emery still looks pained. Still, he just will not relax. He won't. I mean, and that's the other moment that will stay with me, Sue. The coat being thrown off.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
That was just a fantastic. Just shows how much it means. We don't often see that in the managers as well. Dorgu, 1-2 with Shaw. Good football. Dorgu caught just outside the box by Bogard. Blimey, a yard further forward, that's a penalty. Bogard gets booked. Manchester United get a free kick right on the corner of the box.
Yeah, and it was very, very close. It's good play from Dorgu. Lovely quick feet. Bogard stamps on his foot, actually. Yeah, it's a little bit outside the area, but good play from Dorgu.
Now, the man you want here, free kick on the left on the corner of the box, because he whipped one in from not too far away from this on Monday night at Old Trafford, is Bruno Fernandes, sadly. But Mason Mount is going to take over. Could have a go at goal here. Xerxes at the far post. Evans in there as well. Yoro no longer on the field, of course. There's not that much height in there for Manchester United.
I think you aim for that far post area, though, don't you? And just hope it gets some sort of touch on the way in. 2
minutes to go. Free kick then. Wind has got up. You can see it tugging at Mason Mount's shirt. Holds his left arm in the air. Goes for goal! Just misses the near post. Tried to catch Emi Martinez out. It's behind for the goal kick.
What do I know? I said he was going to go for that far post area. He doesn't. He goes for the near post, nearly catches. Martinez out, just into the side netting.
Fabulous crescendo of noise inside Villa Park. 90 seconds to play. Manchester United players complaining that Villa not getting the ball back in play. Michael Oliver's tapped his watch and said, don't worry. Cameraman currently concentrating on all the Villa fans dressed up as Father Christmas. And there's plenty of them, by the way. And you can't hear yourself think. They're heading for another win, a 10th in a row in all competitions. They'll be a point behind Manchester City and just 3 behind Arsenal. And neither of those two, neither Guardiola nor Arteta, will discount the challenge of Aston Villa. Previous champions of England, of course. Cash's left-footed ball down the right-hand side. Shaw nods it down to Dorgu, who have fought hard, Manchester United, in this second half. But Villa have just had too much, and they've had the main man. They've had Morgan Rogers. That's the difference.
That is the difference, and sometimes in games like this, it is those small margins, isn't it? And Morgan Rogers is certainly that. He's just capable of those real moments of brilliance.
Right, last chance saloon for Manchester United. It goes long from Luke Shaw. Just hits it hopefully out towards the right. Tricky one for Lacey to control. Tries to keep it in play. Can't do that. Dean gets a touch. It's a throw-in to Manchester United. 20 seconds to go. I think there'll be a little bit more added time than that. Cunha miscontrols, unusually for him on the right. Dean clears it away to the man of the moment, Morgan Rogers. Curls one. That was a risky pass. Shaw intercepts. Heads it down. That looked like a high foot from Guesson, but Guesson has got it. Powerful runner. Sliding challenge from him. It's all over. Listen to that noise inside Villa Park. Heady times for Aston Villa Football Club. The manager, Unai Emery, is not hanging around. He's marching down the touchline. A determined walk, a firm clap of all the Aston Villa fans, and he's going to let his players take the plaudits. That is 7 wins in a row in the Premier League.
There we go. Let's read out, shall we, now that the football's finished. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. Free Palestine. And laugh at that. And feel ashamed for that poor boy. He's never getting his hair cut.
You stole Wendy's personnel file? In a way. Aren't we all guilty of bribing the janitor?
Let's go and
Yes, I take my share of the blame, but society's all
yeah.
I'm not dating her.
2-1. I will say again, that lad's never getting his hair cut. Let's go and say hi to Redwest, shall we? Thanks everyone. I'll be back later on.
And that goes to the generators.
Right, playing oxygen not included.